Um, and I'm going to kick us off by saying that's exactly why we are so fortunate to begin today's conversation with one of the most innovative local leaders we have. Every day the mayor is tackling the challenges that Americans care about: economic growth, housing, infrastructure, public safety, and building opportunity in one of America's fastest growing cities. So please join me in welcoming the mayor of Phoenix, Kate Gallagher.
Well, thank you. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to the city of Phoenix. I was with PPI last summer in Denver, and we're really excited to see the continued momentum. I'm joined by several incredible Arizona elected officials, and we all just want to say thank you for bringing the great ideas and motivation to our community. It's an exciting time for us in Arizona and in Phoenix. We were long seen as a red state, and I think we have, with the help of several state legislators here who flipped really important seats, moved firmly into the middle column. Phoenix is an interesting city politically: a third Democrat, a third Republican, and a third independent by registration. So very similar to the composition of our country, but we hope a microcosm for how we can get things done. I'm joined today by our Vice Mayor, Keisha Hodge-Washington of the city of Phoenix. She represents much of the downtown district and the airport, so we hope you've had a good time in her district. As mayor of Phoenix, I am required to tell you that the Wall Street Journal ranks our airport #1 in the country. But we hope that it shows you what we value in Phoenix: close to downtown, efficient with your time, but lots of small businesses and a great workforce where we're helping people get pathways to the middle class, supporting our entrepreneurs and our local community. And so if you are on your way out, there's so many fabulous restaurants that you can try there to taste and support some of our local entrepreneurs. We also have a city cocktail, which is a tequila-based cocktail with prickly pear. Yay. So those of you visiting us from parts of the country where you don't drink cactus, you might as well try, or you can try some of our great local flavor today at the happy hour at the end of the day. We'll be at Little Rituals, which is currently also ranked #1 as best hotel bar in the country. So that'll be where we'll finish up the day. So if you've made the decision to stay for the entire day and join us at the end for the happy hour, you've made a great decision, and we'll get to see even the menu is a work of art at this particular establishment. And for other mayors like Mayor Keller, you can't admit that the best hotel bar would be anywhere else, but for competitive spirits, you might as well do market research. So we're excited to be here with so many people who have helped build the Arizona Democratic Party, including our former chair, David Wade, and our current chair, Chairwoman Charlene Fernandez. So thank you for your leadership. I got to work at the Democratic Party in the Janet Napolitano era, working with folks like Noah Kroloff. Many of us in Arizona Democratic politics today are former alum of the Napolitano team, including my chief of staff, Seth Scott. And I think the Napolitano mark is firm in Arizona politics, and just that pragmatic progressive where you really try to get things done. I get to build on her legacy. She helped bring a bunch of medical education and healthcare investment to downtown Phoenix. And just a few months ago, the vice mayor and I broke ground on a very new, innovative medical school, thanks to particularly Senator Fernandez, who helped us make sure we could get the funding for that because a certain sports team was trying to borrow it from us. But the city was able to put $50 million into a new medical school where you'll get an MD and an engineering degree. And that's just one example of how we in Phoenix are trying to see where the economy is going and get ahead of it. We think technology will be increasingly important in medicine, and we want to lead in the innovative solutions of the future, whether it be wearable devices or how to use technology, including AI, to find a cancer tumor a little bit earlier and have a better outcome. I lost my mom to ovarian cancer, and they didn't find it till stage 4, so quite late stage. It had spread to her whole body. I'm hopeful that the work the vice mayor and I are doing together will help mean that for other families, you won't have to go through that, that we'll have earlier treatment with better outcomes, and that will also create the jobs of the future here. So that's just one example of how we're trying to move towards where the economy is going. We are also a major semiconductor city here. So we make the chips for those Apple devices, or we're the first US city to make AI chips. A certain senator from Virginia always used to say you can let your cell phone ring while he's speaking. So in Phoenix, we'll also let your cell phone ring as long as the chip was made in Phoenix. If you don't get a chance to see that, it's a incredible $165 billion investment. So we think the largest economic development project in the country. There are currently 9,000 union construction workers building that. It has 6 different cement plants. I think the rest of the city has fewer cement plants than just that one site. So just to see the scale of that and the incredible job creation. My predecessors as mayor of Phoenix, always the first trip to Mexico, but mine was to Taiwan to try to recruit TSMC because I really wanted to push for a more diverse economy. We're a community that was very closely tied with the home building and construction industries, which is still incredibly important and valuable here. But when the 2008 downturn hit, it really hit Phoenix hard. I had so many friends who had to mail in their keys, or their marriages fell apart fighting over those bills that were too hard to pay. And so we've really tried to diversify and get ready to, every industry will have a downturn. It's a little bit awkward for me to be presenting today because the semiconductor industry had a downturn this week. But we want to just be diversifying into so many different areas and try to be ready for the future. So we think tech and semiconductors will become increasingly important. So we've made a bigger bet in that area and have since attracted 60 different companies that supply TSMC, as well as bioscience companies and other industries from Taiwan, and have added 2 different carriers now serving Phoenix nonstop to Taipei. So just showing how it's a mix of foreign policy that really impacted the middle class, as well as city's economic development work. We worked hard to zone the land and to make their supplier campus around there. So a really intentional reaction to our economy and saying we can do better. We want to work together with our private sector, our universities, and government to try to create a better life for our community. So lots of exciting things happening here in Phoenix, although one of the most exciting things that happened this week might have happened in Utah. So to Ben, congratulations. And with that, just on behalf of all the Arizonans here, we're so pleased to have PPI here and can't wait to see what we learn from you, and hopefully we can share some of the exciting, innovative things we are doing. Welcome.
Thanks very much, Mayor. That's one of the revelations in my brief stay here. The way you've put the city on the leading edge of technological development, AI, that's really impressive. So congratulations to you. And I don't think we can do these New Directions events without you. She played a really dynamic role in our launch in Denver. And so it's great to be able to come back into your town and have you kick us off. So thanks for that. I'm Will Marshall, PPI president. Lindsay, thanks for mentioning mandate for change, even though you carbon dated me. But you didn't mention that this was this is a bestseller in Japan and China. I don't know why, but there you go. Sold a lot of copies. But in any event, look, what we want to do to kick off this New Directions in Phoenix is to do what we always do, which is what I call political reality therapy. You know, one of PPI's signatures is that we kind of operate at the intersection of political realism and policy innovation. You know, we don't just idly, we're not mad scientists idly cooking up good policy. We're always thinking about how it's going to advance the Democratic Party's prospects and lead toward the building of a center-left majority, which this country desperately needs. So that's what we do, and we want to start off by really setting a political baseline, where we are as a party, the challenges that we face, the opportunities too, because we've got some coming up in this midterm election. But it's also the case that we have some structural problems that were revealed harshly by the 2024 election. We haven't really begun to deal with them. So we want to talk about that. The folks up here on this end of the table are all going to take a whack at putting some propositions on the table along these lines. And what I'm going to do is just call on you all singly to go ahead and take 5 to 7 minutes to help us start this conversation. I think it's an appropriate place to start with Mackenzie Wilson at Blue Rose Partners. We work with Blue Rose and David Shore before. They're a terrific polling outfit. I think it's really data analysis, not mere polling. It's data analysis. And I just think they do first-rate work. And so we're really great to have her. And I think she's going to give us a little presentation that lays out, the landscape a little bit as we face this midterm election. So let's start, Mackenzie, with you.
Awesome. Well, Will, thank you so much. I'm going to try and blow through these slides pretty quickly, but I'll have a copy, I think, if they come up, but otherwise I can just start talking. So I'm Mackenzie. I am the Director of External Affairs at Blue Rose Research. We're a public opinion firm. But what I want to start with today is actually taking a step back 2 years ago. Why are we talking about 2024 and 2026? I am worried that we haven't really learned a lot of the lessons from 2024 still. And so I think it's worth kind of taking a look at what happened so we can think moving forward, right? So we can talk about 2024 in a lot of ways, but I always like showing this chart because I think you can look at this chart and it kind of summarizes the entire story. So to show you what you're looking at here, in the top right corner, these are issues that voters said were most important to them and that they trusted Democrats on most in November 2024. At the bottom right, those are issues that were most important to voters they trusted Republicans on. And you see less important issues, trust Democrats, trust Republicans on the left. The things to note here, we did not have a very filled out till of our quadrant. The number 1, number 2, and number 3 issues that were most important to voters in November 2024 were the cost of living, the economy, and inflation. I realize that now, today, it is kind of rote that everyone knows we should talk about the cost of living. One thing that I would just emphasize, though, is that that was not unknown in November 2024. The cost of living has been voters' number 1 concern since 2021. The last time it wasn't the cost of living, it was COVID-19. And the reality is that the Biden administration, I was a part of it, so I will happily say was a failure and find me after class. We did not take that seriously, right? We spent years saying, no, everything's fine. Bidenomics is great. What are you talking about, right? And we ignored that reality at our own peril. And so what did that result in? First of all, if you recall, after 2016, right, there were all of these think pieces about how Democrats had lost Latino voters at a massive scale. In 2024, I was kind of shocked to not see that level of punditry because the swing that we saw was not only in equal sides, it was actually in greater magnitude, of losing moderate and conservative Hispanic and Asian voters as well, who traditionally were always going to vote for the Democratic Party, despite their concerns about our social platform because of economics, right? And what we saw was this massive swing away for these demographics that are incredibly critical for winning majorities across the country. Secondly, we saw a massive shift, right, of young voters, which was the first time that we had ever seen this. I want to emphasize something. So of 18-year-old voters, Donald Trump won men of color, white men, and white women. The only 18-year-old demographic that Kamala Harris won was women of color. If 18-year-old men were a state, their closest electoral state was Wyoming. Those voters have grown up, but those voters haven't gone away, right? And they might not be voting this November, but what was clear was that we did not sell them an economic or vision for their future that they were willing to buy. Finally, and this I think is really critical as we think about this November, right? In 2008, when you think about rock the vote or when we all vote, right? If you were able to get someone who wasn't going to vote to the polls, they were almost certainly going to vote for Barack Obama or Democrats, right? This was true for years and cycles, right? What we saw from 2020 to 2024 was a complete flip of this math. So voters that were highly informed actually became more democratic. So I sort of joke, like, if you're reading the Wall Street Journal at this point, you're actually going to vote for Democrats. But on the flip side, right, these low information, low propensity voters that used to be the bedrock of winning our majorities saw a 20-point swing. And where they were consuming their news, right, was on TikTok or emerging new platforms of which, you know, the shift to online TikTok, Instagram Reels, these other entertainment platforms has been kind of the single greatest shift since the radio of shift in news consumption. And what we saw was that voters who were getting their news from TikTok were 6 points more right than the regular electorate. I get asked sometimes, like, oh, was the algorithm making them more conservative? I think it's really just like we were not competing in these spaces. And not only that, we didn't have a vision that we were selling that people were buying into. I missed a slide here. Damn it. You know, there's a slide that I also added last night, and I'm sorry. But we also saw that, and I'll send this around to everyone, you know, what that resulted in was that voters viewed Kamala Harris as the ideological extreme and viewed Trump as closer to their views. I don't think that in this room is as shocking as it is sometimes when I present that information in Washington, D.C., but is really critical when we think about what that's going to mean for 2026 and 2028. The thing I want to emphasize about these low information, low propensity voters, right? These are the type of people who showed up to the voting booth, probably voted for Donald Trump, no one else, and left the booth, right? They were brought out to vote by Donald Trump. So we don't know what that's going to look like when he's not on the ballot in 2028. But my worry, and what I would emphasize to everyone in this room, is that in 2026, after the election, you are probably going to see a lot of stories that will be like, Democrats solve their Latino problem. Democrats solve their young people problem. When in reality, this is just a completely different electorate. So when we look at in 2024, right, had we had the turnout and election universe that 2022 was, right, not only would Kamala Harris have won, Tim, I'm sorry to call you out specifically, but Tim Ryan down here, right, would have run his race. You could have had an environment where, like, races in geographies that we have to win in for the Senate and for the House could have been plausible. And so that makes, right, in midterms now, it's a complete flip of what it was in, for example, 2010. Democrats are going to probably do well this November just by the math. But we have to have object permanence, that these voters that will not show up this November still exist, and they still vote, and they still do not like the Democratic Party. And if we ignore those people, it will be at our own peril for 2028. So let's look at just quickly, I want to be respectful of time, where things stand today. So it's no surprise, Donald Trump's approval, you have seen this in public polling, is very low. One thing I would note is that I think a lot of public polling overestimates or underestimates Donald Trump. One thing you'll note here is, like, we have in our internal polling his overall approval at 44%. Like, that's still relatively high. And immigration still is his best issue, right? You did see this massive drop in gas prices approval over the Iran war. This is actually ticked back up a little bit. And the cost of living, you know, is really a very low issue for him. But you know, one of the things that I would emphasize, and I think Lindsay teed this up very well, is that yes, people are very pissed at Donald Trump's economy, but people are very pissed about the economy and the system, right? So first of all, when you see a stat like, you know, 2/3 of Americans say their life has gotten less affordable, but a quarter of Americans feel confident in their financial future, that's not a great system for, you know, Democrats next year, if we retake majorities, to be like, well, we're trying to solve things, but our hands are tied, right? Like, that's not setting up a great system. And specifically, when 2/3 of swing voters say that things in America are rigged for the elite and big corporations and the wealthy play by their own set of rules and only they can get ahead, one thing is like, that's not language that I think a lot of moderate Democrats are used to using, right? That sounds far more like a certain senator from the state of Vermont. But that is also where the public is. And I think we have to be really clear-eyed that our economic solutions or policy proposals are going to have to be bigger in scale than maybe we feel comfortable with. We're seeing record levels of support for things like price controls right now. And obviously that's going to give people like Jared Bernstein hives, but it's also our job to figure out what that means in a workable, economically responsible way. But finally, I wanted to show you that same square, the 2x2, where we stand today. The good news is that, after the Affordable Care Act cuts to programs like Medicare and Medicaid, we are seeing these issues become much more important to voters, and we're seeing our trust skyrocket a lot. However, and we've also closed the gap a lot on the cost of living, the economy, and inflation. But even still, this is from like 2 days ago, you guys, even with everything, we still don't have a trust advantage on these issues, right? Republicans still have a trust advantage on the economy. I think that means we need to do more, not less. Sometimes I get asked the question like, okay, is this like what we should do on immigration? Should we just like try and run away? I don't think we can afford to run away from any issue right now. We need to be loudly advocating for the policies. I know everyone knows to talk about affordability, but like, what does that mean? If we retain the majority or take the majority, what is our first piece of legislation? What is HR 1 in January 2020? We have to be very specific about what we are asking to do, what we are suggesting we are going to uniquely be able to offer to the American people. So I'm happy to take any questions, but I will throw it back to Will, I believe, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, save your questions. We'll get a chance to come back, circle around and put them to Mackenzie. Thanks, Mackenzie. That's terrific. And I should have mentioned at the outset, by way of introduction, that she comes to us since you've already outed yourself as a Biden administration alumni, she worked for Javier Becerra over there at HHS and our next governor of California. And speaking of California, I want to turn now to San Francisco Attorney General Brooke Jenkins, who's joined us. And she's part of what I believe is one of the most underreported political stories in America, and that is a cultural shift, a huge shift in the zeitgeist of San Francisco, which used to be known as the epicenter of sort of hard leftism, or loony leftism, if you like. That's what I would say. That seems to have migrated across the country to New York now, and San Francisco is like a really pragmatically liberal place with the mayor and with the attorney general, who is doing a marvelous job of tackling one of these structural issues, Mackenzie, that you rightly said we still have to deal with. Even as everybody is focused on cost of living, we're underwater in trust on immigration. We're underwater in trust on crime and public order and safety. And I know you've done a marvelous job. There's been a sharp decrease in violent crime in San Francisco. But tell us about how you got there, into your position and what you've done to tackle this and try to rebuild voter trust. And, the Democrats can make them safer.
Yes, thank you, Will. So, yes, I came into office going on 4 years ago next month after the recall of my predecessor. As most of you probably saw, we were in our doom loop cycle. We were all over the news, not only for encampments, but also for people taking trash bags into Walgreens and filling it up and walking past security and leaving. And at that time, we had an explosion really in the demise of our street conditions, open air drug markets, downtown, rampant retail theft, stores were leaving and closing. People were very frustrated. And I was a prosecutor in the office at the time who quit my job very daringly and decided to speak out about what my boss's policies were. and that he had essentially decriminalized many things in San Francisco. And so as a result of my outspokenness, I ended up being appointed the replacement after the voters recalled him. And I think that was a significant turning point for San Francisco in saying that we were now going to reject these, radically progressive policies when it came to crime and public safety, and that we actually wanted somebody who would do the job of the district attorney. We wanted clean and safe streets. And what I told San Franciscans was this, because I knew what was being said about me at the time for being very outspoken about this recall, which is in San Francisco, there are two offensive things that they can say to you to try to push you backwards. The first is that if you stand in favor of public safety, then you must be a racist. And can you imagine what the second one is? It also starts with an R. If you're not a racist, then you must be a Republican. And so, I explained to Democrats across the city that it doesn't matter what your party affiliation is. It doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what community you live in, what your socioeconomic status is. I have not met a human being on the planet that does not want to be safe in their environment. It's a human right. It's what we all want and expect. And we must demand that government provide that. And so when I took over, my mantra was all crime is illegal again in San Francisco. And while usually it got laughs in every room that I said that in, one thing that I have emphasized is that I think a failure of the Democratic Party recently has been identity. People understanding, what do we stand for? How do I know what I'm getting? Because we do have this issue with the divide between the factions. And for me, I wanted it to be very clear where I stood on crime. And that is that we enforce all of our laws in San Francisco, from big to small. And the voters and the business community and everybody has truly embraced that. And I think that was the start of the tide turn, where as they saw crime starting to reduce, they started to trust that if we actually stand beside and support elected officials who do the basic function that they are supposed to do, right? That this isn't about ideology. It's not about platitudes and all those things that sadly the far left has been more more committed to, that things will actually change in my day-to-day life. And that has been really the tide change. We've seen not only did I win 2 elections now, but the last one with 68% of the vote, but that now we have a moderate mayor. We have a moderate majority on our board of supervisors, which we cannot remember the last time that happened. People are actually on board with all of the things that need to happen in San Francisco as far as making sure that we are taking care of the people and that we are addressing issues in a pragmatic way. And so I think it comes back to, for me, when I think about 2024, us still struggling, particularly with our narrative on crime and on public safety. I was telling the story last night at the table. I was in San Diego and was at dinner in Old Town San Diego, which is right on the border of Tijuana. And the waiter, who was American born, but was a Mexican American who actually was raised in Mexico. And after coming back to the States, he met his wife in Tijuana, and because she didn't have her paperwork, they lived there up until recently. And he was explaining to me that he had voted for Donald Trump. And he had no idea I was an elected official, I was in politics or anything. So I was just playing along with the conversation, being curious. I said, well, can you tell me why? Like, what was your thought process? And he said, I've been living up until recently in Tijuana, where crime is out of control. The cartels, there are acts of violence every day. There are dead bodies in the street. There are all these things going on. He was like, and Donald Trump was the only person talking about safety. And when you think about that and how what Donald Trump's policies on immigration have been, that this was an individual who was willing to sacrifice those immigration policies for safety because of what he had experienced, I think that says a lot about where we need to be on public safety. And so I have been very unapologetic, very bold in challenging that status quo when it comes to the sort of radical left in San Francisco, and saying, at the end of the day, what did defund the police get us? What did these policies that this social experiment that we did get us? It left us with high crime rates, more murders, all of those things that have made communities of color suffer. I have yet to walk into a community of color who tells me, I want less police. I don't want you to enforce the laws here, where I'm fine with violence. No, they tell me the opposite. They say, why don't we have as many patrols as Pacific Heights, the most wealthy neighborhood in San Francisco? We want proper policing. We want fair policing. We don't believe in police brutality. But give us the same care and attention that you give wealthier neighborhoods. And we have allowed the far left to adopt the narrative for our party of saying all these things, right, of defund and all of this, when that is not where the people are at. And so I've always said, I represent the silent majority, all the people who have felt paralyzed by being called racists and Republicans, to say, no, we stand for what everybody wants and what everybody deserves, which is clean and safe streets for their children, which is to not park your car and come back and your window be shattered. We have now reduced our homicide rate last year to the lowest that it's been since the 1950s. All of those things, crime has fallen across the board ahead of the national average by doing what we owe to the people and not letting things slide. And so that's where we are in San Francisco, is now, yes, apparently we'll leave the other thought process to New York City.
Wow, what a great story. Thank you so much. That's incredible progress. It's just the kind of radically pragmatic leadership that this party needs to offer to counterbalance what's happening in New York. I curled up yesterday to show you how sick I am. I curled up with the DSA manifesto yesterday, and they're pushing for the same things. It's, defunding, it's that they're still there. There's no remorse, and they're going to go back to the policies that produced high crime and a big backlash. So congratulations. Look, that's a wonderful tale of progress. Let me now turn to Sherry Bustos, our good friend. I introduced Sherry last night, but she occupied a Trump district for a decade in Congress and held it for us, but also spoke for a broader body of opinion in the party. That's Midwestern Democrats, people out in the more mixed small town and rural areas, outside the big urban metroplexes. And the leadership in the House saw what she was doing and liked that, and got her to help find the kind of candidates who could make us more competitive in those districts. So, and in that spirit, since leaving, she and Robert Johnson, you hear from X, have been doing work chronicling Democrats who win in really tough places, in the toughest geography in America. That's what we got to find out. What do they do? What do they say? How do they do it? Because otherwise we're going to be stuck in a 48% party. That's how you build majorities. And so I want to hear your experiences with that, Sherry. But also you might just reflect a little on how people in your position fared in a Washington where the national party wasn't really looking out for your interests, right? They were not giving you maybe the support you and other moderate members trying to extend the map needed.
You could ask all the former members sitting around the table. They can probably all relate to that.
Right.
We need more DA Jenkins in the world. I mean, you're focused on results. I mean, you are exactly what we need in these tough districts all over the country, like at every level, whether it's the state legislature, whether it's running for Congress, but you're results oriented and you're not afraid to say what needs to be said. So congratulations on your success. And I'm sure you have a very, very bright future in the state of California. So I'll give a little bit more context about the district that I represented that might be helpful for this part of the discussion. So I was first elected in 2012, flipped a seat. So it had been held by a Republican. On paper, it was a Democrat. At that time, it was a D+2. So, and as soon as the campaign manager I had came in to work on the campaign, she said, "This doesn't feel like a D+ anything." And lo and behold, it really wasn't. And we would learn that in the coming elections. But so we ended up flipping that, and I was able to hold on to the seat for 5 terms. I made a decision on my own not to run for reelection. So I first served on a city council. So I like to say I won 7 straight elections and have never lost one. So I'm 7-0. I'm a former college athlete too. So I'm hyper competitive and always like to look at that win-loss ratio. But so flip the seat. Here was the makeup of it. And so as you hear this, you'll know that, okay, that does not sound like a very, even a swing district, but 10,000 family farms in this congressional district, 90,000 labor households, and we know what's happening a little bit more with blue collar voters. The leadership is still with the Democrats, but the rank and file are not so much. 7,000 square miles, went up to, I'm from Illinois, by the way, went up to the Wisconsin state line, and then on the western border is the Mississippi River, and then Iowa right over that. So the college education level in this congressional district is low. So this is very much a blue collar, on paper, looks like a Republican district. We could feel on the ground going into that 2016 election, we could just feel it changing. And to your point, DA Jenkins, when you ask people, I like how you ask the guy, not getting on him because he was going to vote for Trump or voted for Trump, but why? And so as we were out and about, people were saying, I'm going to vote for Donald Trump. And it'd be the same thing. I'd be like, well, tell me about that. And I like the way he talks. He's talking about issues that I care about. And so those are all the kind of things. I'm a former reporter, so I really enjoy getting to know people's stories, and I like to ask open-ended questions so you can figure out where people are coming from. And I'm going to give you like a couple examples of what we did in our congressional district. So how in 2016, where Donald Trump won our congressional district, how I ended up winning by 20 points. It was, and then 2 years later, winning by 24 points. So how I would argue that how we can be successful throughout the country is by doing the things that DA Jenkins does, which is listening and then getting results. But we would do something almost every Saturday. We just called it Supermarket Saturday. And we would go in, again, in a 14 county, 7,000 square mile congressional district. There's a lot of grocery stores that are 6 aisles wide, and that's it. So when we call them supermarkets, believe me, they were not supermarkets. They were, in some cases, these really teeny tiny little grocery stores. But we went to virtually every one in this congressional district over time, went every single Saturday. And it was very simple, nothing at all complicated. I had one staffer with me who would always have her business cards, and she was my district director, and we could follow up on casework if anything came up. But I would just walk the aisles, and if somebody made eye contact with me, I would just say, I'm Sherry Bustos, I represent this area in Congress, and I'll be flying back out to Washington on Monday. Anything you want me to know? And so by asking those questions of everyday people, we would go into every election cycle and almost not needing to poll, because you would see these themes of what people, we did poll, just so you know, but because you kind of have to, but because you would see the themes of what people were concerned about. And that was really, really effective. And then when you're out in Washington, D.C., to the former members here in Val Hoyle, current member, but you put your little voting card in there, everything you're voting for, you can picture these people and what is important to them. And you have stories, personal stories that you can tell, as opposed to fact-based stories that people can resonate with. So, because it's all about people. That's what people will remember. It's not going to be about facts. Second thing we did, we called it Sherry on Shift. So if you're Tim, you would not call it Sherry on Shift. You would call it Tim, I don't know, doing his thing or whatever. Getting tired. Getting tired. So, but anyway, so we did 130 of these over my time in office, and they were mostly blue collar jobs. And you would work shoulder to shoulder with everybody from people who were processing carp out of the Illinois River to people who were forging hot steel, and it was 120 degrees. It felt like Arizona inside these places where they were forging hot metal, to delivering UPS packages, FedEx, bagging groceries. Again, did 130 of these. And I would always try to be out of earshot of the person running the plant or running the organization. So you could say, ask the person about their work life and what was really going on. And one of my favorite questions was always, what do you like to do for fun? And it would get to people's disposable income. And because it wasn't rude enough to say, you know, what do you do with your spare money, or do you have any spare money? But it was a polite way of figuring out, what can a person who is building or putting together barbed wire, what do they do? Do they have any disposable income? And one of my favorite answers was a woman who was a home care nurse, and her husband worked for the city of Rock Island. And I said, you know, have you and your family gone on vacation lately? And she said, no, we can't go to a place like Disney World. So we can't even afford the Disney Channel. And so when you look at going to a movie, that is where you're having to buy sodas and popcorn and the tickets. You know, just how hard that is to make that happen. So you just realize, you know, things that most of us sitting around the table were lucky enough to probably take a family vacation every year. Many people can't. And so it's learning that. And then the last thing is especially the elected officials, when you're doing town halls, are you noticing that they're getting a little bit harder and harder and harder? You know, they're getting nastier. Val, are you getting yelled at, or, you know, I mean, they're hard now, right? Because you don't know who's going to show up. So what we would do is we would go to the small town libraries, and we would always announce in advance that we were going to be there. So we would always get press. We were able, as members of Congress, I don't know if you guys ever took advantage of this, but you could get free books from the Library of Congress. It was called the Surplus Library Book Program. So we'd call in advance and say, do you need any books, or we're going to bring you some free books. Do you want like big print books? You want adult, young adult? What do you want? So we would take in books, and then we'd have a town hall. And the thing about a small town library is people are polite there. And so you didn't have people misbehaving or yelling out, and it was still a way to listen. But so I just share these examples with you as a way to saying, we've got to listen more. And then you've got to take what we learn from listening to everyday people. And I'm not talking about, you know, people you meet at the fundraisers and who are writing big checks, but I'm talking about everyday people who are working really hard to figure out their way in life. And then writing policy or supporting policy that is going to help people get to a better place. The younger generation right now is disgusted with the system. And you talked about that, Mackenzie. And we've got to make it, as the Democratic Party, we've got to be the party that's going to make things work again. And what are the answers? I mean, it's policy, and it's good policy, and it's getting that done. And when Democrats win back the majority in Washington, D.C., it is going to be a great opportunity. And I certainly hope that we don't blow it. And I am very, very concerned by some of the people who are winning these Democratic primaries, and exactly what they're going to do when they get to Washington, D.C., and have language like defund the police be rubbed off on the people who are the majority makers. Ben McAdams is going to be able to win the general, let's hope. But then what happens when Utah redistricts in a few years? And if we are all labeled with these left things that do not resonate in places like Utah or like the congressional district where I represented, we are going to blow a really, really good opportunity. So this does have to have some permanence that Mackenzie talked about, and we have to figure that out. Just in closing, I'm married to the guy who's sheriff of our county, our home county, which was one of the biggest counties in the congressional district. And I got labeled as wanting to defund the police. And I think, do you really think I want to do that? Not so good for my family. But that is what happens when we have a party and the far left messaging takes over for the people in the districts that we have to be able to be successful on to gain, to make progress throughout the country and pass reasonable, radically pragmatic policies. So thank you.
Thanks, Sherry. Yes, excellent. Great examples of how, a determined Democrat can win even when you're in places that are swimming upstream politically, where the current seems to be going against you. So thank you for that. And I want to institute a PPI on shift policy, Lindsay, where all PPI employees get to do some honest outdoor labor, when we get back. Let's turn to Robin Johnson now. Robin is a political scientist at Monmouth University. He's also got a great radio show that I was happy to be on a while back, Heartland Politics, political scientist. But he's also been doing for us and with Sherry, research into these Democrats who win tough districts. Because we figure we're better to learn how to do it, how to crack the code, than to talk to people who figured out how to do it in elections. And I know you're looking now, Robin, at the particularly at swing states. So this is obviously the key geography for us. So give us your reflection on what we're learning from these Democrats, please.
Yeah, thank you. It seems peculiar to our party that we go ask when we lose elections to other people who lost or consultants instead of going to people who actually win. This is, it's like talking to somebody from a baseball team that never wins instead of the Dodgers, really. That's what I compare it to. Sherry and I decided after the 2016 election to go out and talk with people at the congressional level and the state legislative level. And we tried to fine tune it based on some metrics as far as winning, working class districts defined by college attainment, and then competitive within 10 points. It doesn't help if somebody is in a working class district and gets 75% of the vote. So we did this in the Midwest and produced 3 different reports, and I approached Will about taking this function broader to the 7 battleground states, and we've been working on that as well. It's really interesting because state legislators are often overlooked in the future of the party, and I think that's a big mistake. For members of Congress, it's hard to get out, and because of the travel requirements and being in Washington, and stay closer in touch with the public, so to speak. I think state legislators do that, and I can just tell you, if you start to feel down about the party at all, go talk to some of these folks in these tough districts. They're inspiring. 2 of them are here I've spoken with, Senator Fernandez and Representative Simicek. I'm telling you, I felt better after talking to them because they're leaders and they're smart, and there's a lot of good things going on at the local level here, again, that are overlooked. We hope to come out with this report. I've talked to people from all 7 battleground states now. And the messages are the same no matter where. I talked to a gentleman from Northeast Philadelphia the other day. Their message is the same no matter what. Rural Wisconsin, down here in southern Arizona, Las Vegas. And that's heartening to me because it shows the path to winning and sustainable majorities. We've seen what can happen, unfortunately, in 2010 when we were wiped out nationally at the state legislative level. And having a radio show in the Quad Cities is interesting because you got deep blue Illinois and then deep red Iowa now. And Iowa used to be purple. What the Iowa legislature's done since they got a trifecta is really moving back to the 1950s in a lot of ways. You see this in a lot of states with trifectas. So what happens in the state capitals is critical. And I would just say don't forget these folks when we talk about the future of the party. They're critical, and there's a lot of smart people out there that are doing some incredible things. Sherry talked about our district just briefly. I mean, we're in the heart of Obama-Trump country. The students I teach have a hard time wrapping their minds around that. How can people vote for Obama and then Trump? Well, they did. And we're right in the middle of it. And I remember after that election, I felt like a lab rat. People were coming out, and reporters and everybody talking, how can you do that? There are some good reasons for it, I think, based on our study of it, of why people switched, feeling a sense of disappointment and feeling Trump talk to them. This is what we're missing. And one of the big things I feel, not only are these folks winning these tough districts by working hard at doors and going to events, but they're listening. They're listening. And the language is important. This is something that it's too easy to, and again, I don't want to offend anybody, but poll tested language, you can tell when a candidate uses that anymore. And I think at the doors, people are hearing, and Representative Simichek talked about this, what are people saying and how are they saying it? The word affordability is used a lot in the media and all. I don't hear that. Like Governor Whitmer said in Lansing, fix the damn roads. Talk in language that working class people use instead of language that's developed by people out in the Beltway. That's number one, because people don't feel we're connecting. I will just say, I guess one more thing to add, because I'm anxious to hear Matt. But when we go about this, the other thing I'm hearing from folks across the country is people are really hurting right now. There's people working 2 or 3 jobs, can't afford their power bills. It was described to me as utility bills the size of second mortgages. Gas prices. People in rural areas got to use their vehicles to work more often in other places. It hits them more. There just doesn't seem to be quite an understanding of the level of pain people are going through in these districts. So I would just say, again, these are people that have to win independents and Republicans to win. So they've got to approach this differently, and they've got to take this head on at the doors and when they see people, And so it's different from a 75% district like in New York, where you can win a primary. You're never going to have to face somebody you disagree with. So that's why these folks are important, and for us, again, to get sustainable majorities, not only in Washington, but in the states. Listen to these folks when we come out with this report here in the next month or so. I encourage you to listen to them, read, because they've got a lot of wisdom to offer here. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Robin. This is really great research. Unfortunately, you probably won't read about it in the New York Times, It'll be Mondami's next utterance will get many column inches. But this is a story that needs more attention. So thank you for going out in the field and talking to folks, and we'll do everything we can to tell these stories, spread these stories widely. Lastly, I want to turn to Matt Pound, our good friend from across the seas. The struggles that the Democratic Party face are not terribly unlike those faced by other center-left parties around Europe and the transatlantic world. And, we have a long-standing and deep relationship with the UK Labour Party, which Matt is part of, and that goes back to the Clinton-Blair days. And we were very excited in 2024 when Matt and some of the other folks that are now working with us, Claire Ainsley and David Evans and others, really were the architects of Labor's comeback after 14 years in political exile, the Tories misrunning the country. And it was a great victory that targeted working class voters. But now, obviously, if you've been reading the news, you know that they've hit some bumps. So, Matt, thanks to you, and Tom Collins up here from Progressive Britain, a great friend and partner with PPI, has also come over. So thank you for making the trip too. But Matt, give us a little sense of what happened to Keir Starmer and what folks like us should be thinking about in terms of lessons, things to avoid.
Yeah, thanks very much, Will. I'll let you all draw your own conclusions. I'm going to have to give a very quick potted history of the UK and what happened over the last sort of few years. First of all, to talk about why we won, you first of all have to understand why we lost and why we lost so badly and stop asking the question, why aren't people voting for us? But actually, why do they hate us? We had a problem in UK Labour in that people really, really didn't like us. And I'll sort of run through why. So we completely lost our way. By 2019, we had a party that was politically, intellectually, financially, and I would say morally bankrupt. Politically, we had our worst result, our worst post-war result, worst result since 1935, actually. We didn't win anywhere in the UK outside of our, core metropolitan boroughs, parts of the cities. And intellectually, we'd basically given up trying to persuade people. Financially, we were spending more money on servicing legal cases than we were on campaigning. We were millions and millions of pounds, which may not sound that much to you guys, but it is to us, in debt, basically through poor governance. And morally, we had been served an unlawful act notice by the Equalities and Human Rights Commission for racism against British Jews. And when you're in that kind of position, it's much easier to reflect on it and think, well, maybe the voters had a bit of a point when they served us our worst result in a very, very long time. We'd become a party of protest and not a party of government. And we were against everyone, landlords, police, people worried about immigration, the armed forces, Brexit voters, billionaires, maybe fair enough, but millionaires, high rate taxpayers even, and some would say taxpayers in general. And the greatest achievement that Keir Starmer, well, his greatest achievement was turning the Labour Party from a party of protest into a party of government, a party that was not for special interests, but a party for you. And in every bit of communication that we gave out over the 5 years after Keir Starmer took over, whether it was talking about the structural problems that the UK faced, intergenerational unfairness, which I know came up earlier, the idea that there was a social contract in Britain. Everybody for generations believed that their kids would do better than they did. And that had been completely broken. We've been in a very bad economic situation really since 2008, have had a successive economic shocks that have made the cost of living increasingly more difficult, have kept growth very low, inequality has grown, etc. And then we also tried to think about those low information voters, people who only saw a snapshot of politics, and tell stories about this unfairness in the UK, try to appeal to those who were angry at the system and wanted change. And we had some success. And I've got to be honest, and this is something that has made people like me particularly unpopular internally in the party over the years, we did it deliberately. And we set up a fight with the left of our own party who represented all of those things. They represented only special interests, only small, and I'm not saying special interests in terms of the very rich, but I think we have to be honest that like lots of voters are just as annoyed by political parties only talking about the very richest as they are only talking about the very poorest. Because most people are not either very rich or very poor. Most people are somewhere in the middle. And we tried to put ourselves back on the side of middle Britain. Look, he had a number of kind of big set piece events, which maybe don't apply here, but it was very significant. And in 2021, he stood up at Labour Party conference, and like many leaders in the past, from past history in the 1960s, faced down his internal opposition. And the main message that everyone got was, okay, he is against that wing of his party, and he's against that wing of his party because he's for us. And I think it was probably the most successful element of the period in opposition. We were deliberately quite light on policy and talked in very broad terms. We tapped into the feeling that the Tories had mismanaged the economy, they'd mismanaged the country, that everything was getting worse, and if you wanted to end the chaos, then you would go and vote for us. So where did it all go wrong? Unfortunately, and very candidly, many of those arguments that we won in opposition, people got into power and they immediately forgot. And we went back to our comfort zone. And look, we are doing some very honourable things, some very progressive things. You know, free school meals rolled out across the country. You know, workers' rights for those on the lowest wages, renters' rights. But I have worried from the outset that we have lost sight of the fact that actually most people are not paid very, very low wages. Actually, most people in the UK don't rent. Most people in the UK are definitely not on free school meals. And yet those are the only things that we talk about. We've basically given up on governing for the whole country. We obviously had a very difficult inheritance, and I think lost the argument that we were intervening in a way to make the whole country better off. And instead, it's been interpreted as you have raised taxes, you have, you know, you're not getting a grip of the things that we care about. And we kind of lack that natural economic credibility that the Tories have. So we're now at a very difficult stage. It looks like, well, we are going to change Prime Minister in a few weeks' time. It looks like they're going to change Prime Minister with no democratic element to it at all. And he's, you know, the person who's taking over, it's not like the Vice President. It is someone who's only entered Parliament a few weeks ago. And once again, that feeling of, you know, everything has got to change and it's got to change now is building up. I'm very worried at the moment that expectation is getting huge, and that this time, if we don't meet it, we may go back to the kind of result that we had in 2019. So I'm sorry that that's not more cheery, but yeah, that is the story of UK Labour. Govern for everyone. Try and speak to everyone, reach out to everyone, think about the things that unite people, the unfairness that unites people, and don't try and separate people off and please individual groups, because suddenly no one will think you're for them.
Terrific. Thanks very much, Matt. And it is a sad tale, but it isn't over yet. And we'll see if Andy Burnham can seize the moment. Look, thank you all. These have been wonderfully vivid presentations. Thanks to you all. We have a few minutes. This is a discussion, a conversation. So just put your tent up or raise your hand. Or, let us know if you want to pose a question or make a point or comment to anybody about what you've heard. Yes, Mayor.
British example. I want to just ask you a little bit more on this us kind of versus them, because that is obviously like it's very parallel to what we're going through. And what are some examples of like what the issue was when it was made clear that labor stands for us instead of representing a special interest?
So I think historically, Labour has had, I mean, I think it's hard to explain how bad things were. So for example, we were basically not trusted on the two major things that unite people across the UK, which is, will you defend the country if you're attacked? And will you protect the economy and make sure that make sure that I'm able to succeed in the UK economy? And those are obviously very broad things, neither of which we were trusted on. So every time we would try and get drawn on, will you, do a £15 minimum wage across the country or something like that? Keir would come out and say, look, this is about, making sure the economy is successful, making sure that we're investing in the things that matter to people, making sure that, and speak in very, very broad terms, and we deliberately kept it very broad. So look, it is almost, this is why I'm saying you don't necessarily need to copy it, because you may get more scrutiny than this. It did get a lot of criticism, this kind of like very broad-based response to specific questions. But what people really heard was, oh, okay, he's for everyone. He's for just doing things right with the economy. He's for, just doing the basics right, the very basics that we expect. And because the Tories were going so badly wrong, I think people put a lot of faith that we'd be able to get it right.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. I wanted to ask, I guess, Mackenzie, that what I think is a sort of a screamingly obvious question when you have here that the young voters, almost 40% get their news from TikTok. The question is, who is controlling the algorithms that is feeding them that information? Is it the Chinese? Is it us? Who's got their finger on the mechanism to feed them the news that's going to get them to vote the way they want them to vote?
Yeah, so I alluded to this. I get this question a lot on the algorithm specifically. So, with TikTok, right, it certainly probably is the Chinese of manipulating the algorithm. But that doesn't mean we can afford to not compete. And I think sometimes, like, I have people on the far left tell me, like, oh, well, then we just shouldn't show up on these platforms. And it's like, we can't afford to opt out of, there's a video that always stands in my mind. And does anyone here know what the Apple dance was in 2024? Okay. So there was a woman who posted a video of her doing this TikTok dance. This is what the young people do. And it was her doing a dance in front of her house in Florida saying, I moved from California to Florida and I used to spend all the money I used to spend on my electricity bills, I can buy clothes. And it wasn't a political video, right? But it was clearly a political video. And that video got, I think, 6 million views. To me, that was the type of content that we completely missed the boat on. And Sherry, I thought it was so interesting when you were thinking about, like, what do people do for fun, right? Like, thinking about how they could spend their disposable income, because the implicit story there was, I moved from a blue state to a red state. She moved to Florida, and she could use that disposable income that she wasn't getting charged from deep blue California. So, to me, I think so much of what we have to think about is presenting a message. And Matt, I have a million questions for you after the break, but everywhere, right? We can't afford to only go on MSNBC or to think that the New York Times is going to be able to save us. It has to be a message that young people can find compelling and are interested in and can see themselves in. And that was clearly a massive failure that we just both simply didn't compete because of, worries about national security. So many Democrats just didn't have accounts, but also that we didn't have the infrastructure on the outside to be able to provide any sort of counter argument when Republicans were just able to, really dominate on that platform.
Thank you. I think one of the things that I see, and this is, Mackenzie, I was going to bring this up with you later as well. We in Arizona, we have some of the same issues that we see nationally, where the president, in our case, the Republicans, will say, we're going to cut a department. We're just going to cut this agency by X percentage, or, with President Trump, it's cutting the, Department of Education, for example. And our reaction is always, no, don't cut, and just leave it the way it is. And then, somehow we'll end up with a small cut, and then that's a victory. And when I talk to people in my district, and I represent a district, my mom represented it before me. When I talk to people in my district, they don't see that as a victory. And I think that that's something that I learned sort of the hard way. I mean, I came to my district when my mother had it, it was far more Democratic than it is now. It's not anymore. And what I learned is that they don't see those kind of things as positives. What they're looking for, and what the Democratic Party doesn't really give them, is show me a reform. If education, if the Republicans want to cut education and you want to increase education, what is it that you want to do? Show me some value. I tell people all the time, like, we will gladly in Arizona raise taxes. We have a 2/3 majority that makes it very, very difficult to raise taxes. We can take it to the ballot. People will vote for a tax raise if you tell them there's some value. Show them what you're going to do with it. For example, I think that we could, in the governor's staff, I'm looking at right now, we could next year have a ballot referral that would, for instance, increase taxes on vapes, on pouches, these kind of things, right? If we said to people that money is now going to go to, for example, childcare, or all-day kindergarten or preschool, something where people can say like, this is going to bring me some value to my life. And so often our value is, oh, don't worry, we're going to keep this as it is. And I talk to people and they're like, to your point, to everyone's point, oh, I can barely afford my groceries. I can't afford childcare. So you're telling me that you're going to keep the DCS, Child Safety Department, at the same rate. Okay, big deal. And I think that, those are things. And also the last thing I'd say is I do believe that we are going to win in this election. But I think we're going to take the wrong lessons from those victories. I think that we're going to say, oh my gosh, look they love all the stuff that we're doing. When in reality, they just, are really frustrated with what's going on. And just like Labour is seeing in the UK, we might just be a fad after that, spend 2 or 4 years in power, and then we cycle through. Thanks.
Something that has come to me while I've been listening is that I don't know that we've identified what our platform is. That is the struggle. I think, oftentimes people will say about San Francisco, like, oh, you guys are just, I call it like the light blue fighting the royal blue. Like we're infighting between the blue, but somebody's got to dominate in the blue. And that's why I said, right now, the moderates are dominating the blue versus the radical left, because we need to control not only the narrative, but like the performance and providing the results. And we've got to be able to provide results, but we've also got to control the messaging. When I think, and this was posed to me recently, when you think about Trump's messaging, people know where that party stands. They know what they stand for, whether we think it's horrible or not. They know exactly based on certain statements where they stand. Right now, what we cannot allow is, like in my lane, defund the police to be the tagline of the Democratic Party. What is our tagline? So that people understand what our platform is and what we stand for. I think it speaks to what you're saying, which is like, we just can't say like, keep it the same. What is the message about what we're going to do different? And I think that's why we don't have, as much videos on TikTok, or if they are the ones on TikTok, they're not what we actually need to be putting forth. We should control the algorithm, but the algorithm has to actually put out the message that will reflect what people want from us and not the wrong messaging.
Thank you. Tim Ryan.
Care and Medicaid. Thank you. Do I have to start over? No. Forget about the fact that we blow $50 or $60 billion a year on Medicare, waste, fraud, and abuse, and overpayments and all this stuff. We never talk about that. So we've got to be the reform education, reform immigration, reform. We've got to be that, and I think we can start to begin the shift. So those are my two comments. And then McKinsey, one of the issues that I feel like could be very helpful for us, and I saw it, and it was still in the middle of the Republican box. ironically, is debt and deficits. And this is absolutely unsustainable. It's absolutely irresponsible. And it's going to provide a lot of problems in the long run. So can you talk a little bit about in the polling, is there an opportunity there for us on the national debt and the annual deficit issue?
Tons. First of all, I would just say that, when you look at I think you bring up a great point, right? When you think about DOGE, that the Democrats' first reaction was reflexively, well, we can't close USAID, right? Like we can't have all of these agencies and these departments closed, right? But when you saw was a lot of voters where they are is like, why are we spending all this money on foreign aid, right? And there's, to be clear, a whole conversation to be had about the lives that will be lost because of US aid cuts, right? But we have to be honest about where the public is. Tim, I think it's a great point that just overall reform, being responsible about spending, like when you think about at the ethos of the Democratic Party is the party that is making the argument against Republicans that no, government can work. When government does not work, we don't look like people that they want to elect, right? Something I would say to everyone, right, on DOGE, and this is potentially people will get pissed at me, right? Like when you think about the most prominent Democrat that is doing something similar, Mamdani just started a commission of government efficiency in New York, right? That might be rhetorical, but we have to be honest about there is no ideological bent over who can be fiscally responsible, who can demonstrate that they are going to ask more of agencies that are more efficient, that they are asking teachers to be providing a level of service that is high quality to voters, right? That is fundamentally the job of what we are all here to do. One thing I would just add is, you look at the Social Security solvency report that just came out, right? Like these are going to be issues that are coming very quickly. You can even see like Senator Bernie Moreno, right, was like siding with Senator Warren on, no, we do really need to think logically about, do we raise the Social Security payroll tax, or how do we take these programs and protect them seriously? To me, that is so much of our mandate, and the work that we need to dig into over the next few years is how do we make these programs, make the services that we are providing people more visible and better quality, so that people are not feeling like they're paying into a system and they're getting nothing out of it. That is very much where we see the public is, and it's very bipartisan. And I think it's just like a huge missed opportunity for so much of the Democratic Party that it's really just not ideological. It's just demanding results and wanting them to be better. I'm happy to answer more questions, so if it's helpful.
Thank you. I think for many reasons, the Democratic Party, we're known as a party of opportunity, of really believing in people when they're at their lowest. It appears like the Republicans painted themselves as the party of success, and almost like you fill in that bubble and you will be a part of this club. You will be successful. And that doesn't mean that we should forget so many of the programs that even Republicans depend on as electorates and as voters. But I think it does require us to think about how are we framing the policies that we support.
I do think we've run out of time, but I think one thing we've clearly learned from this is that Mackenzie needs to teach all of us to do the apple dance. We're going to work on that. We're going to work on it at the greatest cocktail bar in Phoenix after the show, and then somebody will have to post it. But look, this has been a great setup for our conversation. This is laid out, I think, in stark clarity, the political challenges that we face. You asked, Brooke, where's the platform? That's exactly the right question to ask. That's exactly where we're going next. And through the rest of this program, we'll talk about ideas. I want to say one thing about, Mackenzie, your last point about reinventing government, as we used to call it, but government reform is absolutely indispensable central message for Democrats. if we can't convince people that we can make the machinery by which we promise to improve their lives work better, they are just not going to support us. The last time public trust has been in a secular decline in the federal government for 2 generations. The last time it went up was in 2000 at the end of the Clinton administration, because he ended welfare as we knew it. He balanced the budget, and he had a reinventing government project that people thought at least put him on their side and sided with their critique of an ineffectual government. So that is really a powerful thing. But where we're going to go next is to talk about energy realism. And thank you so much. Take care. And I want to turn it over to our great friend, former Representative Tim Ryan, who is absolutely indispensable to PPI in so many ways. Just a great friend, but intellectual supporter, and helped guide our work, and has always turned up for us. And we just deeply appreciate that. And this is a tough issue. All of us care about energy and the climate, but we have not had a realistic offer to working class voters. They know it, they've rejected it. They've been paying high prices, and they don't hear us for fuel and energy, and they don't hear us addressing it. So, Tim, over to you for a new realism on energy and climate, and your excellent group.
Yeah, appreciate it. And where is Representative Bravo? Right there. Okay. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to meet you. Just want to make sure I wasn't running a panel here with people that were missing. Anyway, we also have Mayor Gallego and former Congressman Meek from Miami, Florida. I'm just going to give a little bit of background because Kendrick and I have been working on this for a few years. We work with a group called Natural Allies, and this group is a combination of natural gas industry companies and the unions that work in the natural gas industry, the Teamsters Pipeline, operating engineers, plumbers and pipe fitters, the UA. And this started a few years back as an attempt to just talk to Democrats about the importance of natural gas. And clearly PPI and this group is supportive because we can't really run the country, run the data centers, run the reshoring, just run the economy without baseload energy, and natural gas is obviously much cleaner than coal and all the rest. So this group was to talk to Democrats about why we still need natural gas. And this was about 4 or 5 years in the making. After the Senate race in Ohio, I joined. And then we started trying to talk about the issue around costs. And we weren't like targeting communities that were really taking it on the chin. And so we expanded the group to include Congressman Meek and Mayor Mike Nutter from Philadelphia, and they have their own power in Philadelphia, in an attempt to talk to the Black community about who takes it on the chin if the state of New York won't put a pipeline through. It's the people who live in Queens. It's the people who live in the Bronx. It's the people who live in Harlem. Same if it doesn't go to Boston. It's the folks in Boston. And that this was a huge impact on the Black community, in which Kendrick, with his relationships, former leader of the Congressional Black Caucus, Mayor Nutter, obviously, and the Council of Mayors. Then we brought in PPI, and PPI and Neil has been doing tremendous work where they actually went into each Congressional Black Caucus district and they ran the numbers around affordability, around costs, and showing exactly who's taking it on the chin when you don't have natural gas as a aspect of our energy source in the United States. So we've been making great progress with, in large part, Kendrick's work of relationships, dinners, conversations with members of the Black Caucus, and they're starting to side with us, saying, we understand because it's our community that's paying the price for these policies that are out of step. And so I just wanted to give you all that background because, one, it's pretty cool. Two is PPI and their research has been instrumental to us to be able to go and sit down with members of Congress and actually show them their congressional district and show them what's going on there and show them that it's actually best for their constituents that we have access to natural gas. So I say all that to provide some background for exactly what it is that we're doing. And so I think the good segue is to go to Congressman Meek, who was on the Ways and Means Committee in Congress, who understands this issue very, very well, and who's been instrumental in us trying to broaden the coalition here around pragmatic energy solutions. So I'll let Congressman Meek speak for a couple minutes about his views on this.
Just a couple.
Yeah, just a couple. So,
well, I don't know what Tim paid you to give him that big, glorious introduction, but I'll up it by $100 if you can speak of me as highly as you spoke of Tim.
I'll pay you $200 not to do that.
You know, Congressman Ryan and I, we were in Congress together, and we had this group called 30-something. And now we're approaching 50, 60 something. We used to be on the floor thinking we knew a few things about government. And I look at some of those videos now on YouTube and I'm like, man, I was really uneducated back then. But so much for that. We had fun. But it's great. This discussion is outstanding. And it's important that we actually find our groove and some courage when it comes down to energy policy. Natural gas, we're the Saudi Arabia of natural gas here in the United States. But as it relates to the politics, especially in the Northeast, it's really not embraced. It's seen as some sort of, how would you say, fossil that is bad for the U.S. as it relates to the environment. When I representing Miami, I had 100% rating by the Sierra Club because we kept offshore drilling off the coast of Florida. And that still kind of stands today. But as we have this discussion about natural gas and energy, natural gas being a part of a clean energy future, I personally embrace solar. I personally embrace wind and all of the things that how would you say, California, almond latte, uber black, getting, how would you say, citizens feel. But I think what has happened, especially as it relates to the left, they've gone to policymakers of color where you do have environmental, how would you say, challenges in those communities, brownfields and other things that are challenging to those communities, and wrapping it into the discussion on energy. Because of the price of not only heating, but also cooling homes right now throughout the United States, and even me living in Miami, our buses are fueled by natural gas. Florida Power and Light provides electricity using natural gas to produce electricity. So it's really not one of these things where you may think their winter storm is taking place. And people are paying, one person said, and almost a second mortgage for energy. So we can't be a party of just saying no because someone says we should say no. And there's a very strong lobby to say that natural gas should not be a part of a clean energy future, but in the same breath saying everyone can't have a solar panel on top of a church or a synagogue or a mosque. Everyone can't afford the transition that it will take to use solar. So even though our friends in the renewable community says you're 110% right and natural gas should be a part of it, that's not what they're saying, the policymakers. So this PPI report was like just evidence that you just could not deny. In communities of color, they're paying more for energy. Suburbs, they get an opportunity to reach the level of what you may say an incentive to make that transition from natural gas to solar or wind or whatever the case may be. And those communities are suffering. Boston, for instance, one of the worst places when you look at affordability. They get their natural gas from overseas, even though the state of Pennsylvania is right there, right next door, and can provide natural gas and take energy costs lower. I mean, take it down lower than what they're experiencing right now. But that's just, hey, we can't be for that. We got to be against it, even though it costs us. So let's look at ideas, if I can, Tim, just for a moment. What is going on right now in Iran, or what was going on and could possibly kick in again with a blockade that can take energy prices back up? It's important that we tie in national security with this whole issue of energy. We have gone to war, at least over the last 30 years, over energy. 9 times out of 10, need it be crude oil or need it be natural gas or what have you. We put men and women lives on the line because of the fact that we don't have the ability to be able to provide energy for this country in an affordable way. Now, the folks that are making decisions don't necessarily have their kids going to war. And I think it's important that we share with men and women, need it be red or blue states, that if we don't embrace a greater discussion on energy in this country, then we're going to find ourselves in more conflicts in the future over energy. So Tim mentioned the Black Caucus and the Hispanic Caucus. Taking this evidence, unlike saying you should be against this, to them and saying how this could be a part of what they can say yes to. This is a pocketbook issue. This is something that they can point to their constituents. This is something that they can fight back against some of our friends in the renewable space who says no fossil fuels. It's almost like defund the police when you look at it, because the average person saying, wait a minute, I'm sorry, this is going to cut my electric bill in half or my heating bill in half, and I elected you to do away with electric stoves. I mean, that's the New York story. I love my gas stove. I love gas. They were like, I grew up on gas, so you're taking that away from me. And so it's important that we give them the information that they need to push back. The last point that I'll make, and that's why Tim gave me a few minutes, because, we've been on the floor together and I've always asked to extend my time. Because this is something that's very passionate, because when we see places like New York, Connecticut, New Jersey, where their alternative is heating oil, which is worse. But we're willing to say, just so that we don't build a pipeline that will make New Yorkers' utility bill a lot less and could be a part of a solar or wind experience. It's just that members of the left and our environmental community says we should have no fossils. So I think it's important that we look at the situation of where it stands right now. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it gives us something creative to talk about. And it gives us something creative to be able to move public policy on. And we lose the argument of just saying no. I always say the power of no is easy. It's, oh no, we shouldn't do it. Let's stay safe. It's not staying safe. It's not giving us the how would you say, the backing of doing something and having an idea and pushing it forward that's going to change that pocketbook issue that we've had in the last couple of cycles. So with that, I'll stand down. We have gone to the Congressional Black Caucus. We've gone to Hispanic Caucus. We've gone to the business chambers and sharing this PPI report. I suggest that you get a copy of it and work it, because it gives you the evidence that you need to make the argument on affordability for real as it relates to affect all of these households throughout the country. Timmy?
Reclaiming my time. Yeah, I think a couple of points just to underscore when people come at us about the environment and CO2 and climate. From 2005 to 19, the country that led the world in carbon reduction was the United States, because natural gas displaced coal. And that, when you look at Vietnam, you look at like even Wisconsin, I mean, there are states in this country and countries abroad that are still dependent on coal. And the politics of this is when Biden put a pause on exporting liquid natural gas, the state that took it on the chin more than anybody was Pennsylvania, which was a key electoral state. So, I mean, think about the reality for all of those workers who work. There's a fracking plant or a cracker plant in Western PA. There are probably 5,000 or 6,000 union construction workers building this thing for 5 or 6 years. And then all the people working there, Jason knows exactly where it is. You basically told them you're not for their jobs. And then we lose Pennsylvania. Then we lose the election. And what I tell the climate folks is like the worst thing you could do for environmental policy is have Donald Trump as your president. So like talk about realism. And then this work has been moving the needle. Now Governor Kathy Hochul has approved a pipeline in New York. Governor Healy is supportive in Massachusetts, Ned Lamont in Connecticut. So just to say the power of what PPI is doing by putting these reports out, getting them into the hands of people like Kendrick. Now we're going to the Hispanic caucus where we'll go with the same level of data to make the same argument. So anyway, part of the new realism on climate is an issue that I know Phoenix is dealing with, and I know Arizona is dealing with a lot, and in New Mexico is the issue of water. So I would love to give the mayor an opportunity. She talked a lot about the reshoring, the chip manufacturing, a lot of the economic development that's happening here. You need water. And so I'd love to give you an opportunity to share a little bit about what you're thinking on that.
That is fabulous. Thank you so much. It's probably the most interesting place to study climate is America's hottest city. So it's good to have an energy panel here. But I think it's really valuable that PPI travels around the country to have these forums because the issues are very different community to community. Fracking is not something that comes up here, but the number one issue, according to my polling of Phoenix voters, that they would like me to be working on isn't something that was tested on the national level. And I think that's really important for folks in DC to remember that this is a diverse country and there are issues that are intensely important here that may not be intensely important in other parts of the country. So by a wide margin right now, our voters care so much about water and they are very nervous about our water supply right now. We share the Colorado River with a bunch of other states in this region, and perhaps quite soon, the Trump administration will put out an final environmental impact statement about how we will divide up the Colorado River. If it's similar to the draft, we in central Arizona will be very deeply cut. The river is over allocated and then we're in a long-term drought, so it's a huge issue, but it's one that will be very dramatic and is important that we talk about here. When you talk about energy and climate, it is not just about clean air and clean water. It is also about things like national security, and that ought to be at the table. We are the only place in the country that makes the most advanced semiconductor chips. That is important for weapon systems. That is important for AI. Many people think the wars of the next decades will be won by the people who have the best computing power. If not for Phoenix, you would have to get those chips overseas, disproportionately in Taiwan. We'll have to be watching what's happening between China and Taiwan, but we're seeing much more intense military activity around the islands that we depend on for those AI chips. And should China have a blockade of Taiwan, it will affect our whole country. I think right now when we talk about water policy, we're not thinking about those issues and how important this region is. So I hope those of you who are not from this region will go out and talk about that. We need to have a broader conversation about water, and that it is a real American risk if Phoenix and our water supply gets cut. We make semiconductors here in large part because of our reliable weather. So if a power plant or a semiconductor manufacturer goes down, it can disrupt the whole batch and be very difficult. We have among the most reliable electricity in the country, and that is why we have become an epicenter for advanced manufacturing and epicenter for data centers. But if we dramatically reduce the water supply here and drive up costs for our residents And for this manufacturing, there's a real US risk to that. So I hope that's one of the things people will take away from visiting us in this community, and just we would appreciate a national partnership to broaden the conversation around water policy and more attention from DC. It is quite likely that it will be one of the top issues in the next presidential election for Arizona. Many people think we are one of 7 states. This is the county that had this is the biggest county that is a swing county in our entire country. So many of you may remember when Biden won, we had a very long recall or audit or fraud it, depending on your political perspective, but we were so close. And I think there's not enough national attention of what it would mean should Trump dramatically cut our Colorado River allocation and to water generally. So I hope folks, if you're polling nationally, to start thinking about that water is a real political issue, particularly for those of us in the West. And even the words we use when we talk about these issues may be different. So the vice mayor and I worked on a general obligation bond. Our voters, when you back things with property tax, you go out and ask them for permission to borrow on using property tax as the backstop. That's how we do a lot of capital investment, from libraries to new parks to some of our flood control infrastructure. And when we did our polling, that among, and again, remember that we are a pretty split city. We've had off-cycle elections where more Republicans vote than Democrats, which is different than many big cities in our country. So number 2 thing our voters had consensus on was addressing heat, to do things that would mitigate the heat. If you've been outside, you can see why this is a political issue. It's different language than people might use in polling. People, when they're talking to us, they talk about, it's so hot, what can you do to make the city more comfortable? They don't say, like, could you reduce greenhouse gas emissions? But it is the same and similar issue. And voters felt that we could make a difference with things like how we design shade. So that was something that was pretty bipartisan. And we have things like where we'll put a lighter color coating on city streets so the black asphalt doesn't maintain the heat, that have pretty broad support. We don't see the same thing in things like electric vehicles, where it was really Democrats were more excited about electric vehicles, but on heat, that was something where we saw Republicans feeling like we could do better and make a difference, and they were willing to support property tax backed bonding to do work in that area. So country is very diverse, and we do a lot of different and interesting things here. One thing that I thought might be useful to the rest of the country, since there's so much of a heat wave in the Midwest now, is something called district cooling. So this hotel is cooled with a giant lake below the convention center. Isn't that neat? So we have a giant lake under the Phoenix Convention Center, which is 2 blocks from here. And overnight we freeze ice. And then during the day, to address the air conditioning electric load, we release that. It is a very reliable sense and source of cooling, and it is much more affordable. So think about it, if each apartment has to have its own cooling unit, that is much less efficient than doing it at its scale. And so that's something we do, district cooling here in our downtown. We have a very significant amount of affordable housing in our downtown. We've done a lot of tax credit projects here. And so those residents get to benefit from the district cooling and have lower energy bills. So a nice win. It's something that's been funded with private capital, but it's key that the city be a partner, right? Like, we own the convention center, and so they couldn't be underneath it. During our time here, we've expanded it significantly. So our district cooling is going north now, and we've had to work very closely with all of our partners in that area. It goes under our street system, so a real impact in that area. We're doing a new plant that will open soon, all powered with 100% renewable energy, but again, really bringing people down energy costs and making an important contribution in that area. So cool, innovative things that are happening in Phoenix, and we looking at the rest of the country's heat waves. And then for our friends in London, I think that could be a solution you may need to pay attention to as well. But throughout the country, there's innovation that's happening that can be ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and help people have lower bills. And so we ought to work together to really deliver great results. And the key to it's very reliable, this particular source of technology. So.
Awesome, fantastic. Phoenix innovating in many ways. It's amazing. Representative Bravo, you take a state like Arizona, and obviously a lot going on, a lot of energy demand. You're in the legislature. You have a reputation for being comfortable working across the aisle and working with, the other party. Can you talk to us a little bit about what's going on in Arizona? What's the legislature look like? What direction, what appetite do they have for a kind of an all of the above? And how do you work with some Democrats on some of these issues that they may push back on? We'd love to hear your perspective.
Thank you. Yes. In Arizona, definitely is an all of the above approach. People assume we'd be a leader in solar, and we are, as well as wind, but people also forget about Palo Verde, the nuclear power station. I personally toured it. I was terrified when I went through the facility, but
you have a nice healthy glow to you right now.
Yes. But that, you think of carbon-free, one of the largest carbon-free operating stations in the country. Right now, I mean, the major discussion at the state capitol, and I give a lot of credit to Mayor Gallego, because over the interim, I met with her and said, what are you thinking is viable? And she said, I think that the state should remove its tax credit when it comes to data centers. And even the Chamber of Commerce knew that our budget outlook was not going to look good with HR 1 cuts, losing $441 million for the next 3 years. So even the chamber was fine if that was something that was removed. But viably, it was going to become a budget negotiation. And so Governor Hobbs and the state legislature decided to set a 3-year moratorium on the tax credit that saves $38 million a year. So doesn't fill the gap that we lose with HR 1, but it shows that we have over 150 data centers in Arizona already. They're going to keep coming. They want to keep coming to the state. So we should be counting on the revenue and the funds coming in. But I will say, personally, to me, it's really interesting, because 2 years ago was an election year. And I remember going with some of my Democratic colleagues to a site where the iron workers were building a data center. We all put our hard hats on. We took a photo, and it wasn't controversial. It was a point of pride that the city and state made a commitment that these would be union jobs. And now I just see every single town council meeting filled with individuals, right, that are upset, that are passionate. So I think the main thing that's changed, obviously, is more broader awareness, more concern that will ratepayer money go towards filling the costs for increased energy demand for large energy consumers, including data centers. But I'm kind of curious, because obviously we keep using technology. There's this mass promotion of AI across the country, but we have to balance it with thoughtful economic growth. I also wanted to touch on climate, because I know that also the city of Phoenix, they have their Office of Heat Response and Mitigation. When the New York Times did a profile of the city of Phoenix, they said, when you go across the country, snowstorms are easily understood. You have salt on the roads. If you have a hurricane, you can understand it. But heat is very hard for people to visibly understand the damage of heat and what it causes. And in Maricopa County, we are still dealing with annually, we've had record levels of deaths, people who've died from heat and heat-related illnesses. And so the state, working with the city and the county, has continued to promote cooling centers, continue to find ways that people can access public transit. But the new measurement of wealth, people are saying, isn't just home ownership. It's, do you have shade at your home? Do you have a garden? Do you have plants? And so also another city program, I've personally spoken to neighbors about this, is making sure that people can have plants, brand new and large trees installed in their front yards to no cost at all, right? But paid for by the city. And that I think, in our community, it's majority immigrant. We have the highest concentration of refugees in the state. They do feel grateful for that, because you can feel the temperature difference in West Phoenix and what would be like the Arcadia or Biltmore area, right? And a tangible example I wanted to share was 2 years ago, we had an apartment complex in our district where 400 AC units had failed. And for years, or months at least, the landlord was neglecting it. It refused to repair. And I know some of the legislators were thinking, well, what can we do? You know, we did a site visit, the landlord's not budging. Well, we had a win in 2022. The Democratic Attorney General, Chris Mays, won, right? So she issued a demand letter and said, you know, I will shut this whole building unit down if these individuals under 118 degrees continue to go without air conditioning. You know, this is the bare minimum. And thankfully, they were all replaced, right? But that is what's possible, right? When we win these seats. And what I also try to remind people is a community like that being majority newcomers, people who've come probably filed for refugee status or fled asylum. Imagine leaving, you know, persecution, and then you come to the U.S. and your air conditioning doesn't even work. You know, it's like these are future voters. That every refugee has a path to citizenship, and I always remind people that we have to remember the way we treat people when they come to the U.S. because they'll remember, I think, when is their time to vote.
Can you talk a second about the dynamics in the caucus, in the House caucus, or, you know, the Senate caucus too?
It's a tight, it's divided government.
Do we have enough time to go through this? Obviously, there's some issues here.
Right.
Now, I'm talking, let me dial it in so we don't get off the rails here. On like the natural gas and like what are the dynamics with kind of the more environmental groups and members of the caucus?
What I've heard from in the Senate side and in the House, so they will speak about water as if there's no concern. They will speak about energy usage, and to the voters that brings confidence. They hear, wow, you know, we're fine. We don't need a 100-year guarantee in order to build more housing. Whereas I hear my colleagues being much more thoughtful and responsible, but that also can cause concern to voters and to think, wow, you know, can I build a home here? Can I own a home here? And I think there is, it's hard. So within the two chambers, in the Senate, we're in a minority by 3 votes. And in the House, I believe it's 33-27 is the split. We rep bulk here, but it is, we lost the seat last cycle. All of our Democrats outperformed the Harris Walls, but they couldn't overcome the 5-point spread that Trump won by in Arizona. And I think what the governor's found is that anything she does will be criticized, and good policy has not advanced out of fear of giving her an election win, right? Giving her credit. And it's been a great challenge.
Sounds like it. One of the issues I know, Matt, in the UK, I know the Labour Party, you know, we've looked a lot at, you know, through PPI. We were in Berlin a couple years ago, and we saw what happened in Germany, where they went so far extreme on the environmental, they couldn't handle the demand that they needed, and they ended up putting a coal-fired power plant back online in Germany. And that's the kind of irrational, you know, lurching to one side without dealing with the pragmatic, you know, realities, I guess, of the moment. So, Matt, can you talk a little bit about how Labor maybe handled this or mishandled the energy issue?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, the problems with energy policy actually go further back than the last 2 years, probably back to the Climate Change Act of 2010. And then the Tory government continued to introduce stricter and stricter targets for net zero. And now we have a energy secretary who's basically said they're not going to drill in the North Sea. It's worth, for context, energy bills, domestic energy bills in the UK are 3 times higher than in the US already. They're 80% higher than the European average. And we are, it's mainly because we import a load of our energy. And it's even more extraordinary when you consider that we probably have, you know, well, we certainly have one of the greatest resources in the North Sea for drilling oil, and we're basically unilaterally deciding not to do that, not to drill for oil that exists and is there, that is actually being drilled by the Norwegians anyway, and not using that money then to reinvest in the transition. the problem with energy policy in the UK is that, in my view anyway, is that it is massively over-focused on limiting the supply and sort of forcing people into a position where they're having to use green energy. It is disproportionately affecting lower income, middle income workers and voters. I just think energy policy is, I'm listening to people today, I think it's all very good. Maybe just take this as a warning from the UK, like, do not limit your capability, because like ultimately this is all money that can be reinvested into a proper transition. There's almost no other area of policy that can be that economically damaging. If you have very high energy costs, it means high cost of living, high inflation. It's anti-growth. It stops people from investing. It's the number one problem that people come to us as to why they won't invest in the UK is because energy costs are too high. So my very quick word of advice is don't go too hard down that road.
Yeah, appreciate that. All right, well, we'll open it up. Yes.
Hi, Belle Hoyle. I'm from Oregon. I represent the Central and South Coast, not Portland. Just want to put that out there. The seat Peter Fazio used to represent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So maybe 11 or 12 years ago, so I came into politics through labor. Father was a firefighter union leader, and I worked with the Massachusetts building trades when I was in college. And there's a very big difference between trade unions and service industry unions. Service industry unions are incredibly progressive. It's not like they were just one thing. But 11 or 12 years ago, I supported an LNG plant in an area that is desperately poor, where those jobs made a difference, where there were prevailing wage. And I still get hit on that because we have people who really wanted to see something happen, and they haven't seen anything happen on addressing climate, but they're activists. And activists, their job is to push people in government further than we want to go, but they don't have the responsibility of actually coming up with a solution. And then, those of us responsible for governing get attacked for doing the wrong thing. But in Oregon, we've gotten to the place where we are a just say no environment. Just say no to building anything. Just say no to any kind of energy. So dams, want to pull those down. LNG, no, because it's fossil fuels. Wind kills birds, can't have it offshore because of fish. Small scale nuclear, 3 Mile Island. I don't know. It's just say no. So we don't actually have any way to power the grid that doesn't result in massive protests and people coming out against elected officials who want to solve a problem, which I'm like, we can't power the grid. So pick a thing. Whatever the thing is, I want to build it at prevailing wage. Just pure and simple. But I think we have activists playing a zero-sum game, and we have Democrats that have left the field wide open because we're sitting on the sidelines trying to write up a very complicated academic and, quite frankly, elitist playbook that does not at all relate to regular people. So in my district, it's about a third of the people have a college degree, and it's predominantly in Eugene and Corvallis, where Oregon State and the University of Oregon are. The rest of my district, poor and not college educated. But in Eugene, they tried to ban liquid natural gas. Turns out very liberal, wealthy people do not want to lose their gas stoves. They do not. So that went down in flames, but still, the group of people that did that are true believers. So in my district, we had Obama voters who went to become Bernie voters, who went to become Trump voters, because they feel like those people spoke to them. And Democrats aren't standing for anything. So, and we're still looking at things. We're fighting our last war in a left-right paradigm. We're not in a left-right paradigm. And yet we talk about things like, oh, they're progressive, they're this and that. You know what Mom Donnie talks about? He talks about economic issues and working people and not leaving anyone behind. What does Trump talk about? Talks about people's grievances, talks about how they're being left behind, how crime is bad, how this is that. And what are we talking about? We're delivering to my constituents who can't feed their kids a 60-page white paper on the basis of poverty, right? So we're not meeting the moment. And quite frankly, when we're talking about natural gas or we're talking about any of these other things, climate change is real. And the oil and gas companies have been particularly bad actors. They have not been responsible. And so, and data centers, what we're seeing is they haven't been responsible. So the AFL-CIO just passed a resolution on data centers saying we can't not be at the table. We can't just say no, whether it's natural gas or it's data centers. We have to have a pro-worker, pro-consumer, pro-environment agenda that is real, that you can explain in words that normal humans understand, and you don't need a law degree, because we sound like we're doing things out of a sense of noble obligation for people that are lesser than us. And working people feel that, and that's the Democratic Party. What do we stand for? Who the fuck knows? I don't know, and I am a hardcore, lifelong Democrat. So we better stand for working people, and that's the paradigm. Do you stand for working people and consumers, right? Do you stand for bringing down their costs? Do you stand for keeping people safe? Do you stand for, getting people jobs so they can feed their kids and afford their, protect the environment while allowing them to afford to heat or cool their home in normal language? But we're not meeting the moment, and the DSA is winning, just like MAGA is winning, because we left the field empty and open, and we've been afraid and timid to actually do anything or stand for anything, right? So, in Pennsylvania, yes, or in Ohio, people will stand up and say, yes, whether it's coal or it's natural gas, you can do that. I do that in my district. I lose a Democratic primary. So I stay silent. But also what I say when I get up in a debate is I say, pick a thing. Whatever your thing is, if you want to turn on your lights, I personally use propane because I live in a rural area, but pick something. And when you challenge people with that, they don't have the responsibility of coming up with a solution. And we have abdicated the responsibility of coming up with solutions because, we're either in a circular firing squad about who's the right kind of Democrat, or we're giving an academic answer that's like, we passed all these bills through the House, but it didn't take care of my constituents who can't afford to feed their kids or buy a home or pay their rent or pay their energy. So I think it's a yes and. If we do not figure out how to fight this next war and not the last war, if we don't figure out how to stop the circular firing squad and actually clearly articulate a reasonable agenda for working people and say, yes, do we want to get away from fossil fuels? Super important. But how do we do that? And how do we do it in talking about meeting the people who we're not talking to because we're not on the platforms, because we're not using the right language? Mamdani was like, I was listening to him talk about his communications, and he said, yeah, I went on a sports talk radio show. You don't talk about politics because people tune out of politics. He said, I talked about football and then mentioned how much CEOs are getting paid, right? This is the piece that we have been missing and that we better figure out, or we're going to lose everything, because they're going to paint us with DSA this, DSA that. And what do? We go and explain why we're not that, as opposed to explaining what we are and how. I think, like you said it really well, Representative Meek. Just like, what are we for? We're for making sure you can afford to heat or cool your home. What are we for? We're for keeping people safe because people want to be safe, right? So anyway, from the heart of, I have both the most progressive, like the People for Socialism and Liberation will get, with their Green Party candidate, at least 6% in my general election. And then I also have people who have like every kind of weapon to anti-aircraft guns in their backyards along, with they're hardcore preppers. It's like I have the Bundys to the people for socialism and liberation, and then a whole bunch of working people that just feel like politics doesn't represent them. So it's an issue that we get shut down from actually making solutions, and then we academic it, so that I don't know, that's a comment, not a question from the place where I have to deal with all of it.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I think Congressman Meek and I both appreciate the fact that we are hours into this conference and we're not one of the people who dropped the first F-bomb at the conference. So we are very thankful, aren't we, Congressman?
I want to get your cell number so I can Zelle you the $100 I was going to give him to say something good. But on the back end, if the gentleman will yield,
Yield you 1 minute.
Revise and extend my remarks, sir, for 1 minute. I think it's important because what we're for, if we're for natural gas, then we're for union jobs. And we've been losing with the unions, because they're saying, come on, what are you for? I mean, what are you with us? Trump is over here saying he's with us. He put on a hard hat. He goes to a Deere tractor company, and all of a sudden he's for me. Just the visual. He's the best marketer I've ever ran into in my entire life. So it's important that we can say what we're for and how it comes out on the back end as it relates to changing the economic situation in communities. And so you're 110% right. And the thing I love about PPI is that we're just not going to have a discussion and describing the problem. We're going to find a way to a solution. And so this brain trust that we have here, and Mr. Ryan and I both served in the state legislature together. He was a senator, I was a state senator. It was the best job I ever had. I really loved the Senate. When I was in the House and I finally got to the Senate, Senator, I was like, I should have been here all along. I don't want to say that, but Mr. Ryan, I just wanted to make that quick comment, and I think I'm on my minute. I'm not going to ask to extend.
Yeah, real quick, we'll go to Tom, going to the upper deck.
I just wanted to come in, especially after Val's comments, because we're having a very similar debate in the UK around the cost of energy and the cost of living. And I think it's kind of really critical to the state of progressive politics today, because, you kind of say that no one knows what progressives stand for. And I agree with you about that. But the reason isn't because we stand for nothing. It's because we tend to stand for too many things. Our parties are coalitions of people who care about things very deeply, and they tend to care about different things. So environmentalism versus working people, for example. And I would say that there are undoubtedly many clever policy solutions where you can do environmentalism and you can lower bills at the same time, and that's very important. But voters want to know what you care about most. They want to know what your top priority is. And they tend to see that thing as being in opposition to other things that you might be doing. And I think the question is, if we seriously are saying that we care most about working people, if that's the message that we want to land, then why wouldn't we do everything and anything we could do to bring down their bills? Whether it's gas, in some contexts, maybe it would be green, I don't know. But it would be a relentless focus on those costs and a framing around that as opposed to anything else that I think would clarify in people's minds what we stand for.
Amen. Yes, sir.
Programs and money of the Biden era, and there must be some more powerful political objective that I can see for satisfying so many of these extreme positions that wasted so much money, rather than to have a environment policy that would have been more effective and cheaper and would have actually contributed to this blue-green agenda, which I know, Tim, you're very involved with the manufacture of pipelines, for example, the Ohio story on that. One one small fact I wanted to put out that I know that Tim, you and your people will be happy to hear is China swapped even 1/3 of its current coal fleet to burn natural gas. By the way, that could be U.S. natural gas. That it would cut global emissions, the CO2 emissions, by 1 to 1.5 billion tons a year. If even 1/3 was swapped, Biden's IRA was projected to cut U.S. greenhouse gas emissions by 1 billion tons a year. So the whole IRA money, political force that it took to get that passed was projected to reduce less than how much China could reduce its emissions if only 1/3 of its coal plants went together. There is an enormously powerful argument for producing American gas, liquefying it, shipping it out to help the environment. It'd be much cheaper and much more pro-labor. Maybe it's less romanticized, maybe it does not satisfy some of the requirements of some of the folks that are very green. Do we need those is another question. So I really do welcome this discussion. I hope we can continue.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we're going to Vietnam next week, and one of the topics is going to be, how can we get our natural gas from here? Because Vietnam's a high coal state, high oil state. So these are just like examples of we can make the economic argument and the environmental argument all at the same time. So we'll go to Kevin quickly, and then we'll go to the senator, and then we're going to have to wrap it.
Thank you. Just wanted to continue painting the picture about here in Arizona. I think the Republicans are giving us a lot of room on energy. They are now ideologically driven. I think it gives us an opportunity to say that as Democrats, we're in favor of the lowest cost source of energy. The Lazard levelized cost of energy shows that renewables are increasingly the lowest costs. Here in our state, Republicans are doing the Trump thing, which is ideologically driven. Oil and gas and coal because it's oil and gas and coal, not because it's cheaper for consumers. Arizona is the Saudi Arabia of solar, and people understand a couple things in the desert just intrinsically. We don't have a lot of water, as the mayor talked about, and it's hot, and we've got a lot of sunshine. And so I think what we've seen in this legislature is the Republicans going just pedal to the metal, similar to the approach on AI, way beyond where most normal folks are, saying, we just heard a lot of bills that say if you get a big data center in your community, whether you wanted it or not, now you get automatic local approval of a small modular reactor. So I think the way that the Republicans are going about it is so ideologically driven and so extreme. I don't know if it's happening in other red states, but I think it gives Democrats a great opportunity to come and say, hey, I'm not going to let ideology get in the way of finding the most affordable energy source for you and your family. And by the way, instead of wanting to give data centers sales tax handouts, which is what they fought for, we're going to come up with a balanced approach that makes sure that our tax dollars go to you. And we're going to push for things that say, hey, data centers, other power users are not going to increase your utilities by $1. We're going to protect you. So I think in Arizona, there's real opportunity. I don't know if that's the case in other red states, but to seize kind of the middle ground messaging policy-wise on energy.
Thank you. I'll be real quick. I was just going to add to that. I represent the largest co-op in Arizona, one of the largest in the country, Trico. And one of the things that they strive to do is really provide value to their members, to their owners, essentially. And so they buy the cheapest energy they can find, which was natural gas, and they were buying a lot of that. And then they used the money that they were saving, invested in solar. And now they are providing all this value. And data center thing is a kind of interesting one too. I was talking to them, like, would you be willing to have, data centers? And they said, absolutely. But when we do, we charge them a higher rate. So what we see with some of the other utilities is they actually get a lower rate because they get what's just the bulk rate. It's what any company would get essentially. But what they're saying is like, yeah, go ahead. You're going to be charged a higher rate, and we're going to use that to give essentially relief to our members, which provides, the value and help for people that are on the margins. Their members love it. Their members are very, very happy. And I think those are ways, again, where I think, we could step in the right direction. We're essentially like, look, we're just going to give you the best value that we can. And yet, no, we're not going to let a big consumer or a big company come in and abuse you and abuse your family. This is the way we do it. I hope that we go in that direction.
Love it. That's awesome. Great discussion. Appreciate everybody's perspective on that. I'd recommend, like Kendrick did, getting the PPI report. I think it's indicative of what's possible here if we go at people with statistics and real world data. I'm going to kick it over to Diana Moss now. She's going to moderate our next panel, a new economic offer for working families driving down the cost of living. So Diana.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. It's just a delight to be here. I run PPI's competition policy program. So we're all about strong antitrust enforcement, sensible regulation in our markets, supporting our market system, supporting the democratic principles that make markets work, supporting choice for consumers, choice for entrepreneurs, market access, freedom, and opportunity. As we'll talk about on this panel, that's a really important pillar of a multi-pronged strategy for getting down the cost of living. So we don't need to reiterate in great detail that we are in the middle of one of the worst cost of living crises in the United States, perhaps the worst since the 1970s. I remember when I was a little kid growing up in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We have Mayor Keller here. I remember sitting in those gas lines with the conflict in the Middle East, waiting an hour and a half to get gas. And I remember my parents saying, we won't be able to go out to eat. We will not be able to go on vacation because we are paying incredibly high prices for gasoline. That's how a lot of working class families feel right now. And I think to focus the issue, it's important to flag that consumers spend 75% of their budgets on five things. Housing, on food, on healthcare, on certain types of personal insurance, and on transportation, including gasoline. That's 75% of the consumer budget. And those are some of our most troubled markets in the United States, some of the most concentrated markets where we see a lot of market power, a lot of lack of access, a lot of lack of choice. So we want to unpack those kinds of problems, which we do at PPI on the regular if you want to read our reports. But I think suffice it to say we're living in a cost of living policy vacuum, right? There is no offer on the table right now. That's why we're here today, is to create that better offer for working families. The far left is offering elitism and very expensive ways to get down the cost of living. The far right has bought into the grift and the corruption of the Trump administration that is overtly harming consumers and workers. The center is wide open for pragmatism, for common sense policies to step in and create the platform, as we've heard today, to create the reform, as we've also heard today. And the opportunity is there. People are waiting for it. I talk to a lot of consumers. I talk to ranchers. I talk to small business owners in running PPI's competition policy program, and they are waiting for this, and they haven't gotten it yet. So let's be clear. This is a really bad deal, this cost of living crisis for consumers, but it's also a bad deal for workers. It's a bad deal for small businesses, and it's a bad deal for a lot of big businesses. Any consumer that was living in a small town during the proposed merger of Kroger and Albertsons, they were losing their minds. A lot of those small towns would have had one grocery store left after that merger. I get calls from doctors who are in the middle of Virginia whose hospital is merging with another hospital, and they'll have to move 300 miles away because they're locked in by a labor non-compete clause in their contract. I get calls from small medical device manufacturers saying, I have this new retractable syringe technology. I'm trying to get a patent. And oh, by the way, Becton Dickinson, which has an 80% market share in retractable syringes, won't let me into the market. They're making it hard for us to get access to the market. I talked to Burlington Northern Santa Fe, who is opposing the merger of Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern to create the biggest transcontinental West Coast to East Coast railroad in the United States. All of these actions, all of these policies or lack thereof are driving up the cost of living for consumers. So let's take the big picture, think about all the policy tools that we need to harness to create a coherent, pragmatic, common sense message for the center. So we're talking about inflation policy. We'll hear more about that in a minute. We're talking about antitrust and regulation. We've talked about that. We're talking about immigration policy. Who's harvesting produce in the Central California Valley? Well, we've lost a lot of those people due to Trump's deportation policies. Let's talk about education and workforce. A lot of people can't afford an education now for their kids, a college education. How are we going to get those people trained and into the workforce? What about tariff policy? Ed Gresser will tell us about that. Driving up costs for U.S. producers and U.S. consumers. And what about global conflict, the war in Iran, driving up gas prices? So the takeaway here, and I'll leave it at this before we get into our discussion, is this is a multi-pronged policy problem that working families understand. They get it. When they see high prices, less choice, less labor mobility, less market access, they get that this is a more complex issue than might immediately meet the eye. All right, so to unpack all this, we've got a great lineup here. We have Representative Ben McAdams, former member of the House of Representatives, also running again. We have Albuquerque Mayor Tim Keller. We've got the Vice Mayor of Phoenix, Maya Hodge-Washington, and we have two PPI policy experts. We've got Ed Gresser, our trade economist, and we have Ben Ritz. Ben is over here now. Oh, there's Ben, who's our policy expert. So let me start off with you, Representative McAdams, and tell us what you're seeing on the ground in your state, and how people are communicating their concerns about cost of living and what they might think are the best policies that they may or may not be seeing right now.
Yeah, thank you. So just for context, I, in 2018, flipped the most Republican district in the country that Democrats won. It was a R+15 district. Now I'm running in a D+10 district. So there's a little bit of whiplash between the two districts. And I, as was mentioned by the mayor, I just won my primary on Tuesday. It was pretty blistering thank you. A blistering primary running against a strong Democratic Socialist candidate. And a lot of the stuff we're talking about is what I've lived. And so, when I think about what the far left is good at doing, they have great marketing. They don't have the policies to back it up. In fact, I think the policies that back it up are pretty bad. We were talking about defund the police earlier with Sherry Bustos, but when I was running in 2018 and everybody that was the purity test. You have to say, if you don't say defund the police, you are not a Democrat. And I was a mayor at the time who had done work on funding behavioral and mental health treatment and recognizing that there was a better way to do policing our police officers shouldn't be frontline mental health workers, and there was a better way to do that. And when they said defund the police, they would say, look, what we really mean is we should be investing in the mental health infrastructure. And I would say, I've done that, but if you want me to say defund the police, people aren't going to hear invest in mental health infrastructure. They're going to hear defund the police. So it was a little bit, very controversial in 2018 for not saying defund the police. And in 2026, it was abolish ICE. And I said, we just lost an election, and one of the big things was Biden's border policy. And you think abolish ICE is the winning message of 2026? Let's talk about a overhaul of our immigration system, but don't say the words abolish ICE. And I understand that ICE is doing terrible things, and we all see that. But I think what we have good policies, we don't have good messaging because it just fits into a great, and I would say the same thing on affordability. We go out and we talk about affordability. They talk about Medicare for all, which progressive voters here, that's a great way to bring down, they hear, I'm paying a second mortgage for my medical care on the exchange, and it's so expensive. And, if I'm a blue voter trying to decide between a light blue and a dark blue, Medicare for all is a resonating issue. It doesn't resonate with anybody else, but it is something I think we have to grapple with. I don't think we have the tools to message on affordability that we need. Trump is winning this and the far left is winning it. So when I talk about affordability, I think some have said this, but I don't use the word affordability. It sounds like politicians speak, right? We had to, in the context of the primary, tap into some of the populism and people are resentful of the system. So we talked about, rich and powerful people who are running up the tab, walking away from the table and leaving us to pick up the bill. So a little bit talking about power, but and corruption and whatnot. But as we get to actual affordability issues, we have to have not only a platform, but a message that can resonate. And so what is our platform on healthcare? This is what we were talking about a little bit at dinner last night. Is I don't know what our answer is the ACA, which is the reason they're paying $3,500 a month for a plan on the exchange, and that's our answer to healthcare. What is our platform on healthcare? It's my platform is not Medicare for all, but what is our platform? We at the same time we see the Trump administration very focused on reducing the Medicare rolls and getting people off of Medicare. That is only going to take coverage away from people and widen that gap. I don't think, when you say, I think it was a nice way of saying that there's broad room in the center for policies. It's another way of saying I don't think we have stepped up to fill the gap at this point. We have to have the policies to do that. Housing, gas, food, energy, all of these things are, and I see the problem only getting worse. So I was really interested in the conversation about energy and data centers. So one of the issues that flared up in my campaign at the end was there was a large scale hyperscale data center proposed in northern Utah. And it kind of burst on the scenes at the last minute. Our state Senate president, Republican, was ousted over this issue in the same primary that I was on the ballot for. But this hyperscale data center, there's a lot of reasons that went wrong, the messaging and everything about it. But it proposed to generate and consume more power than the entire state of Utah is using currently. This is our future. Like that data center is problematic, but the demands for data and compute and AI are so big that there is an issue that is only starting to come on the scenes right now, but will be an issue in 2028 and an enormous issue in 2030 and 2032 that is going to fundamentally reshape our politics. And I don't think that anybody has a message. It will be driving an affordability. It's going to be driving an income and jobs and fundamentally reshaping society. And I don't think anybody has an issue. The far left, this is the issue that came up in my campaign. Their message is somewhat naive, which is stop it. A data center moratorium and stopping AI. That is not realistic, but it speaks to the fears that people have. It's a good campaign message, but not a realistic policy. I'll just note, and kind of in conclusion, but going back to the media. So it flared up in the last minutes of my campaign. And we had a really thoughtful conversation with members of the press and talking about my policy that's more nuanced, that says, we should stop bad actors and empower good actors. And we should encourage renewable energy as part of data centers. And we should have strong federal regulations on AI that empower good solutions like medical research and also protect our kids. And I think we had a really good press strategy and didn't really hear much about it. And then about 4 days before the election, a mommy blogger talked about it. Didn't ask anybody for comment and didn't dive into the nuances of different policies, but just praised the DSA for having a moratorium approach and criticized me for being cozy with AI. And we probably got more feedback from this mommy blogger post than it had been in the press for a month and very thoughtfully conveyed in the press, and nobody was commenting about it. And then a mommy blogger asked about it, and it felt like so many of my voters were hearing about this issue for the first time. So a couple of notes on the comments of social media, like traditional media is dead, other than the fact that mommy bloggers are maybe reading traditional media, and that's a little bit of a pipeline into social media. But I think we also need to think about not only being on TikTok and Instagram, but people don't believe politicians. So it was a trusted messenger that was delivering it, was way more powerful than anything I could have said. You know, I could have been on Instagram every day and I still don't think people would have cared. But a mommy blogger who was a trusted source on a million other things, who had a 30-second rant about AI and data centers, is what like voters cared about. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know that I have a lot of answers. I do have a lot of policies. Housing in particular is something that I've spent a lot of time thinking about. But this is something where there is an incredible vacuum in the middle that we need to figure out how to fill.
Thank you. I do want to point out that the states are where it's at. The thought leadership, the policy innovation is really right now at the state level. The DC is in a state of divisive paralysis. Grift and corruption is rampant. There is nothing, really nothing coming out of Congress of any substance that would work to fill this policy vacuum or define a platform in the middle, in the center left. So the states, I don't want to call the states laboratories, but or experimental. There is hardcore potential for policy reform coming out of the states. The state AGs, for example, have stepped in big time because the Justice Department has been weaponized and the Federal Trade Commission has been weaponized. State houses, incredible thinking coming out of the states. And you all are, I mean, this is what you do. You're in the trenches, you're at the state level. And I mean, we're at a moment here where we can harness I think the power of some of this thinking. So let's toggle over to New Mexico, Mayor Keller. A lot has changed since I left New Mexico in the mid-1980s. So fill us in on what you guys are seeing.
Well, thank you so much. And just by way of background a little bit, as I think Ben set things up, I'm the third-term mayor in Albuquerque. We never had one before, and my election was just in December. So just in terms of some of this like discussion about sort of what resonates, and I'll just let you know, like I basically had to run against myself. Like that was, I ran a totally different campaign based on the pain and frustration people are feeling, and had to somehow explain how I was not the cause of it for the previous 8 years. And saying politicians are terrible, but you should elect someone for the first time ever for a third term. And just letting you know that I think what that experience showed me is that if you actually listen to people, they'll give you a chance. And in my case, they gave me a third chance. But it was because I actually sort of disavowed my previous self. They were like, wow, this guy took 8 years to actually listen to us, but now he is. So part of being mayor is also, you know, this laboratory idea, or what we've been talking about. I think people know this, and certainly the local elected officials do, but it's your whole life is just a roving town hall. There's no polling, there's no focus groups. It's just every day. And that's literally true because, you know, it is at the grocery store and all of this. People just tell you what they feel. And I certainly hear the same thing about the pain and frustration people are feeling, and that the system, the government system, existence in America, being an American is not working out so well anymore. That's how people feel. And if you start with that, you get to, I think, the next piece, which is that the reason why people feel that way, we can talk about the actual reasons, the tariffs, the different Trump policies, the corruption and things like that. But in local government, they just blame you anyway. So it's all your fault. It doesn't matter if it has to do with the cost of steel in China. I don't have streetlights. My streetlights are out, and I'm not going to wait for you to like order light bulbs from China. I mean, this is the discussion I have in the line at Target with like my kids trying to check out. And so what we have to, I think, at least what I've been trying to acknowledge is like government is grinding on people. Government is making on the fringes their life worse. And what at the local level we see is there are very real ways in which that is the case. And so that's the basis for essentially what now is sort of our primary platform in the city of Albuquerque. And it is reduce government friction on your life to actually restore some faith that government can make your life better, can ease the pain, can make it so that the frustration that you have in your daily existence, is a little bit less because some government actually made it a little bit easier to go about your day. So how do we do that? There's areas that are about cost of living that are not necessarily about a dollar cost. So for example, the time something takes to get done through government is a cost of living issue because your time is money. And the irony is that might sound like a business thing to say. It's actually way more important if you're low income and you're a single parent and you're working 3 jobs. Your time is money. So the people who are the most frustrated with the government bureaucracy are actually the lowest income people. And it's because of that time rub. The other one is freedom of choice. You know, as Democrats, we should talk about freedom. Freedom is good. We all love freedom. What is freedom? Well, in general, you know, it's like foreign, countries and war and like that kind of stuff. That's actually not what people tell me. They don't want to be told what to do. They don't want to be told what kind of stove they should have, right? They don't want to be told what kind of food they should eat. They want to decide for themselves. And so that's another thing that we're trying to do is we're trying to get away from telling people what to do with their lives. And we're trying to get away from adding friction and pain to their life. So here are the 3 ways we're doing it. Look at the kitchen table. There's, the gas bill, the utility bill, and we've talked a little bit about that. But then there's renters. And this is where renter protections, not necessarily on cost. I think that's a different issue. That's kind of a big city East Coast issue for us. It's about air conditioning. It is the owner's responsibility to make sure that your air conditioning works. Yet in Albuquerque, there are thousands of renters who don't have a working air conditioner. So this is an example of where like you can be a total hard ass and you can go after bad actors and you can be muscular about it and you can call people to the floor because they are literally overheating and letting people, in some cases, especially in the elderly, die in their apartment. Whose fault is that? That is actually the landlords, straight up. There is no debate. And you have to be clear with people about that. You have to fight for them so that they know that you're trying to make their life better. So we are doing a range of things in that area. Now, another thing about sort of this idea of freedom, but also reducing cost is around housing. And we can talk all day, mayors can talk about zoning and, all these things in the abundance book, if you've read it, and, I'm not going to talk about that. Read the book. But we have to democratize what it means to have a home. So like, it doesn't matter if it is a condo or a cottage or a townhome. All of these are versions of home, but our public policy does not allow that. That's the issue with zoning. Like you can't convert from a hotel to condos in most cities in the American West. It's impossible because of the zoning code doesn't even recognize things like a flat. So to our British friends, you know what a flat is. And I never knew what a flat was till I visited England. Like we don't have that concept. I mean, for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about, it's more of a condo. Like you own it, but it's just a flat on a floor. This is a whole new kind of housing for most Americans that don't live on the coast. And it is literally illegal in basically all the states in between the coasts by zoning law. So we have to democratize what it means. I don't want to pick what your home should be. That's not my job. You pick what your home should be. You are free to choose what kind of home you can afford and want to live in. So that's what we're working on with respect to some of the zoning. I think the other thing is around doing business. And again, the businesses that are feeling the pain are the small businesses. They're the entrepreneurs. And it's some basic things like, we talk about the cost of permitting and all that. And I think everyone is kind of realizing that's a huge issue. But I'll give you a policy example. We now just say all your permits are automatically a yes until we review them. It used to be you couldn't do anything until we review it, right? So we're allowing you the freedom to start your business. And yeah, we may close it down 10 days later because of all these other issues, but you can start. And until last year, and in most cities all over the country, it's the opposite. You have to wait to get your permit. That's what we tell people. And you may wait 9 months. And of course, there's different kinds of permits and things like that. But I think also we're trying to unload the visible signs of government waste. So I am cutting budgets. And we talk about you're cutting your budget at home, we're cutting our budget. Democrats can cut budgets too. We can also unload things that are visible examples of government waste. We have hundreds of pieces of empty land all over our city that the city owns. We are now just going to give them away. If you put them to use, we will just give them to you. Now, the same thing is with empty buildings. We have unused city buildings, old fire stations that we're sitting on. We are now just going to give them to people. Sometimes it's like $1, sometimes it's a 99-year lease. So, you can unpack what is underneath giving something to someone. But the bottom line is, if I'm a citizen or starting a business and I can't find a storefront and I'm driving by all these empty city-owned buildings, that is frustrating to me. That tells me, again, government is not helping me. Why can't I use that building? Well, you know what? You should. And that gets to the last category that I want to talk about, which is doing things for families. And I think Sherry mentioned too, fun. This is important. You've got to remember at the end of the day, most folks, whether it's a chosen family or a born family or it's just friends, people want to have fun in their lives. They want to recreate. They want to do something besides work. And again, how can cities or government help with that? That is a cost of living issue. And so, for example, in most cities, it's almost impossible to book like gym space for your kids' basketball team, or to actually get a place for, in New Mexico, quinceañeras are big. So like an anniversary party or a graduation party. You can rent a hotel, but like all that costs a lot. That's why it's cost of living. Yet we have all these community centers all over the place that are closed on Sundays. Now, I can't afford to keep them open on Sundays, but you know what I can do is just have you pay the cost for one person to open the door. So we are going to try and open our facilities basically 7 days a week, all the way through midnight at a low cost rental for whatever you want to do. And amazingly, the number one group that wants our community centers on Sunday morning, guess what it is? Churches. Frankly, they're mega churches. We don't have to talk about religion right now, but this is about reducing the cost of living and the grind on people's lives. I'm not judging what you do in my community center. If you want to have a worship service, good for you. Do it. It's a community center. If you want to have an anniversary party for your grandparents, great, then do that too. So again, we're not doing that. We are just saying all of these things are available in an abundant way for you to try and reduce the burden on your everyday life. And the last piece of this is iconic places. Someone mentioned that you can't afford Disneyland and that they couldn't afford the Disney Channel. That would have been Sherry again on this. This is a very real issue in America too, and this is where government can help. People can't afford to go to like amusement parks or water parks or movies. I mean, movies are kind of back in again, but you get the idea. Things are expensive for families. So we're now trying to build parks that are destinations. And this is something that I think some of the cities all around the world are doing. But basically it's like this, like we have a 3-story slide. That's a long slide and it will destroy your back if you're an adult, which is why it's only for ages 4 to 12. But people come from all over the state of New Mexico to go down this slide. That slide cost us, like nothing in comparison. And it is now the destination, right? Instead of, it sounds terrible, but it is true. Instead of a vacation to wherever, Six Flags, Texas, people actually drive in and they spend the night in Albuquerque and they check out a couple of our iconic parks. So people, it does have to do with how you design playgrounds and things like this, but like that's now what you do. Where do you have your kid's birthday? You can't afford the entertainment center where you play and eat and bowl anymore. So you want it at the most fun, awesome park that everyone knows about and every kid is asking their parents to go to. And in our case, it's called Wells Park. And that is now like, you cannot reserve a birthday place at this park anymore. And we have to have a reservation system. There's a wait list to have your birthday at a public park. That's why we're building more of those things. So anyway, hopefully that gives you an example of some ways in which, like, at the end of the day, we can call it cost of living, but it's a bigger issue. It's easing the pain, it's easing the frustration in people's everyday lives. And it's something that is totally nonpartisan. It's about effectiveness. It goes back to that point about making government work.
Thank you, Mayor Keller. A lot of food for thought there. In my travels for PPI and elsewhere, I specialize in interviewing Uber drivers. It is incredible what you can hear, the stories you tell and the opinions and the views that you get from Uber drivers. And my Uber driver in from the airport yesterday said, he was a former Navy vet, longtime Phoenix resident, and he said, the problem with politics in the US today, in the cost of living and this grind, as you so well stated, on people's lives, is that there is no political party, there is no political orientation right now there that will meet people where they're at. Those are his exact words. There is nothing that will meet people where they're at. The far left it's not where you're at, it's where the far left thinks you should be in changing your ideas and your policies and your views about the elites and new costly programs. And on the right, there's no meeting, there's no recognition or acknowledgement that people need to be met where they're at in terms of these concerns around cost of living. So let's hear from the Vice Mayor of Phoenix on what you're seeing here. We've got the Utah view, we have New Mexico, and more on Arizona.
Thank you so much. I like to think about it from this perspective. What is the average age of an average Phoenician? The average Phoenician is 35 years old. We look at what it is that most people want to be for quality of life, and those come down to housing. You mentioned it, transportation, it mentioned food, and how I think the mayor mentioned it very well, like how do they actually, their quality of life here in Phoenix, what does that mean for them? So for me, that helps me identify like our priorities and what I focus on. I think as a city, we have done a good job when it comes, I don't want to say phenomenal job because there's still more to be done, but on the terms of housing, from a city's perspective, we did really well. We started off our Housing Phoenix plan, and we've hit that goal 5 years early. And that's because of the intentionality behind the plan and the commitment of all of the city leadership to move that forward. We did an all comprehensive approach. We had all of our departments as part of this, whether or not it's community economic development and helping to get the land prepared to go into a more functional use. It is our planning and development department. We have streamlined and we continue to streamline the process to make it quicker. And then we're actually being a part of the solution for housing. And we just passed, it goes into effect next week on July 1, we passed our budget, bringing our housing trust fund for our city up to $15 million. So now we can be a part of the solutions that we want to see. For me, what was very important is in making sure that we were not just focusing on a renter opportunity. I believe it really makes residents committed to the areas where they feel like have an opportunity to have to own a home. So the Phoenix, what we've done a couple of things is, for example, our Home in 5 program, which allows individuals to utilize, get lower tax rates due to how we, with our Phoenix IDA, how we do the bond program. But also I wanted to ensure that the Housing Trust Fund includes opportunities for home ownership. Because people never really feel connected to a community if they don't really feel like there's an opportunity to own. Phoenix is one of the largest cities with the, I think, a phenomenal statistic of being, at one point we still have more homeowners than we have renters, and that percentage is slowly slipping away. And I think the further home ownership goes from being a reality for individuals, the less likely they're going to stay in our community. So I think that's one of the things that we have been trying to do to keep not just affordability, but to keep the quality of life. So people feel like homeownership is an option for them. Affordability is something we hear in so many different ways. And sometimes we are sometimes we have to balance that. We recently had to look to our water rate increase and our solid waste increase, but we have to balance reliability plus affordability. And sometimes it's just messaging. In terms of one of the things we have done, we still continue to invest in housing, although Trump has not yet signed the Road to Housing bill. We in Phoenix are doing our part. We don't need the federal government to tell us how to do it. It would be great to have a federal partnership that aligns with that. But we are continuing what I view as a significant overhaul of the planning and permit process to streamline those efficiencies. Because at the end of the day, the additional cost and time of actually permitting it is passed on to the homeowners. And we want to make sure that housing continues to be a priority. Other expenses I think we are looking at that I think should be applauded is we looked at the personalization. I started off with the average age of the Phoenician because I wanted to think about what is their perspective. Many of them have started a family, and one of the expenses that we've heard tremendously about was childcare. So we became the first city under the mayor's leadership to provide a childcare subsidy for some of our residents to help address a true need. So we are allocating funds to help, because it's a large expense, and how do we help the residents deal with that? We also realize that sometimes residents' need don't fit squarely in a bucket. It's not, they don't necessarily have rent. It's not necessarily rent or utility. It's something else. We also have passed a flexible financial assistance to help prevent those small issues from ballooning into a huge issue that we then have to divert more social services dollars to. So sometimes you can nip a problem at the bud and be able to move it forward. We also, just like little things, we recognize that there are some, we're going to have some fall off for some of the federal policies, such as the SNAP cuts. So we have invested money into SNAP navigation. We can't supplement what it is that our federal partners should be provided, but what we can do is help our residents navigate that footprint, so that process, so that they are not going to then be dependent on our social services. We also recognize, I'm a lawyer by trade, so I guess it always pops up into my conversation somehow, but we recognize that, for example, keeping individuals housed is more cost effective than trying to rehouse them after they've been displaced. So one of the things that has been a priority for me is our legal tenant eviction assistance program. There are parameters from the state government and state law that what we can and cannot do, but I've seen many individuals are facing evictions, and when you go to court, when one person is represented and the other side isn't represented, who do you think is going to win? It's always usually going to be the side that's represented by counsel. So many of the tenants were left in an unfair playing field. We implemented the tenant eviction assistance program, and we've seen a 50% success rate, meaning they've either been able to stay in their homes or they've been given more a favorable resolution, whether or not that is waiver of some of their fees and costs. So that also has been a really good investment of our ARPA dollars. And we recently announced a diversion program with the county as a partnership, because we're with the data from that initial program and showing other programs in Texas, we got the county to understand that it's cheaper to help keep individuals housed. So we're doing a partnership with the hardest hit zip codes in Phoenix when it comes to eviction, and how do we keep them in-house. So the county will be providing the actual financial payments to the landlord, and the city will be providing the case management services to help that family transition from that area of need to hopefully a more area of self-sufficiency. It's a little long-term of a game plan on that. And in terms of utilities, we have a program at the city called Project Assist, where with the utilities that we handle, such as water and solid waste, we do have a program that can assist our renters with that. And one of the things that that we realized that we could do a little bit better on is we have quite a bit of programs. Many of our communities don't know about those. So we spent some time investing on sharing that information. We have now consolidated most of the highly utilized programs under Phoenix. It's called Helping Phoenix Families. It's a website, one-stop shop, where you can find all of those resources. And then lastly, I think I was going to end on a similar note, Mayor. You kind of stole my thunder. Like, how do we create fun spaces? So we're invested in extending some of our and expanding the offerings at our community centers to ensure that individuals have places where they can go, and whether or not it's education for their children or just simply recreational opportunities. And then lastly, we've been highlighting some of the programs that we already have, but people don't know about. For example, we have a phenomenal program called the Cultural Pass, where your Phoenix library cards get you access to our museums and our botanical gardens. But how do we get more individuals to learn about that? And we just wrapped up a very successful 602 Day, which highlighted to me the fact that community, they want to come out. They just want to come out in an affordable way. So one of the things that we're now thinking about is how do we take that energy and move it continually throughout the year without minimizing our 602 Day. So I've said a lot, but hopefully there's something there that can be modeled in your community and helps you understand what we're doing in Phoenix to continue the quality of life for our residents.
Thank you very much. Mayor Gallego, I want to just put you on quick notice here that I would like to close our remarks with you, but I want to build out a little bit of context here and get Ben Ritz, PPI's Ben Ritz, involved on government spending and budget issues, and then Ed Gresser on tariffs. I'm going to ask you to sort of close the loop on this conversation before we open it up, because Phoenix is really in a very unique city and a very unique state. And I think I'm a Westerner myself. I always thought the Western states really had this amazing perspective about all these moving parts that affect their local economies and their state economies. So really quickly, Ben and Ed, we'll start with Ben. Just very briefly, can you tell us how we are thinking at PPI about the different policy levers and tools for cost of living issues?
Sure. Well, I'll be able to make my remarks a little briefer thanks to Tim and Mackenzie, who said a lot of what I was going to say in the earlier panel about fiscal responsibility. Especially want to highlight what Mackenzie said, and I think I've started with this at our previous New Directions. People won't trust the people who want government to do more if we can't show that we can make the government we already have works. That's why PPI, we put together a blueprint called Paying for Progress that has how we would, if we were in charge, balance the budget. I don't think that it's something everyone needs to agree with every part of it. Definitely not all of it is popular. Mackenzie, please don't poll all of it. But it just shows that we can have a vision and a starting point that is fiscally responsible. I think the key message for Democrats on cost of living and the budget needs to be that our focus should be on cutting the cost of things, not just trying to paper over them with taxpayer dollars. I think something I've written about a lot recently is this tendency, I think we've seen more and more in public policy debates, to embrace what the New York Times called sloppyism, this idea that we're going to put out a policy that sounds really good on social media and looks good if you look at it quickly, but just like AI slop, if you actually look at the details, you see that it actually isn't that good and probably won't achieve what you want it to. I think we saw during the Biden administration, higher education was a great example of this. Cancel student debt was the mantra of the administration. They put more focus on that than really any other higher education issue. And all that was papering over the cost of our unaffordable education system and not actually, as Congressman Ryan said with reform, actually trying to address the root causes. PPI's put out policies like 3-year college degrees that would reduce the cost of traditional 4-year degree by 25%. I think more earn and learn opportunities, more apprenticeships. That's something I know a later panel is going to talk about, but that's another way to offer affordable pathways to good paying jobs. We should be talking about those sorts of things rather than just trying to have taxpayers foot the bill after the costs have already been accumulated. I think health insurance is another example of this. As Congressman McAdams said, the Democratic answer on healthcare for the last year has been increase the ACA subsidies, as opposed to here's how we are actually going to cut the cost of healthcare, whether that is through better enforcement of antitrust, as Diana is working on, trying to reduce incentives for providers to do monopolistic consolidation, put more competitive pricing structures in place, and trying to find ways to cut waste and abuse in the healthcare system. I think this is particularly important given the budget crunch that the next president is going to inherit from President Trump. As Mackenzie said, Social Security is going to run out of money in the next presidential administration. The general fund now has a massive hole because of the Trump tax cuts. And we are already spending more than $1 trillion a year just on interest on our debt, which is more than we spend on Medicare and national defense. And we don't really, as a party, seem to have a solution for that. In fact, most of our policies seem to be actually things that will make it worse. The big thing that Democrats in DC are talking about right now that I have noticed is trying to outbid Republicans with even larger tax cuts on top of the tax cuts that Trump has already done, which is a race I don't think we can possibly win. And spending plans for HR 1 and cost of living that frankly read a lot like a warmed over Build Back Better plan. Just doing what we said we were going to do, spend a bunch of money on a bunch of demand side subsidies and not actually making things cheaper. And I get the impulse that thing sounds good. I'm sure a lot of these policies poll well. And I think a lot of the policies in Build Back Better individually polled well. But when we just present voters with a massive bill and a hodgepodge of expensive programs, they immediately get skeptical. And I think the drive for tax cuts, especially on the state and local level, you're definitely putting money back in your constituents' pockets. And I think that is a useful tool for folks like Mayor Gallego and Governor Hobbs. But on the federal level, if you are cutting everybody's taxes, that is just going to give people more money to bid up the cost of a fixed supply of goods and services. So I will close it there and pass it over to Ed, who will talk about another policy, tariffs, which we also have to figure out how we're going to replace that money. Ed?
Thanks, Ben. Ed, before you get going, I think Tim wants to just jump in really quickly.
Just real quick, sorry, Ed. Before we get to the tariff stuff, have you guys done anything, or is it part of the process on AI? I mean, when you read about AI in healthcare, AI in education, obviously guardrails, the Pope, like all the AI stuff. But it seems to me like there's transformational opportunities around balancing budgets and reducing waste, fraud, and abuse and efficiencies, yada, yada, yada. Have you guys done anything on like looking at that?
We are in the early stages of that. When we did our blueprint, this was 2024, obviously before the big, most recent AI boom. We're currently looking at the implications of AI for tax policy. We'll probably have a piece on that coming out later this summer. So stay tuned. As far as the specifics of capturing the productivity boosts, that's probably a topic for Michael Mandel, our chief economist over there. I'm not sure if you want to say anything now or in a later panel, but later panel.
Thanks. Okay, Ed, really quick on where we are on the disastrous tariff policies.
I think I'll start by referencing McKinsey's poll and maybe close with a little bit on that as well. The polling said cost of living is the highest concern of the American public by some significant amount. That matches the public polling. It is rare that any politician has so quickly and so comprehensively betrayed his promise to his voters. I went back and looked at the Trump campaign's platform. We will defeat inflation, tackle the cost of living crisis, restore price stability, and quickly bring down prices. Within weeks, launched into a program which is intended and meant to raise prices. There have been 22 executive orders imposing new tariffs of various rates. Overall, they have brought up the U.S. tariff from 1.5% first, then to 19.8%. After litigation, it went down again. It's like 12% now. That is an overall feature. You can think of it in general terms in two ways. Tariffs are a poor form of taxation because they are inequitable and regressive. They're inequitable because some people have to pay them and others do not. Tariffs are pretty much paid by businesses who buy goods. So the big payers of tariffs initially are manufacturers, farmers, retail, restaurants, and construction. The non-payers of tariffs include law firms, media, financial services, and other kind of services, real estate, other services and investment-based industries. So then this trickles down through the economy. The people who spend a lot of money on goods are low income and working class families. Typically, across the country, family will spend about 29% of income buying physical goods. Those are the things that are subject to tariffs. Top 10% family will spend about 19% of income on physical goods, and a single parent family will spend about 40% of income on physical goods. So if you have a policy that is designed, as Trump administration early on said, we want to replace the income tax with the tariff, you are shifting taxation off of a kind of equitable business tax and off of a kind of progressive income-based tax onto some particular types of businesses and to lower income and working class families. And it is often justified as a way to support workers in manufacturing. It is not very good at this, but we also have to remember that we have, in terms of wage-paying, hourly wage workers, there are about 80 million of them. 8 million are in manufacturing, 6 million are in construction, 12 million are in health, 10 million are in retail, 7 million in restaurants and bars. So most of these workers are going to be payers. They're not going to be getting the equivocal benefit. To go a little bit further, how this works through, the Trump administration has, in these executive orders, done a lot of very eccentric and very surprising things. Last August, it declared that milk balance beams, or condensed milk balance beams mosquito repellent, would be considered steel or aluminum derivative products, and therefore subject to national security tariffs of 50%. It declared in September last year that we would have a 10% tariff on lumber. That's a big input to housing, and the reason, one of the reasons for that was that we need wood for ballistic missile defense systems and thermal protection devices for nuclear reentry vehicles. The last April, 2 months ago, they declared that on national security grounds, we would have a 25% tariff on horseshoes, paint rollers, coat hangers, and coffins. So lots of very surprising things that they're doing. This is working through the economy in ways you can often measure. There have been about $20 billion in tariffs collected on auto parts. That, as actuarial research seems to show, is responsible for about half of the increase in auto insurance prices over the past 2 years. So that's been $250 in extra costs in Arizona. For people who own cars. The price of coffins has gone up by $100 over the past year and a half. So it is more expensive for bereaved family to bury its lost members. And going back to Mackenzie's poll, I think people are noticing this. I myself had a very unusual experience. Mackenzie mentioned that young people get their news from TikTok. 2 or 3 months ago, I got an email, just out of the blue, from 3 young women, 3 high school students in a rural town in Minnesota called Albert Lee. And they had joined a C-SPAN competition, which asked high school kids to do a 10-minute video taking an issue that's in the Declaration of Independence and comparing it to modern day America. And they had chosen these tariff executive orders and the way they compared and contrasted with the Tea Act, British tax on tea in 1773. And, if they got their news from TikTok, TikTok must be pretty good because they knew a lot. They had really thought hard about this. They had looked at everything Governor Walz had said. They had interviewed local agriculture businesses. They kind of gotten my name, I think, out of a Google search. And so I was on Zoom with them for about an hour and a half. And so young people are thinking about this. People are aware that the Trump administration has done this. Our job at PPI over the next 6 months is to sort of help Democrats come up with a kind of overall affirmative and positive trade policy program. That is a difficult job. The affordability and cost of living part of it is not very difficult. The Trump administration's program has badly betrayed its promise to cut prices. It has not delivered industrial growth or boom or jobs. In fact, we were down manufacturing jobs, not up. And I think of going to a doctor saying, doctor, my head hurts. What do I do? The doctor says, look, if you stop banging your head on the wall, maybe that will help. So there we are.
Thanks, Ed. So back to you, Mayor Gallego. We now have more layers that we've added on to this pretty snarly, complex cost of living crisis. Just want to ask you if you can briefly sort of pull these threads together before we open it up for conversation on the issue. So please.
Absolutely. Thank you. And Vice Mayor did a great job talking about what we're doing in Phoenix. It's delivering results. So Metro Phoenix had more new housing than any other area of the country. We're getting people housing and where they want to live, which is exciting. Healthcare crisis is huge, the cost of healthcare, and that's why we're investing in new doctors, making sure we have a medical school, also new nurses, so that we have more options. We're trying to increase the supply of childcare. Right now in Phoenix, for downtown Phoenix, if there's not a lot of healthcare or childcare options, $45,000 for 2 kids to go year round. Isn't that crazy? Such early childhood is more expensive than first year of college. So we're really trying to address that. We worked very closely with the Governor Hobbs and the state to put a transportation ballot initiative on, and it invested in new freeways, new bus system, but also just helping basics like fill in potholes. So there was a time before I ran where we were not doing a good job repaving, and that's tires, that's broken windshields. So we feel like we've delivered, and our voters time and time again have voted to tax themselves to keep doing it. So I think it showed we can do big things, whether it's investing in water and transportation infrastructure, or the way we've seen the huge shift in our semiconductor economy. That's a success story for all levels of government. We're arguably the best success story for the CHIPS Act. And so many of those jobs, I mentioned earlier, we have 9,000 just at one site, construction jobs that are union. So we've seen the carpenters have expanded their union hall and training center, sheet metal, IBW. I mean, we're seeing just dramatic growth in these jobs, which pay more than mayor and vice mayor of City of Phoenix. But they're really good middle-class jobs, and we've seen dramatic growth in our average wage. So I think we're doing both sides of the cost equation. We're helping people make more money, which is their favorite way to address affordability, I feel, but also bring down the cost of things that we pay for. So it's been we hope to be a good success story. We have our budget July 1, and we're notching down the property tax rate. So just as the state of Arizona did a big tax cut, we are cutting our property tax rate at the City of Phoenix as well.
Thank you. I just want to add in, we've heard a lot of different policy perspectives, but again, can't forget or undervalue the competition angle. And this gets back to why the states are so important. We have a lot of state AGs very active on the antitrust front, preventing large mergers, going after blatantly anti-competitive conduct that drives up input costs for smaller businesses, that drives up prices to consumers. And, at the federal level, this is why there's this policy vacuum. At the federal level, the best the far left has to offer right now are these one-off messaging bills in Congress to break up big medicine, to break up the meatpacking cartel, to break up the digital sector. PPI is 100% in support of strong, vigorous, sensible antitrust enforcement. To layer in new laws, sector-specific laws would be very disruptive, I think, to the antitrust enterprise. It would also make it very difficult, more difficult for states to enforce their own state laws, and when you have those laws, and federal law as well. So that's what the far left has to offer. The far right has to offer the complete weaponization of antitrust enforcement right now. Paramount Skydance, Nexstar Tegna, those are local TV stations. We've just seen merger after merger, antitrust matter after antitrust matter be resolved in the worst interest of consumers, that will absolutely jack up prices and reduce choice and limit market access. So this, again, huge opportunity for centrist, pragmatic, common sense competition policy to fill the void. Okay, well, we've got about 15 minutes. I want to throw it open to questions and comments from others. So, yes.
I wanted to, this is actually going to involve Mackenzie too, if that's okay. I wanted, both Ben and Ed talked about the idea of blogs and TikTok and social media bringing to light, informing constituencies about issues where traditional media have not broken through, failed to do so, whatever the situation is. And on one of your slides, Mackenzie, you talked about high information voters and low information voters. And you mentioned if you read the Wall Street Journal, that puts you in the high information. But I think, aren't we in a different place now where just because you're getting your news from TikTok, just because you're reading a blog does not necessarily make you a low information voter?
Oh, I'm sorry. So yes, so sure. If you, I mean, yeah, you can be highly informed and get your news from TikTok, absolutely. It's just that like low information voters, when we look at where they are getting media consumption, when they are both self-identifying or in RCT testing, it's from TikTok, or that is where anything they are receiving is usually breaking through. The other thing I would just note, since I have the floor now, is I appreciate a lot of people being like, we have to be on these platforms to reach young people. I just want to emphasize, like, I watch a lot of focus groups too. I was just watching a focus group of swing voters in Michigan. It's all these older women, probably all above 60. They went around the room and everyone was saying they got news from TikTok or Instagram Reels. It is not just your children or 18 to 22-year-olds. Like, these are your grandparents. These are older people that, largely have just tuned out, right? Like, people are so frustrated. They don't watch traditional news anymore. They don't want to hear or feel bad about the state of the world. And so when they are hearing any bits of what is happening or vaguely aware, as Congressman Ryan mentioned, right, it's from their sports podcast. It's from the cultural entertainment stuff that they are watching because they want to, right? That's what they want to pay attention to. It is Joe Rogan, right? And so I just want to contextualize that as well in case it's helpful.
And oh, sorry. I just want to ask a quick follow-up, and maybe this is related to what Jason was getting at. When somebody gets a lot of news from TikTok, and so they're getting a lot of information, but it might not necessarily be correct information.
Sure.
Do we count them as a high information or a low information voter?
Oh, I see.
If it's misinformation.
That's an interesting question. Probably still high information. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I want to maybe just share a story that bridges some of this. So this was in the December election that I went through. There were 7 candidates and we had 45 debates. No one pays attention to a neighborhood debate. Like there's 5 people and there's 7 candidates. There were often more candidates than the debate. However, when people put them on TikTok, everything changes. So what actually played out is that there were more people who knew about the debates we had than ever before in the history of Albuquerque elections. But they saw them through TikTok, which sometimes was unvarnished, but usually it wasn't. It was editorialized with words below it, or it was spliced in with commentary. So I think that's just that's what you're looking at. It's not just that there's some other provider talking about you. It's often you. And they're using it for what they want, which actually sometimes can work in your favor. I mean, I think I won because of TikTok debate memes. Just letting you know.
Can I put you
So
on the
don't
spot
hate on TikTok.
too? Weren't you on Pluribus?
Yes, that also
Do you,
helped.
do you want to like talk about, like, legitimately, I actually, when I saw that, I
Oh,
was like,
okay,
this is a
for
really
the-
good example of like what politicians should try to be doing right now.
I did not expect that to come up today. So how many of you have seen Pluribus? Has anyone heard of it? Okay, some people have, some haven't. It is, I think, the #1 show still on Apple, or was last year. So it's a TV show. But so first off, remember, it's not on normal TV. Like that alone, it's only on a streaming platform. And I had a short cameo in it where I was sweeping a broom, and this woman comes up to me and just goes, "You're the fucking mayor." That was the line. Like I can quote an exact line and get away with, more cussing. So anyway, but that reached, so more, not more, but if you like, just to simplify this as a politician, we all sometimes get people who want to take pictures with us. We all get people who want to flip us off. Like, we get this, right? There are people all over Albuquerque and sometimes in other cities who don't actually think I'm the mayor. I played myself, and they don't know that. They just think I'm an actor in Pluribus. And they're like, "Oh, you're the guy in Pluribus. Could I get a picture with you?" And they're like, "Great job on that show." And they have no idea that I'm actually the mayor. That is the power of social media.
I want to come, like you said about highly informed. They are informed. That doesn't mean they are learned, right? And that is the both opportunity and danger. So I talked about this data center AI thing that blew up in my campaign. We're pretty sure that somebody was behind it and paying it, and they probably spent $5,000 to pay a few influencers. That we don't know, like that they weren't operating on facts. It was out there though. Similarly, I had coffee with one of the Real Housewives of Salt Lake, who is also much more credible than me about housing policy, right? But I spent a minute with her on her social media, and we just heard about that from everybody. It doesn't matter that nobody watched the PBS debate, where I went in depth about my housing affordability plans, but 30 seconds of coffee with the Real Housewives of Salt Lake had an impact. So it is a new world that we don't understand. It is scary because you can spend very little money and be out there leveraging people who voters believe that aren't held to the same standards of journalists.
I think the problem is even worse than we might realize in that, and I was talking to a company the other day who said there is definitely a trend towards reporters, the media, going to TikTok to interview people for substantive stories, as opposed to going to traditional experts in academia and think tanks like PPI and elsewhere. They're using TikTok as the source of material for writing news stories about major events. So it's like this, it's a compounding process, a self-fulfilling prophecy. Okay, behind me, Jason Grill.
Thank you very much. And I like that the mayor, my good friend and actor over there, Mayor Tim Keller, he brought up the word entrepreneurship, which we haven't heard yet today. And I think it's very important in what he's doing. I work with mayors, governors, state legislators on entrepreneurship policy and across the country, and have done that. And I'm a former legislator in Missouri at a Blue Dog Democrat in a 60% Republican district. Entrepreneurship is important to this debate and starting new businesses. 65% of Americans say it's harder to start a business today compared to their parents' generation, which said 17%. 62% of Americans have a dream business in mind, but 41% would start it if they could, but less than 2% actually do. This is a winning issue. 62% of people across all parties say they'd be extremely more likely to vote for someone if they made it easier for you to start and grow your own business. These people are creating the most net new jobs in our economy. They're diversifying goods and services. They're growing community wealth. They're increasing incomes in our communities. For every 1% increase in entrepreneurship, there's a 2% decrease in poverty. Entrepreneurs are fighting inequality. I mean, there's so many things I can go into, but the mayor kind of laid it out with freedom and freedom to
having the ability to start your own business. Most people that are polled says the reasons they didn't start their own business, 7 of 10 of them are government inflicted wounds. So I would say to you, just being pragmatic about with your new businesses and your communities is very important. I truly believe it is a unifying issue. Entrepreneurship unifies people. It brings people to the party that we don't typically have. And it unifies rural communities, urban communities. And so I think it's something that as a party, we need to really start talking more about new businesses and helping people who want to, pursue the American dream and start their companies and making it easier for them to do so. So thank you, Mayor, for bringing that into your conversation about cost of living.
Yes. No, you can go. Why
Great.
don't you go first, Noah?
I do think there's something to consider as we think about running down the rabbit hole of TikTok and chasing Republicans into these sort of pockets, which is that there is an inherent risk on all of these platforms. And I think there's an opportunity in talking about that risk that we miss as Democrats, just as I think there's an opportunity to talk about the risks of AI that we miss all the time. We talk about efficiency and how we might improve government using AI, and we talk about all the benefits of AI, but we don't also talk about the risks that we are hurtling toward, at best, a Chernobyl-style disaster with AI. And I think when Democrats talk about security issues, and we may get into this a little bit more with Jim McCain on the next panel and perhaps on the panel after that, but there are inherent security risks that are endemic endemic in our political fabric today that we walk away from as a party, and that I think that we should not, because no one else is really talking about it. And I think when we talk about those risks plainly, we create perhaps some electoral advantages that we're overlooking. So we're very, very quick to say we suck at TikTok, or we're very, very quick to say we should be better on Instagram. Well, TikTok is an agent of, and has historically been an agent of an adversarial power to the United States. So think about what that means when you're using that platform. Or Instagram, or Facebook are agents of a corporate interest that has a whole different worldview about what the purpose of those platforms are. And people know that inherently. Users know that. My kids know that, right? They know to sort of self-regulate when they're on these things. We don't talk about this at all. We just say, well, we should just chase into them as fast as we can and be better and be smarter. I think there's a different argument to be made. And I think it goes right into this question of cost of living, right? When you have an AI Chernobyl event, which we are on our way to having because the machines are now showing signs of self-survival and self-preservation, when we have a complete collapse of our data universe, that is going to substantially impact the cost of living in the United States and in various communities around the country. So I just say, think about that as we're talking about all this.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I would second what Noah said. And I would touch on that when we talk about TikTok or other social media platforms. It is true that most people are getting their news from social media or TikTok, but then they're verifying or checking that through Anthropic and OpenAI. So if you see the polling on that as well, those individuals are opening up those up. I think in the New York, the primary debate, which just passed last week, I think every single person on that stage was asked, when's the last time you used Anthropic? And they said about every single one of them said within the last 2 hours. So as we're talking about large language models and getting information out to those voters, we have to also understand what that response is going to be. Again, that goes to Noah's point. I'm just stealing Noah's points. That's going to the affordability piece. But I also think that people aren't dumb. Authenticity matters. We have to understand what the left's messaging is. And it is the same thing that the far right is doing, is they're tapping into the undercurrent and what those individuals are truly feeling. We have to understand that from a policy point of view and be pragmatic about that policy that they are touching into. That's one thing as Democrats that we need to start doing, is actually addressing those needs, but with responsible, pragmatic policy. And then to Tom's point on the UK piece, simplifying the message. We can't, as Democrats, I think we take the long way around. And as a long talker myself, we never get to the point. We have to simplify that message for those individuals because they don't understand the policy, and nor should they. The 13 different layers of that policy, they really just understand what happens to their pocketbook. And to the mayor's point, especially for those executive level individuals, our mayors, our executives in the room, making that change visible. We see this with Mayor Lori in San Francisco. Those changes that he is making, though on the surface, you could blame him or pigeonhole him as a billionaire. He's making change for that community that they are asking those San Francisco politicians to make, and is really resonating with those peoples and disseminating good information and renewing public trust. And then embracing emerging technologies thoughtfully. Entrepreneurship is a driver, but we also need to understand how, again, stealing Noah's points, how to leverage AI or quantum computing to really address some of the issues in government. We're doing that at a state level every single day, but having that message where we can say that it is not taking your job, it's augmenting. It's not artificial intelligence, it's augmented intelligence. And we need to understand that messaging on that, or we're always going to be sort of trailing the public sentiment around some of those technologies.
Thank you. Well, we are at time. Lunch is next. I just want to thank all of our terrific panelists and speakers and conversation very much. We have a lot of food for thought, and watch our space at PPI for all of our advocacy and our research and our policy suggestions on cost of living issues. Thank you.
I just want to say 1 second, everyone. Lunch will be outside. Please stay. After lunch, we have, it starts to work. We're going to hear from a lot of great people. We're going to talk about defense, immigration, education, and workforce development. So continue these conversations at lunch, and we'll meet back at around 1 here. We're going to call everyone to order here in just a second, so if people can start to take their seats, please. Okay. If folks want to, take their seats. I'm going to kick it to Danielle. She's going to start us off on our defense discussion.
Great. Thank you, Julie. Thanks to everybody for coming back after lunch. Hope you all enjoyed the spread, got some good food, and we'll keep going with some more food for thought. My name is Danielle Stites. I'm the Director of National Security Policy at PPI. And we've got a panel coming to you now on kind of refocusing on what America's true interests abroad are. I think it's kind of fair to say that over the past 2 years, the Trump administration's erratic foreign policy has been incredibly detrimental in a variety of ways domestically, from all of the impacts that we heard earlier, tariffs, energy prices, all of those things. But it's also taken our eye off the ball of what our kind of true interests are abroad. And what keeps us safe, whether that's kind of standing strong for freedom and democracy across the world, or getting ready for the competition with China. We should be able to do both. Instead, we've expended resources on adventurism in places like Venezuela and in a kind of misguided conflict with Iran. And we've incurred costs from those. We've incurred costs in the short term in American lives. We lost service members in this conflict with Iran. We lost equipment. Bases were damaged. Our presence in the Middle East structurally will take time and money to rebuild in ways that are still playing out in terms of relationships with countries in the Middle East and in Europe. Our European friends in the room have heard quite a bit of rhetoric from the president kind of castigating them about these relationships. And in ways that are still to be seen, things like extending, I don't want to get over my skis. I know Jimmy McCain here will probably steer me correct in the right direction if I get off pace here, but things like naval deployments that we've extended for, from 6 or 7 months to 10 months plus, those build up, you incur a maintenance debt. That takes ships offline. What will we have aircraft carriers available in the future when we need them for responses in the world? It's a valid question. We don't know. Things like critical munitions, stockpiles are quite low at the moment on things that we would need for a fight with China or Russia if it ever came to that. So with that in mind, and in doing all of this, we've also kind of called into a question our commitment to allies who are really on the front lines in the fight for freedom, places like Taiwan and Ukraine. And with that, first up on our fantastic panel, I want to pivot to Jimmy McCain to talk a little bit about American support for Ukraine and what that really means. So over to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm deeply honored to be here. So just to begin, how do we frame the messaging to Americans that collaboration with our allies is investing in America's future? Right. Yes, sir. How do we frame to Americans that collaboration with our allies is investing in America's future? And an easy message to begin with is the support of Ukraine, right? Why is it important? People ask immediately, what do we get out of the support of Ukraine? It's almost every time I'm pretty pro-Ukraine guy over here. So almost every time that's the answer I get. We get innovations like we've never seen before, and we get first right to invest in them as a nation. Okay, the future of warfare is here. It is happening, and it is happening on the Ukrainian steppe. Those innovations are happening at a rate that we have never, as the United States, ever been able to keep up with. It's an important message to express to the people of the United States. When I was on the Syrian-Jordanian border a few years ago, we would see in Ukraine what would happen, and we would see it in the Middle East within a week. They would adapt to those battlefield TTPs, or the tactics, excuse me, and they would do it. It's important here that as a nation, we get ahead of our national security messaging, is what I'm trying to get to. How do we package this correctly so that people will, it's almost been taken away from us, the way we message this. The isolationism, that's a fancy of someone who doesn't realize the internet exists, right? As soon as I say we don't care about Ukraine, everyone on the internet immediately starts engaging with people in Ukraine. I mean, it changes the way we do it. The war in Ukraine has become like a laboratory for innovation. And that innovation here, especially in the state of Arizona, we can join them with TSMC, Mayor Kate Gallego. We can do that with Ukraine, but with things like drone warfare, drone technology, AI technology on the battlefield, this isn't going anywhere, right? It's the future. When we were in Iraq, so the innovation cycles that are happening in Ukraine, that happen in the United States, it takes years. In Ukraine, it takes days and weeks. When we were in Iraq, it's a good example. We realized that the IEDs had IR lasers on top of them. So when your truck would drive past it, it would go off. We spent billions of dollars, multiple years, and we invented this mount that would go on the front of the vehicle so the IED would go off. It took Al-Qaeda about 5 minutes to figure out to aim the laser this way and the IED that way. 5 minutes. Now, this is the reason I bring that up is that costs. People in America have ownership over their taxpayer dollars now. They want to know where it's going. And with that, we can't take years and wasted dollars like this. We can learn from what's happening in Ukraine right now and apply it here and invest and collaborate. Look, the humanity of what's happening in Ukraine is something we need to also keep focus. It's a message to the people who know it's inherently wrong to turn our backs on our allies. And we can take that message as a group and push it back to the forefront. I mean, it's, it's almost, it's disgusting to me when I say, we have to support Ukraine. And somebody said, well, what do I get out of it? Well, since when has that been America's policy? Since when has that been us? So I know I only had a couple minutes, so I'm gonna pull back. If you want me to go 5 hours, let's get into the invasion. Let's get to where we are. But I will end with that. There's two frames of what I'm trying to express. That with Ukraine, it's an example of what is a national security issue and an economic driving issue in one sandwich. And we have to be able to put that together and present it to people in that message. And I think that, now it's Ukraine. What's the next country that we're just going to say, I'm sorry, did we give up at the Berlin airlift because it was economically not viable? And that got to us. So I will be quiet and thank you very much.
And I will take you up on that offer to go far longer about it this afternoon at the cocktail bar. I'm very excited. But thank you for that. And I think it's such an important point to talk about the messaging around these types of things, because you're right, America does it out of the belief that we have in fighting for freedom is the right thing to do. But people have this conception this idea that aid to Ukraine is just shoveling money out the door and not realizing the way that it revitalizes our domestic defense industrial base. And I think that gap in knowledge also kind of contributes to this messaging issue that we've seen around defense and national security in general. I was looking at some of the Blue Rose research polling and the trust levels, and we've seen some movement for Democrats, but not nearly enough. And so I was curious, John, given your experience on these things, kind of big thing, what do you think we can do to message that better? That there's real benefit domestically here from having a strong national security?
I think that's a great question. I think there's a supply chain angle and a post-COVID redefinition of what it means, what global security looks like, what agility looks like. And we have now stacked up quite a few examples of us being absent from the playing field or being on the field in a way that is not as fulsome as we need to be or not as competent as we need to be. Obviously, our military has done its job, but our political leadership has, we're in between the two extremes of post-Bretton Woods and America First. And so I think there's something very much in between. The commitment that we show to countries like Ukraine is not just a commitment to Ukraine, obviously. But if we can map on top of that innovation in supplies, innovation in technology, and flash to the next, whatever the next COVID-like thing is, it's maybe the Straits of Hormuz persists beyond what it is now. Whatever it is, it turns into a much more fundamental domestic issue. And if we're not in a position to do some things about the conflicts that are getting in the way of our supplies, we're going to see very significant consequences at home.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, John. And I think that's a great pivot point, both from the Ukraine perspective and also from the innovation and the way that drives investment at home. I mean, one of the things that we're seeing in Ukraine as that sort of proving ground is how critical the space domain is to the battlefield these days. But it is also a really key sector where, to your earlier point, Mayor Gallego, foreign policy can impact the middle class. And I know, Mayor Keller, we talked quite a bit about Albuquerque and some of the space investments that you've made. But I want to kick it over to my colleague, Mary Gunther, to talk a little bit more, PPI's Director of Space Policy, to talk a little bit more about what some of those investments look like and how they could be beneficial, not just from a foreign policy and defense angle, but also in a domestic economic context.
Thanks for teeing me up. When people hear space policy or they think about where we're going in that domain, too often they're either envisioning, billionaires, who many of them don't like, or a program that takes money away from other priorities, whether they be climate, healthcare, this, that, and the other. A lot of where we have been focused and where we believe the future needs to be is on helping people understand the significance of the space domain to national security, to Ukraine, famously, as well as other conflicts. Economically, as we look at the competition with China and the massive economic opportunities that space offers, not just for the rocket scientists, though we do need those too, but also for the middle-class welders, the technicians, the folks who might have a community college degree, but are part of that skilled technical workforce that deserves to make a living wage, and within our industry are far more likely to than in others. And as well as some of the climate impacts the space industry has, wildfire detection, water monitoring, all of these are areas where the space domain gives us information we need here on the ground to move the ball forward. So serious kudos to Arizona and to Phoenix. I think Mayor Gallego got it exactly right, in her discussion on the AI industry and how engaging with our international partners is critical. There are wonderful advances in other nations and wonderful markets, candidly, in other countries too, that can and should be buying these American products. Unfortunately, President Trump and his foreign policy has driven a lot of those actors away from investing in American industry and purchasing, which we need to be pushing back against strongly. So as we move forward here, I'm excited to see Arizona investing in the workforce that's needed to ensure that the American people are able to harness the benefits of the space industry through the Arizona Space Commission and others, and hopeful to see us as a party really embrace the space industry and refocus it not on the billionaires, not on the astronauts, although they are far more popular for good reason, but on those working people who are the reason those satellites, those rockets, any spacecraft you can ask for is able to go up there and deliver for us, the American people. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. Fully agreed. The astronauts are very, very cool. But we certainly, that workforce is vital in achieving this. And the same as in the defense industry, the space industry, all of it's very intertwined, those sorts of skill sets and right sizing. So we're also both very much looking forward to the kind of building the learning society and some of those workforce implications of that as well. But of course, no discussion, as we heard earlier, is kind of immune to AI at this point. National security is certainly no exception. So I'd like to turn it over to our brilliant technical mind here at PPI, Michael Mandel, to talk a little bit about some of the AI implications that we are seeing in the national security space.
Thanks very much. First, thank you to Noah for teeing up some of the issues that I was planning to get to with a little bit more inflammatory language than I would have used, but that's actually fine. No, it wasn't an accident. I'm sure it wasn't. So let me actually start off by summarizing kind of where AI is economically before I get to national security. People who worried about a job apocalypse, it hasn't happened yet. Okay, if you sort of look at the data, white collar employment is still rising. You look at the number of people holding computer and mathematical occupations, they're the same in the first half of 2026 as they were in the first half of 2025. There's a lot of churn going on between growing companies and companies that have decided they need to sort of shift some of their workers to other things that they were doing. But so far, no job apocalypse. We are seeing some gains in productivity in physical industries like manufacturing and construction and agriculture that will translate into better affordability for Americans, cheaper housing, cheaper food, cheaper healthcare. But physical AI is a slow process. From the point of view of politics, we're much more likely to see some sort of national security crisis around AI before we actually see the job crisis has been predicted up to now. And let me talk a little bit about what a national security crisis with AI would look like. I mean, and I'm not talking at this point about some of the clown show that's going on in the White House right now, okay? It's even difficult to sort of follow that on a day-by-day basis. I mean, Anthropic was somewhat unbanned. OpenAI was somewhat banned. It's hard to follow, okay? But I'm going to talk about the bigger picture here. What AI is doing for national security is First, it's increasing the ability to conduct widespread surveillance, both by us and by our adversaries. It's very important to think about both sides of the equation. Second, it's going to improve the quality of our weaponry, okay? You mentioned this in terms of Ukraine, but it keeps on going, that our ability to sort of target with AI is greatly improved. And the third element is cyber attack and cyber defense. Noah, you mentioned Chernobyl, okay? And maybe go look at the number of people who were actually killed at Chernobyl, okay? The examples, the amount is, the best estimates are 4,000 to 16,000. Okay, so it didn't sort of wipe out a whole state or a whole country. I would expect to see some sort of IT-related crisis of a significant scale between now and the next election. So when people think about the politics of AI, it may have less to do with data centers and more to do with sort of talking about data centers as part of the arsenal of democracy. These are the ways that we are fighting back against our adversaries, being able to tap into our connected cars, tap into our building management systems, okay? Across a wide range of our systems that may be potentially, our electric grids may be potentially vulnerable. Now, this will require concentrated effort and investment, not just investment in equipment, but investment in people as well. So when you're sort of talking about where we are going in the future, the national security implications of AI may prove to dominate the economic implications in the short and the medium run. I don't think we're going to have, as an economist, I'm very wary when people talk about apocalypses. Okay, what you tend to get is things that happen much more slowly than is expected. So I think that's what we're going to see here, but national security may turn out to be the bigger issue for 2028 with AI.
Great, thank you, Michael. And it's nice to talk about an economic topic that actually has national security implications that are real, as opposed to horseshoes and coffins and the like that Ed Gresser mentioned earlier. So with that, I'll have some closing remarks at the end, but I want to open the floor to some questions, comments, really get folks' discussions going. So if you just raise your hands or placards. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you very much for having me. Jim, and maybe John as well, I do quite a bit of work in the space of talking to different countries about what Arizona can offer to support what they do. It's not just through defense contracting, but that's a big part of it as well. Over the last 2 years, I've heard things such as we're witnessing the erosion of democracy. Two weeks before the Iran war, I had a conversation with a country leader who said, "Hey, this is great. This is coming out of the U.S. Are there other countries that you guys could partner with? We'd feel more comfortable if there was more stable countries for us to work with in this space." And I've never heard anything like that in my career, and it made me incredibly nervous, and I'm a pretty jaded person. I'd love to hear your thoughts, and I don't want to throw more gasoline on it, but I'd really like to get your points. And last point on this, Jim, you've been to Ukraine with me. Austin, you've been to Ukraine with me. Billy's been to Ukraine with me. Spent a lot of time there. Thank you for what you're doing in that space. Thank you for pushing that narrative, because it's extremely important we continue to focus on that. And yes, I agree with everything you said on innovation, everything you said on that, but there's also the key point in this in stopping the spread of whatever the hell Putin is trying to do next following Ukraine. So that I yield.
Yeah, so from the first portion about the perceived instability of the United States across the world, I got to go to, I'm an Arizona guy, born and bred. That's where the state comes in. I mean, partnerships with Ukraine, like we said, with TSMC, et cetera, not only provide industry, but jobs, innovation, all that here in Arizona. So the way, when we were in Ukraine the last time, we were there speaking about Arizona-based businesses that wanted to, collaborate with Ukrainian-based businesses, not at a federal government level. And I think that's how you circumvent it, is you use the free market to circumvent instability and, authoritarianism. Things like that. You circumvent it by providing a better opportunity that's here in the state. And like I said, I mean, it benefits us great if we could get a single one of those drone factories here to help us start producing that. I mean, we have the 5 prime defense industry heads here in the state already. So let's bring more. We've already proven that we can do it, that we're a great spot for it. Let's just do it more, and let's defeat Putin in the process. So who's going to be mad about that?
I think that's a great summation. I think there are some maybe lock-picking moments that are coming up, and I agree with the point about the states. You know, we have a massive procurement structure, a massive defense budget that is holding on to many, many legacy programs. The states can intervene. I mean, there are export controls, there's CFIUS, there are all kinds of other federal regulatory things that get in the way. I'll put my Treasury hat on for a bit. But I think that trying to use the momentum of AI and AI primacy and the necessity of it in the national security space to create, again, more momentum for innovation underneath that and have the states drive it and create the incentives. I mean, I think a lot of what the mayor has done here is basically stayed out of the federal noise and driven a very clear state policy about what needs to be done here to make the chips that the country needs. And that is a way of getting out from under all of that, the FAR, the CFIUS requirements, all of that stuff to invite business here and figure it out after, because a place like Arizona does have such an attractive environment. That's how innovation probably is going to happen sooner than a massive overhaul of our procurement process at the federal level. It might start to pick the lock on it and force people to take a look at how innovative Ukraine is being, actually how innovative other countries are being in this space, that our massive investment in legacy programs doesn't look the same as it used to look to the world. It'll start maybe opening that door a little bit.
Thank you both very much. And one more point, I apologize. Representative McAdams, good luck on your, I'm very excited for you coming back. Arizona prides ourselves in being very innovative, working very hard, but I've got to say, Utah has been doing an absolutely killer job of growing, and quite frankly, they actually beat us to Ukraine by a week. Was that right, Jim? That Utah was there the week before us, which was amazing to me. So I've got to know, what's your special sauce? What are you guys doing up there? Because it's very impressive.
It's our hockey team, honestly. Okay, sorry. No, I think I think we were talking about this over lunch. I think there's a Western ethic, right? That we solve our own problems. We are resilient. We are entrepreneurial. We are facing some of the same challenges, whether it's water growth, and how that impacts us. But I think this is a moment for the West to start to build a democratic voice. We've already. I've been saying in my election, this is the time when Utah decides if we want to be Colorado and Arizona, or do we want to stick with Idaho? Right? Are we going to build a democratic movement in Utah? And I think we are starting to do that. So we want to bring not just your hockey team, we want to bring your politics up to Utah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
I'm going to give myself 45 seconds and then we'll head over to Noah. But I just want to pull the thread on. I know as somebody who spent my career in defense and national security policy, it's not usually an issue that motivates voters to the ballot box, right? It's kind of a second, third tier type of thing. But I think this hesitation around that you're hearing from investing in the U.S. and this reluctance to do so, I think is a really clear point of saying, of where folks, especially at the state level, could lean in and say, Trump's foreign policy is making people not want to invest in building in jobs here, and that's a problem. And I think as we sort of, I'm a firm believer that everything is national security and national security is everything. But I think that's a really, it's curious to hear. And I think thinking at the state level about how you get out of it is a really good perspective. With that, Noah.
I think we're at time, right? So should we just transition to Jordan?
I think we got the blessing for another 2 or 3 minutes.
Then I yield to the mayor of Phoenix.
It's a smart politician right there.
I feel fine if you finish. It's nothing earth-shattering.
No, ma'am, please.
Just going back to some of the stuff that Mary talked about with space leadership, Mayor Keller and I are involved with a coalition of mayors in the business sector called Mayors and CEOs for Space Leadership, and it's cities that have significant space economies. So we're doing some of the work you've said, and some of the things mayors end up doing maybe surprise you, but our friends in the federal government help us with WIOA money, workforce dollars, and there weren't the codes for a bunch of the jobs in space to like be able to develop these programs, but it's solvable problems that we're able to do. We have benefited very much from the space economy here. I got a big Monday. Honeywell Aerospace will ring the bell on the New York Stock Exchange and will be officially headquartered in Phoenix, Arizona as a publicly traded company. But they do incredible work with the technology that helped Orion get where it's going, as well as probably your aircraft on the way here and making so much of the technology. They have a wonderful partnership with one of our local high schools, South Mountain, which is in a traditionally lower income area, but they have an aviation academy, and they're helping high school students go straight from high school into, this is a trend today, jobs that pay better than Mayor of Phoenix. And so it's been great to see that, and we've really benefited. I would say we have probably more in the satellite area, but we also have like some very cool companies in the drone space, although they're trying to tell me I'm not allowed to use that word anymore. But like SpectreWorks is a Phoenix-based company that does low-cost drones and has been really growing, and they will hire kids right out of high school as well. They apparently the best kids to hire. They like the robotics teams because they're good at working with their hands and can be very nimble. So it's definitely creating great jobs in our city while hopefully helping the U.S. be seen as a partner globally when we're contributing Phoenix-based drones to conflicts in Ukraine and elsewhere.
Thank you so
I think
much.
I left time for Noah.
No. Okay. I was gonna say, well, once over cocktails at the bar. No, thank you all for participating in this discussion. I think it's so key to bring that democratic voice to national security and to space, to not cede it and make it one party, especially given all of the impacts that it has, not only to our ability to compete with China and to compete in the world from a defense perspective, but also building strong economies, resilient communities that kind of diversify. So thank you very much for that. And with that, I will hand it over to my colleague, Jordan Weissman, for the next panel.
Thank you very much, Danielle. I'm Jordan Weissman. I'm the editorial director here at PPI, and we're going to talk about where Democrats should go next on immigration. I think everyone in this room knows that we've spent the last decade now in this country just seeing wild and just terribly violent swings in policy, literally and figuratively. We've gone from family separation on Trump 1 to the asylum crisis under President Biden, which was probably the second biggest factor in bringing down his presidency, to now ICE raids in American cities and people being shot in the streets. Americans aren't happy with the situation, but they still don't trust Democrats. They still, if you look at the polling that Mackenzie shared earlier, we're still in the red on that. So the question is, what do we do on policy and what do we do on messaging to make people confident in us that we can handle this issue again? We have a great panel to talk about this, starting with Representative Greg Stanton, Phoenix's own. Border state Dems in many ways have been the most practical, I think, when it comes to border policy. And so I'd like to hear where you think your voters are right now and where Democrats need to head.
Great to be here. Thanks, Mayor, for hosting this and doing such a great job and cleaning up all my messes as the former mayor without publicly talking about it. Thanks for your leadership. Also want to say Val Hoyle, great to see her, one of my colleagues, an awesome member of our caucus, and kindred spirits on probably a lot of these issues we're going to be talking about. I'm excited to see all of you here in Phoenix, but most excited to see Ben McAdams. I can't wait till he gets back in Congress, makes his triumphant return. He and I did very badly in the office lottery So we had the two worst offices. We were next door to each other and had to have long walks to get to the floor for our freshman year. We came in together in 2018. So Ben, congratulations on your win. It wasn't a sure thing. You ran a great race and super happy that you'll be returning to us in Congress. And Tim Ryan, we need you back on the baseball team whenever you're ready to come back. So we got beat 11-2 a couple weeks ago. It was rough. All right, on the issue of immigration, look, I've been involved in local politics here and now at the federal level for many years, over 2 decades. Immigration has always been an issue where Democrats generally have been on the defensive here in Arizona and generally around the country. Not this year. We are going on offense. I've never seen an issue where a president in such a short period of taking a time probably took his best issue that helped win the election because of what you mentioned, the fact that Americans had lost confidence in President Biden and his inaction at the border and what they saw as chaos at the southern border. Americans do not like chaos. His unwillingness to take executive action to restore order at the border, and it's one of the animating issues that allowed President Trump to win. To go from that, and less than 2 years later, in terms of American public opinion, both Republicans and Democrats overall very opposed to the actions taken that you mentioned. And so we will be going on offense politically for all the wrong reasons because of the mishandling of this issue by this president, significantly overplaying his hand in terms of the mass deportation policy of this administration. You saw just over last couple of days this court decision on TPS. You're going to have Haitians and Syrians being forced to return to their country, and the whole TPS system to protect people coming to the United States, escaping violence and horrific weather experiences or whatever. It's been such an important program, and now the president can just snap his fingers and say it's over, and the Supreme Court says that there is no real review of that. In terms of American values, that offends American values. That's an important issue. What the administration is doing right now to our dreamers by purposely delaying their renewals and now taking people that this DACA program, this very popular DACA program, and now putting our dreamers at real risk of being deported just because of purposeful administrative delays by the administration, as mean-spirited a thing as you could possibly have. We're going on offense on that. That's above and beyond the mass deportation efforts where people are seeing their family and friends and neighbors and coworkers being put in detention and deported when they know they haven't done anything wrong other than being in this country, haven't committed crimes. The lies that the president said about the type of immigration enforcement they were going to do, targeted enforcement, to what we see in actuality. The proof is in the pudding in terms of what they are doing. I'm sure Val does as well. We visit our detention centers and do impromptu oversight. Thank God the courts agreed with us that Congress has a right to do unannounced visits and oversight. And the people we visit with, in our case in Arizona, people that are business owners, have American children, American spouses, donating to local, baseball teams and softball teams and Girl Scout troops and Boy Scout troops, done nothing of any kind of illegality, and now they're being forced. Famous case of Kelly Yu, a restaurant owner in the West Valley, putting dozens of our fellow Americans at work, and now they're going to send her back to China. It just offends people to a great degree. So politically, we're going to go on offense as we should. Now, substantively, the Republicans have some decisions to make, because you said, what are we going to do differently? And I'd actually argue nothing. We're going to do what we generally have stood for, the agreement that then Senator McCain came to in the U.S. Senate a little over a dozen years ago, which is strong border security and pathways to citizenship for people that have been here for long periods of time and not otherwise committed crime. That's still the fundamental underlying agreement that has to happen. And the old trade-off, of course, was the Republicans stood for strong border security and Democrats wanted reasonable pathways to come to America and opportunities for citizenship. You got to go to the back of the line, but that actually hasn't changed. What has changed is on the Republican side is that, you give an inch on immigration reform, new pathways to come here. expanding the H-1B, instead of charging $100,000 like this president wants to do to really destroy the program, provide pathways to come here, supporting more students to come to our universities across the world, which is such a competitive advantage for us. That's always been the case. And the principles that we're putting forward, I serve with Val and the New Dems, the moderate Democratic coalition. We've put forward a very substantive policy proposal on immigration reform that fundamentally does that. But on the other side of the aisle, their end of the bargain, demanding border security before any talk of immigration reform. Well, guess what? The border's never been more secure than it is right now. So now's the time for them to kind of put up or shut up. I think we're going to shellac them in the election. And the real question would be, after that, in Congress, are they really willing to do a deal? Can we do a deal? Can we do a deal with this president, who I think I think he would like to do a deal, except he's surrounded by Stephen Miller and the xenophobic crowd around him, whispering in his ear that the base will never allow him to give an inch on immigration reform. I think left to his own devices, we actually could do a deal. So I think we're going to shellac them in the election on many issues, including this one, how they've entered into or how they're enforcing immigration in this country. We're going to present a very reasonable plan, very similar to what Senator McCain had led on years ago, and we'll see what happens.
Just to follow, talking about doing a potential deal with this president, could you give a better sense of what, just border security deal along the lines of what Senator Murphy attempted previously, or something more comprehensive? Do you mind elaborating on what you see?
Well, sure. I can tell you about our plan that we helped put together with the New Dems. It is a comprehensive plan. Now, look, if they want to take it apart and do a deal for Dreamers, which the president politically would be the smartest thing he could do right now, today, come forward and say he supports the Dream and the Promise Act. It would help him in the election. Unfortunately, he's got, Stephen Miller and that crowd whispering in his ear that he can't do it. When he's been on various radio shows and they've asked him about this, he's actually indicated support for new pathways for people to come, remove opportunities for people to come to the United States, since the border is essentially shut down, and immediately has to walk it back within hours because Stephen Miller reminds him that his base won't allow for it. But in a question, in an era where he's a lame duck and we're in the majority, there might be an opportunity to do actually something really big. I'm a realist. I've been around a long time, but this would be a unique opportunity to get something significant done.
What's the bill number that y'all are working on bipartisan? Well, the New Dems.
Okay.
So people can pay attention to it.
Representative Meeks, I couldn't hear him, but I'll paraphrase the question saying, what are we actually working on right now?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a bipartisan bill called the Dignity Act. And that is somewhat of a comprehensive plan. And there is some Republican support. Representative Salazar from Florida is leading the way. Veronica Escobar on our side is leading the way. The challenge there is there's not a pathway to citizenship in the bill. And that is a significant issue that we have to consider, is whether or not we'd be willing to do a deal in which people that have been, farm workers working in the fields for a dozen or more years would have a real opportunity for citizenship, akin to what Senator McCain led on. Obviously, we don't want to be in a situation where that bill passes and 20 years from now, we have people living next door to us who are working hard, paying taxes, sending their kids to public school. I get to vote and they don't.
Right.
That's not good for our society. And so some people suggest it's a step forward and we should take the step forward. And the real strategic question is, if we're going to be in the majority, will we be in a stronger negotiating position to get a deal done that is probably a pathway to citizenship is, I think, a really important thing. I know the Republicans are afraid that this means a lot of new voters that they think are going to vote for Democrats. As you know, the president last election did a lot better with the Latino community, even the African American community. So I don't think it's a given. It's even a given that if the folks have an opportunity to become citizen, that they're going to vote for one party or another. But I know that's on the other side. That's what they're sort of obsessively afraid of.
And the New Dems bill you have, I'm just trying to get the title of it.
The New Dems have a bill in waiting.
Okay.
When we get that majority, it's going to be one of our first 10 bills. Yeah, we're obviously the Democrats are coming up with our, HR 1 through 10, our top bills, and immigration reform is going to be one of them.
Nice.
Thank you, Congressman. I want to take a moment to kind of step back and reflect on where we've been. We've Jonathan Davidson here. He was Alejandro Mayorkas's chief of staff at DHS. Jonathan, I want you to talk a little bit about where things were when you joined DHS, when you came into that role, and frankly, what you think went wrong. What, both broadly for the party and also internally, and what lessons, from an insider's perspective, Democrats absolutely need to keep in mind going forward.
Thanks, Jordan. So I spent the first half of the Biden presidency at Treasury, so I was able to get inflation spiked, and then I moved over in theory to the Department of Homeland Security to get the border under control, and you see how that worked out. So I'm 2 for 2. I was sent ostensibly to help at DHS, and when I got there, what I realized is that Ali and team had actually been ready for years. From day one, he was ready to shut the border, to be more forceful on enforcement. And I think what had gone wrong is that there was a misreading of the mandate, and there was a convergence of that misread with hiring, with everything that people say about personnel as policy is true. You had a series of hires in the space that led to a deportation pause right out of the gate. We were the then best looking horse in the glue factory after COVID, with help wanted signs up across the border. And there had been a global migration shift that was already underway and had been well underway in the previous Trump one. I think the other aspect of this, if you kind of go through the entirety of the administration's response, it ties back into some of the stuff we were talking about in the last discussion around national security, which is to say that our foreign policy apparatus and our diplomacy was still stuck in a legacy textbook version of what the priorities should be. And just to fight to get fentanyl up the priority stack, or to get immigration to be a discussion that ranked ahead of fair elections in Venezuela. So, sanctions removal in Venezuela was hinging on whether they ran fair elections or not. Whether we could repatriate Venezuelans back to Venezuela was hinging on, whether they had fair elections or not. And it just did not meet the moment by any stretch of the imagination. So I would put those all together with a post-COVID economy and a set of policies that were designed for what was revealed during the Democratic primary, which was there was a significant impulse across almost every Democrat in the race. One abstained to decriminalize the borders, and that was the mandate that was read and was implemented for the first half of the first year. I think when Ali got there, he had pushed back on that in transition, and it turns out we had a draft executive order for quite a while ready to close the border.
Was it really just priorities? Was it we didn't handle the border well because we didn't prioritize the border, or were there technical decisions also made that backfired and that looking in retrospect?
I mean, there were some policies around the margins that we could have probably executed on. I mean, I have to say that there wasn't a chance that actual execution of the actual missions of our components could occur. I mean, at the border, CBP was completely overwhelmed, and you can't hire enough staff to meet we were up to 12,000 encounters a day at our spike. And I think there's no match for that in terms of the personnel we had. We couldn't hire quickly enough. I do think that there was and from a technical standpoint, we needed resources for technology. We needed resources to integrate and synthesize the drone capacity, to grow that capacity. All of those things were put in the enforcement category. What flipped the script a little bit, and the congressman's got it exactly right, and Arizona, frankly, has always had this policy, generally right, in terms of where people should be and where the country should be. But when people started busing, when Abbott was smart enough to start busing into our interior cities, it's amazing how fast the politics in the Democratic caucus flipped. And I, don't want to speak ill of any senator, but there are some senators that I heard in the caucus meetings, because one of the senators held up a phone so I could hear it. I won't dime anybody out here, arguing about, we need to enforce in these cities what's going on. These are people who were very, very, very permissive in, the week prior. But all of a sudden you have people showing up on the streets, on the street corners. And what I said routinely to people like that is, do you know what people in Arizona have to do when they're sitting in their kitchens? They're watching people run through their backyards or hang out in the garage to kind of, just get a night before they go on to their next thing. People deal with this every day. And I don't think anybody who came up with immigration policy from Massachusetts or New York or, I can name a few other states, really had a sense of what others were dealing with in that context.
I was just going to add, look, we as Democrats, moderate Democrats, we could look backwards, but the truth is moving forward, this issue, what happened at the border, the perception that when Democrats were in charge, there was chaos at the border, is one of the issues that holds us back in the election. There's anger towards the president and his policies. It was mentioned earlier that foreign policy is not going to be an animating issue. I know what you mean, but Iran is an animating issue. People are angry about our policies and the war of choice in Iran. But to turn towards the Democrats for leadership, concern about this skepticism on this particular issue is one of the issues that is holding us back among moderates, independents, moderate Republicans, independents, whether they can trust the Democrats, whether we learn lessons from the past. And we have to really prove to them that we learned those lessons. I'd also add, unfortunately, the issue about, the president deciding to run for a second term after promising not to when he wasn't in really a position to do so. And frankly, the silence of so many people in elected positions about that issue, we should have spoken up sooner. We all learned that lesson. So that's the other issue that people still have skepticism and doubt Democrats of whether we're really ready to take the reins again. We have to understand that as we are about to take the reins again, we have to govern very responsibly and show we've learned those lessons.
Is there a way to show that at this point? Is there something you say when you're in conversations with voters? How do you ask for that?
I think on that specific issue, I think we have to show that we are going to be strong on border security and maybe in ways that we would have been uncomfortable a decade ago. And so, there were questions with the Biden administration about whether they could legally take steps through executive action, and Trump just did it and no one's batted an eye. We probably have to accept that whoever we elect as the next president, hopefully a Democrat, is willing to use administrative power a little more expansively, particularly on border security. And so I think it's the lesson is that, we sometimes look at the technicality of each law, which is what we do as Democrats. We like to get the details right. Whereas the reality is people just need to trust that we're going to be strong on border security. But the trade-off is, because the problem with the Trump administration is that they're doing toughness on border security, but not having new pathways, and it's leading to chaos as they're doing this mass deportation policy. For us, the trade-off is strong border security, but immigration reform and new pathways to come here. Support our dreamers, support our farm workers, create a care economy for our seniors that we're desperately going to need with the aging of our society. Have an immigration policy that grows our economy. So that's for us. That's the trade-off.
Can I just this shows, and the congressman made excellent points. I think the one thing that demonstrates how poor a job we did on the messaging is we did shut the border down at the end of the Biden term, and people don't know about it. And the fact is that the numbers were almost exactly what they are today. When we were able to go forward with our policy, we did the work, and we from an operational standpoint, we executed, and the numbers went from 12,000 encounters to 1,000 almost within a month. And it was, there was an argument at the beginning of the administration that deterrence didn't work, that, that kind of thing, people would still show up, they'd still find a way. I have been asked by a lot of groups like this, and I was part of the gang of 8. Well, I call it the gang of 7.5 because little Marco used to sneak out on us. But there's a discussion about the comprehensive immigration reform issue. I totally agree with the congressman that that's where we are. We do have to solve for some issues on the left flank. I think even though to the credibility point that the congressman was making, I think there is a deficit on that. When people come to me and ask me if I like their policy, their comprehensive immigration reform policy, I say, can your group or can you get a coalition of people to raise their hands when you say, if you cross the border, did you break the law? Yeah. That's a hard question for a lot of people, for a lot of Democrats. I don't know how many people would raise their hand in this room, but that's something that as a threshold matter, as a threshold matter, we've got to get our hands around those kinds of things and how we talk about immigration. Now that there was the Abbott busing, there are probably a few more interior Democrats who would raise their hand. But it is important that we have credibility and that we look like a responsible party on this. And thankfully we do have a good set of models with real enforcement, real money behind enforcement, real personnel. And I think that will help us hopefully forge something that will actually help people who want to come to this country and get here and contribute, because that is the whole point of the country.
Noah, I want to throw a question to you. Democrats are obviously appalled by the way the Trump administration has used Customs and Border Patrol and ICE as sort of a national police force. And you're hearing the calls to abolish ICE kind of bubble up again. I think there's also a great fear amongst those people like us in this room that we're going to see an overcorrection, or that the left is going to be calling for an overcorrection. What is a rational way to go about reforming ICE and CBP at this point? What should be the, we don't need a, point by point technical description, but what are the guiding principles we should be thinking about as we try to, get them back doing the job they're supposed to be doing and find ways to keep them from being used as a tool of abuse in the future?
I mean, I think they now have more money than you could ever conceive of, having served in these roles and these capacities that John and I had the privilege of serving in. We barely knew how to spend as much money as we had when back before CBP had an extra 40 billion and before ICE had an extra 30 billion. So it's inconceivable, A, that they will get to those expenditures before the end of this administration, and B, it's inconceivable what they might actually spend that on. I don't foresee them being able to spend enough money on agents to get them in time to continue to further torment societies. But I think you have to look at the system comprehensively. And I think, history is important in this context. And, when Napolitano and Obama were in office, the border was largely under control. Apprehensions were at an all-time low, and removals were at an all-time high. And I think that at that time, we were using intelligence-based operations to effectuate those removals so that we were mostly not getting people that you don't want to get. And we're mostly getting people who you do want to get, which are, I think we all agree, we should remove people who have been criminal actors in the United States and are here unlawfully. But I think to answer your question directly, Jordan, I think you have to think about the broader system in two contexts. There's the CBP context, which is enforcement at the border and at and in between the ports of entry. I think almost everyone, Republicans and Democrats alike, are in favor of border security and ensuring a safe and orderly border zone. And that doesn't mean, by the way, closing the border, in my view, because the border is a key economic engine for the southern, southwest border states. So you have to make sure lawful trade and travel are facilitated while unlawful trade and unlawful travel do not get through. Then I think you have to look at the interior immigration enforcement system, and I think you have to be honest about it. There's the enforcement and removal aspect of it. Those are the ones that have been tormenting people in Minnesota and elsewhere. Then there's the Homeland Security investigations side of it. So you can't just eliminate ICE, because if you eliminate ICE, you are then saying that you're in favor of child sexual abuse. You're in favor of sex trafficking. You're in favor of the facilitation of weapons of mass destruction entering the United States. That's the other part of what ICE does. So I think I think on the removal side of ICE, some real money, when someone with any sense gets in this office again, could be spent on training, right? Part of this is they deployed the Border Patrol to Minneapolis. The Border Patrol does not train, for the most part, for urban law enforcement purposes. They train between the ports of entry to operate alone and apprehend people crossing the border between the ports of entry. Some of this money, I think, that won't get spent quickly enough for them to do much more harm than they've already done, could be spent on retraining ICE and retraining Border Patrol to be more effective at what they're actually supposed to do. And I think that's an interesting conversation to be had. But I think Democrats, I think we really struggle to talk about this issue in the right way, because we always seem to put a but behind everything. We're for border security, but it has to be done this way. We're for ensuring that, we remove people from the country who are committing crimes and shouldn't be here, but it has to be done in this way. We as a party and we as a community, I think, need to think about how to make this less complicated and also not have all the caveats that we always have to place behind everything that we say.
We have a few more minutes left. Got to extend a little bit. So I'd like to open this up to everyone else in the room for questions. Yes, Mayor.
Thank you all. Appreciate the perspective on this, and just especially enlightening to have some of the folks who've been literally working on this now sharing with us. So thank you for that. Just to touch on, I think, two of the themes that just came out about, like, how do we talk about this and what does this mean? I think there's two threads that are important to remember. One is the actual perspective in our community in terms of workforce. In Minneapolis, all the mayors got together to talk about what was happening and the roundups and so forth. And what was not coming out in the media is that what ICE was doing was destroying the Minneapolis economy. Like, there was a quarter of the city that all the restaurants were closed because there was no one who could go work in them or was too scared to go work in them. And the irony is, some of the biggest pushback was all the trendy progressives who wanted to go to their fun restaurants, from Ethiopia or whatever, and they're all closed. So the connection there to our workforce, I think, is really important. And as a border state, this is huge for us. There are large sections of our economy that don't work without immigrants, regardless of how they got there. And that's also what Minneapolis showed. That city cannot function if you are going to do 100% enforcement of every immigration law, period. And that's the same for Albuquerque. Our GRT is down because we don't have immigrants spending money. Our restaurant cost of labor is up by 38% because we don't have access to labor. Now, a small business owner, frankly, does not care about your immigration status. Yet for some reason in America, both parties want to make that the business's responsibility for hiring someone illegal. This is what goes back to this idea of government grinding on people, government telling you what to do. Government's supposed to work in the way that was outlined so that a small business doesn't have to worry if the person they're hiring got here in a legal path or not. So I do think it very much goes back to the system in a legal way actually working, meaning there should be a legal way that isn't a 9-year wait list to come to America, right? There should be a path for education that doesn't cost $100,000 and that is capped. And until we fix actually, I think, the legal paths, then you have everyone going into the asylum path, which is a nightmare. And so I think there is nothing partisan about what I just said, either parts of that. And I think that's also what Americans want. They don't want to have to care how you got here. That's not our job. We're just supposed to live together and work together. And so that's where government, I think, has to start from a messaging standpoint.
Yeah, can you hear? Okay. I love this conversation because I live this as well. A part of my job within the governor's office was immigration. I was the Title 42 coordinator. When that was a whole thing, sat down with Secretary Mayorkas multiple times and the DHS team, worked with our mayors on a response to the busing operation and street releases, Mayor Gallego's leadership, Regional Center for Border Health, IRC, the whole lot of it. So there's a lot of trauma there on the policies end for me because that was just it's still our daily life. I do agree with the congressman on there needs to be, we have to end Noah on, we have to have honest conversations about how Democrats can need to talk about being strong, and strong doesn't need to be inhumane. We need to talk about our borders as economic engines. We have 5 ports of entry here. The economic impact on that is insane. And we focus that on within our office every single day. The true reality, and I'll sort of push back on the closure, the port closure piece, people did feel that. The Lukeville port of entry was closed. The one day I took off that year was when Nat Kane called me and said, "You're going to be really mad with me today. I'm closing the Lukeville port of entry." And I said, "Nat, I'm on the first hole of this golf course. It's the one day off I have. What are you doing?" The second was to our chief of staff. And so there's a lot of things that we need to understand. We can't, I know Democrats want comprehensive immigration reform. We can't do it in one shot. Sinema and Langford tried to do it. The Gang of 8 tried to do it. Gang of 5. Everybody has tried to do it. It just doesn't work. There's a lot of reforms that we can do on visas, specifically when you talked about workforce. There's statutory things, specific things that we can do to reduce the wait times for visas. And there's a lot of things that a new administration can do. But again, we have to go back to this messaging of what works and what doesn't, and not trying to get in the way of ourselves in terms of trying to do everything all together all at once, because time and time again we sort of fail on those deliveries. And I'll just put it to a point, because we've been, knock on wood, as successful as possible here in this state, trying to make immigration not an issue for Arizona, focusing on other things like affordability and housing and economic development. But how we've done that is locally led solutions. Our response to Title 42 wasn't busing just to get people away from the border and into our major cities. It was to reduce the strain of services on border communities that did not have the nonprofit structure to help and support those people that are looking for TPS status to go to their ultimate destination. That helped us crucially win over those border communities, and that was in response with our sheriffs and our nonprofits. And again, when the governor talked about yesterday, Operation Desert Guardian focused on 2 things: human trafficking and drug trafficking. It's why the president has been successful, because he goes back to that sort of messaging. Those are things that I think Democrats can hold on to and can lead on, because those things are really important to the voters. But again, going back to Noah's point, because I'm just stealing everything that he says, we have to be really intentional with how we view and how we discuss our response to immigration and border security, and understand that we can't do it all at once.
I'd like to thank, I guess one last, sure. Go for it.
Yeah, okay. I am a DACA recipient, so thank some of you who helped write the program. Have immigrant families. I came here when I was 6 years old, grew up in the west side of Phoenix, now live in Gilbert. I had family members who previously didn't have status, then adjusted status, were big Obama supporters, then voted for Trump for many different reasons. I just think you have to fight. You have to show the passion that you care. You have to show the passion that you care about families being together. You have the perfect, I never thought in my life I would see, I'm gonna be right, white American citizens being killed in the streets. We see that with brown people happen all the time in Black America by police officers, and that creates a trauma with us. But I never thought that would actually happen when you have Alex and Nicole being killed, and the administration saying, "Oh, they are terrorists," or condemn that. Use that pain that is happening in the community, that people are suffering, are seeing their children. Thank you for supporting Dylan, and 14-year-old who was spent some time in a detention center. Um, for the other cases, you have helped as well. This issue is something that I think that Democrats keep on losing because they run away from. They're afraid. I've been in a lot of, thankfully my job has allowed me to be with a lot of Republican and MAGA circles. And when you go and you talk and you have those conversations and you hear them out, a lot of them have the same concerns. And many of them are not necessarily anti-immigrant. They just think that immigrants are getting a better deal than they are. They think that because they see them getting on a bus or they see them at getting a hotel, that they're the ones who are taking from them when it's not the case. And I think we have more in common when we have those conversations than we keep just talking above each other and focusing on policies. But my number one thing for you all is just to fight. Thank you.
Jordan?
No.
Sorry, over here.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, I had a question. I think, every elected official, depending on your jurisdiction, is probably going to tackle this with, some nuance that is specific to them. But it also takes place within this broader discussion of sort of where is the Democratic Party going. And I know that, I think we all know, right, that primary elections in deep blue districts in New York City don't necessarily reflect what happens in other places. But we have here, Charlene, I'm going to put you a little bit on the spot here, sorry. But we've got the chairman of the party, of the Democratic Party in Arizona, a border state. And I'm just kind of curious, because I've been out of it now for a little while as far as the party goes. So I'm curious, how is this playing out among rank and file Democratic, state committee members? And how do you sort of navigate between what they're looking for and how, the governor is governing, right? Because you're oftentimes going to be that intermediary. So how do you do that? How do you anticipate doing that?
Thank you, David, for that question. Our state committee people are a reflection of the state. So, it's what we see right here is that when you go around the rural areas, you might have a different perspective than you do when you come to the urban areas. So it's a very difficult, fine line that we're all walking. We do know that immigration is one of the top 5 issues. And this is from a recent Latino survey. It is the cost of living, it is education, it is healthcare in that order, and then immigration, rounds it up as 5th. Not meaning that it's not important, but those other things are important. And that's what our state committee people are looking at those other issues, those other 4 issues that come to the forefront. I just, applaud people like Congressman Stanton, who is just taking the lead on this and talking to us and making sure that we are up to date on what they're doing. We're really proud of the work that they're doing. So I hope that kind of gave you a roundabout answer to a really, really heavy duty, broad question, because we are so diverse. And we are a reflection of Arizona. Our Democratic State Committee people are a reflection of all of Arizona.
I'm actually encouraged and a little surprised that immigration is not higher within the state committee. I'm not talking about within the broader public, but within the state committee. But that if they're more focused on some of those bread and butter issues, that's a good sign.
Absolutely.
I think this fantastic conversation, unfortunately, has to end. It's time for me to toss it to Rachel Cantor for a panel on education. But I'd like to thank everyone who contributed to this topic. It was really enlightening to hear all of you.
All right, so I am Rachel Cantor. I'm the Director of Education Policy at PPI. And last night I learned I'm also known as the Mississippi Education Lady, and that's probably because of this report inside the Mississippi Marathon about my former life as a state-based education policy advocate for 17 years in Mississippi, during which time we went from the bottom of the country in educational outcomes to the national average in 2019, and when adjusted for demographics, to number 1 in 2024, which is a completely outrageous thing to have been a part of. And I came to PPI in 2025 because I told Will Marshall I wanted to help figure out how the rest of the country could have the same type of educational turnaround that we did in the state of Mississippi. So I come to you with a lot of hope about where we can be, even in a moment where educational progress right now in the country is pretty bad. We were declining in reading and math at both 4th and 8th grade prior to the pandemic. And then as Tim Kaine of Harvard says, the pandemic was sort of the mudslide that came after the slow erosion in the years leading up to the pandemic. And what we have now is a situation where we have some of the lowest levels of achievement that we've seen this century for kids. We did get data in recently from the long-term NAEP assessment, which assesses, instead of grade levels, it assesses children by age. And it's a national sample. We did see a bright spot for 9-year-olds, that 9-year-olds look like they're starting to recover from the pandemic, but we saw continued bad news for 13-year-olds. And this sort of reflects a pattern that we've also seen in state results, where on state assessments, we've seen a lot of kids not yet recover from the pandemic, especially the older that they are. Before I go any further, I'm going to say that I know that this panel is the last panel before you get to go and have a cocktail. And if one thing I know from being in a lot of small town Rotary Club meetings, it's that when you say you're going to end at a certain time, you better end at that time. Otherwise, people will get up and walk out on you. So at 3 o'clock, we are going to be done. And I can make you that promise, which means that from now we have roughly 40 minutes. We've got several people we've invited here to talk about both K-12 education and workforce issues. So this is a bit of a combined panel. We're going to start by talking a little bit about workforce development issues that connect K-12 to post-secondary world of work. One thing I want to alert you to is that I have a colleague named Bruno Manna who's not here with us, and he sort of bridges that gap between what happens in K-12 and how that connects to workforce. He and I have a paper coming out next week talking a little bit about this issue, what is really required of us to create high schools that bring work-based learning into the high school experience in a real way. And what we found talking to high schools across the country that were actually doing this work is that it requires more than just an entrepreneurial mindset on the part of a principal or a program leader. There's actually things that government needs to do to create the conditions for work-based learning to be a reality for kids in rural communities, urban communities, any type of community across America. And as a way to sort of kick us off on some of these workforce issues, I want to turn it to Representative Hoyle, who is here. Wait a minute. Oh, she moved. I was like, you are not where I thought you were going to be. Who's here with us from Oregon and who has a lot of passion for this issue around apprenticeships and workforce development as a way to build, to provide the type of education, training, and skills that people need for high wage, highly in demand jobs to build a better life.
I'm here because, thank you. I have pictures and I would have to like show them this way and then to the people over there. I didn't want you people over there feeling left out. So this is the issue that I am most passionate about and where I think that we can make a massive impact, because our current education system is not working for students who are being pushed into either, a college or university track where they're, hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt fighting for $15 an hour. I mean, it's not really hundreds of thousands, but a quarter of all students have debt of $25,000 or more in this country. The median loan debt is $10,000 to $15,000. It's also a usurious system. I will just say my experience. I graduated with a degree in political science, which my father said, you'll never get a job with that. And I went to political science because I'm very dyslexic, and it was the only major that I didn't have to take algebra for. That's not a lie. But I got a degree, but I borrowed 27,000, paid over 30 years with forbearances and deferments because we didn't have money, we had kids, and I owed 23,000 at the end of those 30 years when I got a public service loan forgiveness. So I started Congress and got my loan forgiven. But again, why are we charging interest that is higher than what we charge banks to students who are learning things that we need them to learn? So that's number one. So it doesn't work for students. It doesn't work for businesses who have jobs that they can't fill that they would pay good money for. So 50% of the jobs in this country need more than a high school degree and less than a college degree. 50%. 16%, you can get it with a GED or a high school degree. And then the rest, you need a college degree. Like, you don't want your surgeon going to Joe's apprenticeship program, right? Like, there is a reason to have university degrees, but what we have done is we've cut CTE, we've stigmatized any path that is not a college degree, and we've been absolutely singularly siloed on apprenticeship being about the trades. So, not working for business, and it's not working for institutions of higher education who don't have the money to actually do what they need to do. They're under attack from this administration. They are, the foreign students aren't coming in who pay more, right? And community colleges are meeting the moment, right? They're offering these certifications where people can get certifications and then get a job, and they're working with businesses. Universities are not meeting that moment. And it is time. I mean, people don't make change unless there's a crisis. So if we look at Switzerland, Germany, Finland, they do an amazing job with apprenticeships in high schools, even in middle schools, where young people get to, let's say an electrician, young people get to work part of the time, make money, they get classroom education, they also get their high school diploma, they'll graduate with a journey card. Let's use electricians as a example. So this kid can become an electrician, can go become a contractor, or can go to university to get a degree in electrical engineering, right? We don't do that because we stigmatize anything. It's like you can be in college, and then college educated people who are in legislatures, who are making the laws, talk down to people. It's like, well, we went to college, so it's again that noble obligation. Out of noble obligation, we're going to provide you a path because you're not as smart as I am because you didn't go to college. Even the language that we use, it's either you go to college or you do this other thing, as opposed to saying this is post-secondary education. So in the New Dems, we put forward an agenda for how can we change how we approach higher education and workforce training. And the first is preparing every K-12 student for a career and figuring out what that career is. Again, I'm very dyslexic, right? And when I looked at, went to this group and it was like a 4-page thing on what an apprenticeship is in 12-point Times New Roman font. I mean, I look at that, it's no different than looking at like the side of a Dr. Bronner's bottle, right? And it didn't say what is an apprenticeship. So, I would have done better with that. We have to look at that. Building an education system that keeps pace with technology, which means investment, and then making training and credentialing common, right? Trump ran on putting stackable certifications that would be free to young people who are not going to college because it costs money and it isn't getting them where they want to go. The difference is they want to have an education system that teaches their version of what they want people to know. So it is a white supremacist version of history. It is, men are the ones that do all things. Well, in any case, when I got to be labor commissioner, I really wanted to expand apprenticeships outside the building and construction trades. And what we need to understand is if we're going to expand the apprenticeship model, we have to treat the building and construction trades differently. Union building and construction trades pay for their apprenticeship programs through their dues. It's the union contractors and the unions themselves, they pay for those. Non-union programs through community colleges, through wherever, if we're subsidizing those, we're actually subsidizing programs that may be different. We should be saying what is a quality program and actually letting people know. If you include building and construction trades in expanding the apprenticeship model and don't treat them differently, there's massive opposition. So we have a pay for performance bill. We split out the building and construction trades. I also made a picture because I think in pictures, and it's a triangle. It is not a 4-page, written thing on what's an apprenticeship. It is an industry standard. Could be an electrician, could be an accountant, could be, I don't know, a radiologist. It's an industry standard. So if you have a registered apprenticeship program, and if it's registered, you know that these kids are going to be proficient. So pick your industry standard, certified classroom instruction, and paid supervised on-the-job training. That's it. It's a triangle. So I would take this to my chambers of commerce. I would take this to my union halls, and people know what this is. And we have to simplify what we're talking about, and we can absolutely do this everywhere. And we have to meet the moment for the 50% of jobs that need more than a high school degree, less than a college degree, which means, I think, helping companies hire young people who need to learn how to not look at their phones, show up showered, learn some basic skills, right? Hiring those young people in, give them the opportunity and the training, and then allowing them to come in to fill the jobs that exist. But that means we have to be more dynamic. We have to be more responsive. We need to meet the moment. But we have these pipelines that are not connected. So what happened with the Trump administration? They talked about the problem. They presented a solution that really was fake. It was just, a house of cards and another way to undermine our public education system. And we missed the boat because we once again nibbled around the edges. So I was really proud to be part of the New Dems sort of workforce education, plan, putting that together, because I think we meet the moment by building a new system and not just putting money into a system that's not working for anyone. And if we as Democrats can come in and do this, and use the triangle, anyone can use this triangle. It's really easy. But we need to explain things in a way people can understand and then actually deliver on that. So anyway, that's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you for your passion as well. I am going to now turn it over to State Representative Kevin Volk, who is here in Arizona and cares a lot about K-12 education. Why don't you tell us a little bit about, from your perspective, how public education in Arizona is doing and how that connects to kids' post-secondary opportunities?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being here. We're very glad to have you here and look forward to talking more about Mississippi, because we're not doing well in Arizona. We're actually, Congressman Ryan was talking about an example of winning the battle against liquefied natural gas and then losing the war and then being forced to open up and buy from coal. We just talked about that in an immigration context, winning the battle and saying, we're gonna keep our borders, we're gonna resist reasonable border management, and then losing the war and helping elect Donald Trump. So that's one of the cases. It's an example, I think, and what's happened in Arizona is under the Republicans who have controlled the state legislature for basically 60 years, but really increasingly partisan, more right-wing Project 2025 overlap in the past number of years. We've been on the forefront of the private school voucher effort. And we're the first state, which is a horrible designation, to adopt an unlimited program. At first, It was a broadly popular program to say, you know, if you've got kids with special needs, if you've got military families who are moving around, if your closest school is a D or F rated, then you have access to some money and you can apply it for homeschooling or private schooling. Now it's unlimited. We're seeing the highest utilization in areas like Scottsdale and Paradise Valley, the wealthiest in the entire state. We're seeing fraud, we're seeing waste, we're seeing abuse, we're seeing no child safety guardrails for people who are receiving now public taxpayer money for these private schools. So we're in a really tough situation. We were 48th in per pupil funding, and now we're back down to 49th, unfortunately. And so I think what all that says is we cannot be afraid to say we're going to advocate for what government can do. And in this case, we're going to advocate for the importance of education and delivering a high quality education for your kids. But we have to keep up we have to keep telling people that we are doing the job to make sure that their taxpayer dollars are being stewarded responsibly. I think what's happened in the past number of years in Arizona is our message as Democrats of public schools are struggling because they don't have a basic level of resources has overlapped with the Republican message of public schools aren't teaching your kids anything, and then they're, you know, indoctrination. And what's overlapped has been public schools are struggling. And so that's been the takeaway for Arizona. And so I talk to people all the time who love their school, love their teachers, but think public schools in Arizona suck. And then when you look at the performance results, as you're talking about, there is low proficiency and there is a case to be made. Now, on the voucher program, there's absolutely no accountability, no testing whatsoever. So there's this one-sided debate that we're having. So unfortunately, the story right now, and I'm a former fifth grade teacher with Teach for America, which was all about closing the achievement gap. The story right now is in Arizona is really tough. And I think it's some of the dynamics we've talked about, kind of an instinctive desire by Democrats to protect the programs that are in place, because that is extremely important. You have to protect these basic government functions. It's insane to get rid of things like a wholesale, just burn the Department of Education to the ground. But instead of having that be our message, we need to say, hey, listen, we need an educational system that's going to meet the moment and be good enough for your kids that you're sending to Arizona schools. We're going to invest in that, and we're going to do whatever it takes to make sure they're doing the best. And unfortunately, Republicans have taken the tack of, hey, if public schools are in trouble, that house is burning down. Let's build a new one, and who cares what's in it or how it's been put together. So I think it's extremely important. We have to change the narrative, and we have to say there's still 90% of Arizona kids who are in public schools. That's district, and that includes charter. And Arizona's got had an early adoption of the charter school model. We've got open enrollment. So we do have school choice, not the bastardized term as the Republicans use it. We have to say, listen, we have flexibility for parents, but we are going to make a new and different commitment to making sure that we're going to deliver for your kids at every angle. Yes, that starts with increasing teacher pay, that it starts with funding our facilities, that starts with getting off the bottom of the barrel at 49th and per pupil funding. Yes, that's part of it, but that's not our solution. As Democrats isn't just more government money, because you're used to that, you don't buy it. We're going to do a full-scale reform effort, because at a certain point, all of the business attraction that we're experiencing, we're going to continue bumping up against these difficult conversations in Arizona of, oh, I hear the schools aren't great. Oh, I hear, again, it's that same conflation. Maybe they hear 49th in per pupil funding, but maybe they think that's 49th in performance. And so that is going to be a real challenge for investment and economic development, in addition to just the fundamental issue that not funding public education and not having support for it, and having this alternate path, which is designed to eventually dismantle and replace public education in favor of the type of really ideologically based education that Representative Hoyle was talking about. So we're in a situation where we need to go on offense. We need to say, we hear your concerns as parents. If you're skeptical, That's okay. We ask you to believe in public education, but we're committing to do what it takes to get you the performance and the results. But we need you to agree with us that we got to get out of the bottom of the barrel in terms of basic levels of investment.
Thank you so much. Glad to hear you're a TFA alum. I am too. We're gonna go to Representative Altmaier to talk a little bit about, from his perspective, there are a lot of kids who don't have access to apprenticeships, and they end up going to trade school or to community college or other places. Can you talk a little bit about what role that sector plays in this conversation?
Thank you, Rachel. And I will try to tie all of this together. The Congresswoman so eloquently talked about the role of workforce development, of trade schools and apprenticeships. The representative talked about the public sector and K through 12. And we do need, and I'll tie it together with the future of the Democratic Party and messaging and maybe how we've heard ourselves in the past and the way we've articulated some of these issues. And I am a former Blue Dog and New Dem and served 3 terms on the Education Committee, and we've talked about this. And as a nation, we have to come to terms with the fact that we have record numbers of college graduates that cannot find jobs. At the same time, we have record numbers of employers that can't find qualified workers. How can both of those things be true at the same time? It's because of the misalignment that exists in our higher education system. We're not leading people and training and educating the future workforce for the jobs that are here today and are going to be here tomorrow. And my day job today is I lead the national association that represents private post-secondary trade schools and career colleges. We have 900 campuses across the country, almost entirely non-traditional students, single moms, veterans returning to the workforce, people who've been downsized, going through a tough time in their life, going through a divorce, whatever it might be. They need flexibility in their start times. They're not semester oriented. They need weekend classes. They need evening classes. And it's not aligned in the way our current workforce development system works. We have 700,000 registered apprenticeships in the country right now. And to his credit, for all the things that have not gone so well, President Trump has prioritized expanding that, getting that to 1 million by 2028 when he leaves office and building beyond that. And they have doubled the funding that goes to registered apprenticeships. If you look at the unions, the Philadelphia Steam Fitters Union in 2025 had 609 applications for 85 spots. And those 85 apprenticeships, when they're done, are going to be really good. They're going to be great. Community colleges, they've got 30 spots. They can pick up 30 of those folks each semester. That's good. What happens to the other 500 guys and women? Where do they go? They go to private and for-profit trade schools. And according to the Georgetown Center for Education and the Workforce, which every 3 years rates 4,600 institutions of higher education, all qualifying institutions of all types, it's the for-profit sector that has the highest percentage of schools at the top in return on investment. And that includes the liberal arts, 4-year elite universities, everyone you can think of in higher education. That includes Harvard and Yale, Arizona State, Florida State, where I went, wherever. It's the for-profit trade schools. 40% of the schools that are in the top 1% in return on investment are for-profit trade schools. I can tell you about the Carnegie classifications, which went from, through the American Council on Education, instead of classifying schools based upon grants and research and the amount of federal money that they're bringing back, now they look at 2 things: upward mobility, social mobility, and educational quality. So there's 4 possible boxes. You can be really good at both, you can be really bad at both, or you can be a mix of the 2. For-profit schools have the highest percentage of their membership in the highest category. 21% of all for-profit schools in the country are in the top category of Carnegie classifications compared to 16% of private schools, 14% of public schools. The point of all this is, during the last election, we have 900 campuses across the country. I'm a former Democratic congressman. I think you know where I was in following that election. But we continually saw among our non-traditional students that they were very concerned about where Democrats were, in part because there had been debates about expanding workforce Pell. For years, the workforce Pell failed to get across the finish line because of a debate, well, should for-profit schools be included? And it killed it every time. Finally, they put it in, to Congress's credit. It passed. Now it's going to be implemented. Every time there's a debate about raising the Pell Grant overall, the standard Pell Grant, that somebody will introduce an amendment and say, well, it shouldn't apply to for-profit schools. Our students notice that. These are non-traditional students. They need federal aid. They don't get the public subsidies that public schools get. Doesn't mean the program costs more. It just means somebody else is paying the bill. If you go to a community college, it's subsidized. Somebody else is picking up the tab. But if you go to a private school or a for-profit school, it's not subsidized. Doesn't mean the program costs more, just means somebody else is picking up the tab. So we noticed that that was a big issue with students, that it was in the news, that there was this debate. So I guess what I would say is we need a national commitment to filling these roles: electricians, plumbers, pipe fitters, everything from high wire linemen to underwater welders and everything in between. We have a nursing shortage, 190,000 nursing vacancies right now. It's 10% of the entire nursing workforce. Cybersecurity, there are huge shortages. So we need a national commitment in realigning our higher education system and K through 12 to go up through the workforce and filling the jobs. It's a national security imperative that we are unable to fill these roles. Mayor Kate goes to Taiwan, brings those jobs here. It only works if you have the workers that are able to build those facilities and work in the plant. So when you have a national commitment, you recognize the need to align it. You need to give students the choice of the educational setting that works best for them. And absolutely, there should be quality standards. There should be accountability. Nobody argues with that. Trade schools are going to pass that. Trade schools do well. I told you about the return on investment and the Carnegie classification. So I would encourage Democrats to think about that debate differently than they have in the past, because it is a national imperative. Students need the choice, and we need to compete with our overseas competitors in a way that we're not doing as effectively right now.
Thank you, Representative. I'd like to bring in last Michael Pearson, who is new at PPI. He focuses on this question of beyond high school, what does workforce development look like? He collaborates really closely with Bruno. And I'd like to ask him to tell us a little bit about how PPI is leaning in on workforce issues.
So PPI has done a lot of work on apprenticeships, on workforce Pell, on the trades, everything that we heard Representative Hoyle and Representative Altmaier speak about. But beyond that, we're also thinking about two things. And those are sort of an umbrella term we're calling stranded talent. And the second is the impact of AI on workers. So for stranded talent, that is any worker who is not reaching their full potential for whatever reason. There's millions of workers in this country who are in low-wage, high-turnover jobs, who went to college, didn't finish their degree, and now have the debt. Workers who are in a career that doesn't require the college degree that they have. And then workers who have taken a gap in their labor force participation and are trying to come back and are suffering some of the penalties that come with that, and the impact of AI on workers. So we're doing some work with the Burning Glass Institute. They do labor market analysis, and we're going to look at federal data, job postings, state administrative records, unemployment records, things like that. Try to identify who those workers are, where they're at in the country, what their demographics are, and evaluate what kind of supports they need. What are some sort of historical transitions that workers might have gone through that could be applicable to this situation, and then develop some policy recommendations around that. And then secondly, looking a lot at the impact of AI on workers. Michael touched on this a bit a couple panels ago, but so far we haven't really seen any large disruption of workers. There was some research on the earlier side out of the Stanford Digital Economy Lab that sort of pinned some of the slowing and entry-level hiring on AI. But when you look at the timeline of when ChatGPT and Claude were introduced, it doesn't really line up. We've also had some subsequent research that ties that a lot more to interest rate hikes and also to the effect of remote work on entry-level workers, and how some firms have kind of shifted their hiring when it's harder to hire a worker out of college when they don't have the supervision and feedback mechanisms and mentorship that you would have in the office. So we haven't seen that yet. I think it will take several years for a large economic shift like that to show up in the data. But I think what's becoming clear is that AI is going to augment a lot more jobs than it's going to automate. So it's going to affect the tasks and functions that the job performs, but it's not that the whole job is not going to go away. So I think it's incumbent to think very thoughtfully about what kind of supports workers are going to need through this transition. Because we are in Arizona, I will shout out Senator Mark Kelly's AI roadmap that he released a little while back that kind of lays out some principles about how to think about AI on the workforce and more broadly. I think unemployment insurance is going to have to be a part of that conversation. There are some states, especially in the South, where there's only the maximum duration of unemployment is 12, 14, 16 weeks. That's not sufficient when the average duration of unemployment right now is 26 and a half weeks. And I think that there's a case to be made for, developing supports and making sure those are robust that can deal with any shock and are not so specific to a single shock than like an AI shock. We're also going to have to look closely at the workforce development system. We have 43 workforce development programs at the federal level, and there aren't a single one that would deal with AI job dislocation. And I think it's telling that a lot of the discussion right now is focused on a program that expired, and that is trade adjustment assistance, which Congress allowed to expire in 2022. That was sort of very hard to navigate for a lot of different reasons, primarily being that workers had to prove that their primary cause of their job loss was due to trade. And it took many months to get the support that came with that program. And so I think that there's some lessons in there in that when you condition support to the cause of unemployment, that's never going to be sufficient to move quickly and support workers at the speed that AI is moving. And then I think lastly, it's going to be more emphasis on apprenticeships, on skilled trades, on workforce Pell, things that are less susceptible to AI displacement when you think about those types of roles, and thinking about work that is technical, mechanical, manual, that is less susceptible to AI.
Thank you, Michael. It is 2:55, so we have time for one question or comment. Is anybody brave enough? No.
I'll be brave enough just to ask. I mean, is there anywhere in some of the work an effort to deal with the stigma or the elitism issue, the concern about the higher education system serving elite Democrats, what I call the accreditation cartel. And, you know, it seems to me that it is, if we are going for the folks, the young people who are up for grabs to a certain degree, that we're fixing, you know, the career college and for-profit or not addresses and can move at the speed of the economy in a better way than a lot of the higher ed education systems have thus far. They're getting away with running a 4-year program that essentially is a cliff these days. And I don't think anybody has come up with a logical democratic policy for how we grapple with our friends at Harvard and Georgetown and all the schools that a lot of folks here went to. So I just wonder if that's part of the equation, part of what the future should look like for Democrats.
First of all, I will acknowledge that Oregon is not doing K through 12 education well right now for a variety of reasons, but we had a tax ballot measure that gutted our funding for education. And that was in the mid 90s. We had a lot of career and technical education classes. The average age of an apprentice was 19. The average age of an apprentice now is 27. It was 28. So fundamentally, A, we don't have a pathway. B, a lot of times in the trades and, you know, any of the kind of trades, the model of recruitment is what I call the FBI model of recruitment. If your father, brother, or in-law were in the trades, then you might also go into the trades. So if you're a woman, if you're a person of color, if you're somebody whose parents went to college, right? But you could be making 6 figures as an iron worker or as a, you know, as an electrician or a lineman or whatever. Like, it doesn't occur to people. So we have to actually expose them and have, you know, people in those jobs come in so that, because if you can't see it, you can't be it. And then finally, we need to get into the schools, talking to the guidance counselors and teachers and actually pointing out how much money you can make without debt if you go through these career pathways. And we have to stop being elitist about what post-secondary education is. And we can pull in chambers of commerce, we can pull in companies, we can pull in business. We just have to break out of this way of thinking. And then one last piece is, especially if I was a first-generation college student, families like mine want to see their kids do better than they did. And they think that means going to college, right? That means not working with your hands, because there is that stigma as well, where it's like, you're going to do better than we did. And so we have to shift how we talk about it. I mean, if you've had to hire a plumber or an electrician, you know, they're making bank, right? So anyway, those are the things that we have talked about and gone into my local school districts to say, this is what we need to do, because you're doing a disservice to your students.
Representative McAdams, I'll give you 60 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I just had a thought along those lines of speaking to the accreditation cartel, but competency-based education, that instead of just looking at how much time did you spend, but whether that's helping somebody who is reskilling or an immigrant worker who comes with skills, and why do we make them go through a 4-year program when they obviously have the skills, and yet federal legislation does not recognize competency-based credentials, right? So that's something that I think would be easy to just recognize in statute, competency-based degrees.
You have to break the cartel to do it.
Yes.
Okay, it is exactly 3 o'clock. And Will Marshall over there is going to send us home to the bar with the mayor.
Yeah, I got it. Hey, thank you so much. What a rich and wide-ranging conversation. I'm not going to even try to summarize key points. Little Rituals is beckoning all of us, and you certainly deserve a break. But let me just, it does remain to thank a lot of people, so just bear with me for a second. First, Greg Sutton, thank you so much for coming up. Didn't even get a chance to say hello. Really great to see you. And thanks for your great leadership on immigration and other issues. But and all the people who spoke, the state legislators, the national leaders, thank you all for coming. It's really a tremendous turnout and sign of dedication to the renovation of this party's prospects that you all would take a weekend and come to do this. So I just want to thank the PPI people that made this really work. First of all, Jolie Liebert, who's a showrunner of this whole thing. Jolie, she did so much you wouldn't believe it. John Deng, who's helped everybody this weekend, and Leaf Lynn, is Leaf here? Leaf is also Max Sherrill. It's Max here, yeah, right. It's our media team. Tobin Stone, our photographer extraordinaire from the New Liberals, and all my PPI colleagues who lent their expertise and thoughts and ideas to these conversations. Thanks to you all. And for that, we are adjourned. Oh, yeah, well, we got to go to the Little Rituals bar, which is somewhere nearby. Okay.
I've been thinking, I want you to be happier. I want you to be happier. When the morning comes and we see what we've become. In the cold light of day, we're a flame in the wind, not the fire that we begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back. 'Cause with all that has happened, I think that we both know the way that the story ends. Then only for a minute, I want to change my mind, 'cause this just don't feel right to me.